Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the cafe. Here we are again, day number 2 for the Bryan Kohberger hearing in the University of Idaho murders case. Today, we're going to be looking, from my understanding, we're going to be looking into rules of evidence for the trial, the upcoming trial. Yesterday was a long one. Hopefully, it won't be so long today. Thank you guys all so very much for joining us. As always, much appreciated. Thank you to the Blue Crew for being here. We all know why they're here because I couldn't do it by myself. Once again, thank you guys so much for being here and so much for joining us today. Grab yourselves a big old cup of joe, get comfortable, and let's do this thing. Here we go. All right. Welcome back, guys. Thank you for joining us on day number 2 of the Kohberger hearings. It is great to be back with you guys as we will be live streaming this from beginning to end once again. Yesterday was a long one. I believe we thought yesterday that we got through everything due to all the motions. Today's a different day. Thank you to Wisdom Speaks for detailing that out to figure it out for us. That today is a different set of hearings, different set of topics. I'm sorry, guys. I've only had one cup of coffee. I'm getting there. Yesterday wore me out, so yes, I slept a little longer today than normal, and my brain is still reactivating, I guess you could say, from overnight. So bear with me. I'll get there. I promise. I promise. But it's grateful. Great. I'm grateful to have you all back here with us today as we look into this stuff again. Hopefully, like I said, today does not go as long as it did yesterday. And maybe we'll be able to actually get in here later on this afternoon, if it's not a long hearing, and do a review on this and see what happens. Again, thank you to the Blue Crew for doing everything you do, because we know I couldn't do it alone. And being here. Mama Bear may be joining us shortly. She's got some appointments to deal with first. If she gets that done in time, she will be popping in here with us as well. So, come on in, guys. And we're going to, since we're early, I figured I could start up early. One of my other amazing Blue Crew team members threw something at me to be able to read off to you guys. So a lot of people don't understand. They talked a lot about the terabytes that Anne had to go through in the defense yesterday. There's a lot. Okay. At one point, she made a statement where they brought in a specialist or an expert, I'm sorry, that said it could take up to 3 years to get through all that. She wasn't lying. And I'm going to explain that thanks to another one of our amazing team members here, Miss Alicia, broke that down for us for me to be able to explain to everybody exactly, if you don't understand what that's all about, what it is. So thank you, Miss Alicia, for being amazing. And we will do that. Everybody on this team does something in particular, and they do amazing jobs, guys. I wouldn't be able to do this without these guys. I promise you. I wouldn't even try. So come on in, guys. Once we get everybody in here, I will get to that part of things get us caught up on that scope of stuff and get through these cups of coffee so I can be awake with everybody else. Let's see who we got in here this morning. Wade Bird, welcome back to you. Elizabeth Wagner, wonderful to see you. Papa G Appa P. I like that. Inverted. Love it. Miss Alicia J, the whiz herself in the house. One maiden nut. Eddie's back in the house today. Leslie and Billy, welcome back to you. It is, Alicia. I get it. Or Leslie, I get it. Wonders Deep. Welcome back. Eve 22, great to see you today. Miss Cassie, the sassy one in the house. SR Triple B, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Stormy Jane back in the house again today. Meg P, welcome back to you. Wade Bird, my brother, good to see you today. Mikey's back in the house with the last 24. Great to have you back, brother. Eve A22, great to see you. Miss Charlotte's in the house. Welcome back. Great to see you. Paula Fitzhenry, always a pleasure and an honor, my dear. Bemmy Rose recently jumped into the sauce with us. Welcome back, Bemmy. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Miss Rowena's in the house. Welcome back, Ro. Great to see you today. And guys, please make sure to hit that like button. Subscribe if you have not yet. Hit the like button or the notification bell. Sorry, guys. That way you don't miss anything we do. KL Wingate, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Becky Strider, great to have you here today. KL Wingate, again, great to see you today. Let me see here, guys. And please don't forget, it is pinned at the top of the chat. Whether she's here or not, she will be. So please make sure you hop on over and hit that like button, subscribe, and hit the notification bell if you haven't with Mama Bear, please. And thank you. Suzanne Smith, great to see you today so far. Everybody's here again. Let me see here. Making sure I'm covering everybody. Miss Teresa, good to see you again. Great to have you back. Again, hit the like button, guys. Share it out. Let everybody know what we're doing. And good morning to all you beautiful meatballs. Hopping in the sauce so we can spill that sauce today. Hemisphere is back in the house today. Good to see you, brother. Hey, Poppy. Love Goldberg, welcome back. Great to see you. Great to see you here. All of you. All of you. Thank you for that, Papa G. I'm just gonna call you Papa G. I'm not gonna say the whole thing, even though it's cool as hell. Love the name. Love the name. Vix Logic's in the house from over the pond. Good to see you today, Vix. Mr. Steven. Welcome, sir. Thank you for popping in to say hello. And anybody that would like to join us in the sauce there in our Discord, please click on that link that Triple B threw up. Please and thank you. Become an official member, guys. Yesterday was definitely long and aggravating. There was a lot of irritations yesterday, I'll tell you that much. I appreciate that, Steven. Don't work too hard today, brother. Looks like we got 71 peeps in the house with 40 likes. Come on, y'all. We can do better than that. Let's get this in that algorithm where it belongs. I know we can do it. Come on down, everybody. I appreciate everybody that joined me on panel yesterday. I'll probably do that again here today. That way we'll have a discussion group to be able to discuss in between during their breaks and stuff. Like I said, maybe it won't go so long today, but you never know. There's probably a lot of rules for that evidence stuff. So we'll see. See some new names in here that are white. We got to get them white names turned green. Guys, make sure too, at the bottom of your chat screen, there's a little $sign inside of a square. Click on that and make sure that you have your gifting opened up. That way you are able to receive memberships when they're gifted out. Sorry, guys. That way you can very easily become a member of the sauce and a meatball with the rest of us in here. Miss Susie Smith, welcome. Good to see you today. Candy girl. Yes, there is today. This is the rules of evidence today, dear. You're fine, Candy. Don't worry about it, guys. That's if you listen. If you've been here more than once, as far as I'm concerned, you're a member of the family anyway. But I know it's always good to have everybody in green. And Stormy Jane starting it off already. What are you doing, Miss Stormy? Dropping 5 new memberships out the door. Looks like Bobby Old Dude was gifted one. Mark and Betty from over the pond. Cheers to you. They were gifted. Miss Cat K, welcome back to the Sauce Cat. Tabitha Britton and Joanne, all gifted new memberships. Bless you, Stormy. That was so very generous of you, dear. Appreciate that very much. Papa G, he became a new member too. Jumped in the sauce. 6 new meatballs already, guys. We've been here, what, 30 seconds? Very awesome. Congrats and welcome to the new meatballs. And Stormy, thank you so much again, dear. That was so very generous and God bless. Amazing. Mocha's in the house. Very, very awesome of you, Stormy. God bless, dear. We appreciate you. Green's a good color. I like the green. Amazing stuff. Stephanie's in the house. The hearing's supposed to start at 9 a.m. I believe it's Mountain or Pacific time, which would be 11 o'clock here. So I jumped in early so we could review some things. A quick recap of yesterday, guys. They ran through all the motions yesterday. There was a lot. Okay. Let me see here. Give me one moment, everyone. Let's see here. Okay, dokie do. Let's see. 1 minute. I'll show you guys what all was covered yesterday during yesterday's hearing. Bean Sibs, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Where are we at here? Lily Rose, welcome back. Miss Tara, great to see you. Hold on here. Okay. All right, guys. So yesterday was a motions hearing. They put through and spoke on all the motions that the defense had put through and anything prosecution had to talk about as well. Virginia Wolf's in the house. Good to see you. Need some Z's. I think we all do, but welcome back to you. Alternate suspect evidence, alibi, neuropsychological evidence, model of the King Roadhouse, the IGG, the 911 call, and this is mostly to exclude or include immediate family members in the courtroom, improper death penalty statements, text messages and statements, AT&T timing advance reports, self-authentication of records, vague and undisclosed expert testimony, inflammatory evidence, use of the term murder in the courtroom, use of the term sociopath and psychopath in reference to the defendant. Well, goodness gracious, Miss Kim just dropped 5 memberships as well. Welcome, Miss Kim. I can't see who got those. Hold on, you guys. Give me a quick second here. So it looks like Lily Rose, Susie Smith, Miss Vix Logic, Studi Basic, Beth D. All of you gifted new memberships back into the sauce for some of you and brand new. Thank you so very much for that, Miss Kim. God bless. That's amazing. So very generous and so very awesome. We love you and we appreciate you very much. So thank you again, Kim, for that. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. I want to thank anybody that donates, whether it be memberships, um, the super chats and super stickers, all that, or through the Venmo, Cash App, and or PayPal. Guys, we don't ever expect any of that, but it is so very amazing and very much appreciated from all of you. It does keep our channel moving and going every day. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you so very much, and God bless for all of that. And welcome to the sauce, guys. Welcome, welcome. Looks like we have a total of 11 new members already. We ain't even been here 10 minutes. Very much amazing. I know who killed you. There is a hearing today starting at 9 a.m. their time, which would be here in about a 40 minutes. Make sure you turn on at the bottom of your chat the $sign, go in there and allow for gifting, and you will be able to receive the memberships as they're spread out. They're random. They pick whoever they choose. It's unfair kind of in a way, but as long as you're able to receive, you should be able to get them. Oh, what am I doing? Back to where we were. Sorry, real quick to go over the rest of what happened yesterday. Inflammatory evidence, use of the terms. Okay, we got that. Rylan, Nalin, and reference to touch and contact DNA. The witness identification by bushy eyebrows. Unnoticed 404B evidence. Excluding the Amazon click activity evidence. Improper expert testimony. Middleman. Excluding the IgG evidence, make and model of the suspect vehicle, conditions as an aggravator, statistical analysis, inconclusive data, stipulated agreement not to mention the 2014 cell phone ST, and the stipulated agreement that investigators can be in the court. Those two things were agreed upon. The improper expert testimony was excluded. The self-authentication of records was included. The text messages and statements were still included. Immediate family members allowed in courtroom is included. The 911 call says here that it's being included. Model of the King Road house is being included. So as of now there is a stipulation of the improper expert testimony middleman. And also the stipulated agreement not to mention 2014 cell phone is agreed upon by the defense and prosecution. And I think that's it so far. That's everything, guys. So that's everything they did yesterday. Not to mention the nonstop rudeness brought about by the judge yesterday, how he repeatedly interrupted Miss Ann Taylor and Alyssa Massoff. I mean, it was ridiculous. Nobody was able to get a word in or even get moving. One moment, folks. All right, guys. Sorry, that was my son's school. Meanie's in the house. Welcome back. Excuse me. It's very confusing because they said the hearing on the 9th and if necessary on the 10th. I think the 10th is now on the 16th, but Idaho stuff. Did they change it? Because I don't know. Let me check something here. Give me a moment. From my understanding, Miss Sherry looked into it and said that it's going on today. Let me go in and look at something else here real fast. Nope, there's nothing there yet. Okay. If by some chance they skip this today, then we'll still have a discussion on it. Since we're all here anyway, we will see. Let me check some other things real fast, folks. So, did they move today's hearing to the 16th? I didn't think so. And so I'll replace this for now. And we'll go ahead and I'm going to pin a link in the chat for us to bring anybody up here that wants to make discussion on this. All right. Yes, that person upset a lot of us, Kim, because my son is too, and there's a few other people that are part of this community that their children are too, and so yes, there was a few of us that were quite upset. I don't think you will see him in here anymore. One of the moderators handled that situation yesterday because it upset so many people. Yeah. I'm not playing with that kind of stuff. I won't. That really heated me up yesterday, and I barely was able to control what I wanted to say. So, and I want to say, Kim, I'm sorry that was even stated in here. My apologies. I wish we could, Meg. My apologies if anybody that was upset by that, the statements that were made in regards to those things. Like I said, I was very, very offended and upset personally myself. So, sorry, guys. Yeah. So that was handled promptly. Good morning, Mr. Eddie. How are you, sir?
Good. How are you?
Oh, waking up still, but good. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, yesterday was just...
It's a mess.
There are no words. And you pointed out that he claims to be a Christian.
Yeah.
Hiding behind, his
religion.
Yeah, his supposed pious religion.
That's why I made that statement in the chat yesterday. I said, so you're going to claim that, but you're going to make that statement? I'm sorry that you don't go together as far as I'm concerned, Ed.
You'll know a tree by its fruits.
Amen, brother. Amen. Augusta, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah,
so I've been looking for some timestamps here. I caught a couple interesting things from yesterday's hearing. Kind of important. But one of them, when Miss Massoff was talking, the judge interjected
Again?
And he was hard to hear.
I
at
know
times.
he was very whispery, quiet. It was pretty crappy. So you were right about that before we even got started yesterday about how the audio was gonna. The video was good, I thought, but the audio was horrible.
He made a jab at YouTube streamers yesterday. Did you catch that?
No. No,
Yeah.
I walked away a couple times to grab a drink and stuff like that, so it may have been then. What did he say?
So I think it was during like the neurological and physical discussion that they were having.
Okay.
And he interjected something about, the litigators not scrutinizing him like others on YouTube do.
Oh, I did
So
catch that. Yes.
what he's doing there is undermining YouTube, because this has got to be pointed out, that how powerful YouTube streamers are and how they are getting close to the truth, and how he must undermine that, right?
Agreed.
So we've seen this before in the past with Judge John Judge on August 29th during the change of venue hearing.
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice that? So Anne was showing an exhibit illustrating the extent of the coverage, and she was like scrolling.
This is the one from yesterday, but if you need me to, I will go find that one.
Oh, okay. I don't have a timestamp on that, but I'm working on that.
Yeah, I'll just pull it up, and whenever you're ready, we'll get to that. We'll find it there. No problem.
So she was showing this exhibit during that August 29th, 2024. So way back with Judge John Judge, change of venue hearing. And she was scrolling and showing the coverage that this trial was getting. And she got to YouTube channels in there, Truth and Transparency being one of them. And matter of fact, that's where she paused the screen. And
I do remember that, yeah.
Truth and Transparency's particular video was like centered in the screen. And I think it was like John Jack Showalter video, but
right.
The judge began right there at that moment. He began gaslighting her and, of course, the viewers, and he said, "I don't think we need to advertise." And he cut his sentence off right there and began a new sentence saying, "We're trying to protect from this type of stuff."
Yes, I remember. Yes, sir.
Right then and there, and it was just like unnerving, awkward silence, and briefly, no one had words. And then Anne suggests, like, she calls for like a break. She kind of suggests maybe we, take a break here. And then it was a long time. It was a long time. There was a long pause. They didn't start up right away. We sat there waiting and waiting for the rest of the proceeding, hearing. They must have, God, I feel they must have had words,
They probably had a judge's chambers interview or meeting, sorry.
Yeah.
After that, probably that wasn't to be brought up, I'm sure.
So the point here being is how it's this disinformation campaign, which the mainstream media is a tool in which they use to perform that.
Major
They're trying to project it as the mainstream media is the truth, and YouTube streamers are the ones putting out the false information. But this is more evidence that there is something deeper going on, in that both judges are doing their best to combat the truth.
Of course.
And they are a part of this. Similarity of the YouTube comments by the judges cannot be overlooked.
Agreed.
Again, there's a point at which, with all the facts before you, if and when I say you, I mean you all, everyone listening. I always do. If you cannot see it, what is it that's going to enable you to see it? do you have to wait for the judge to tell you it himself? Because that is not going to be happening.
No, it won't. And it like North Carolina Mountain Man just said, it's to protect the narrative that's been built, which they've paid tons of money, spent hours upon hours upon hours to build this narrative, to grow the narrative, and to protect the narrative, to keep Bryan Kohberger as the one and only main and only suspect in this horrible situation. And we saw yesterday, and we've heard most recently, you guys too, that there are possibilities of others out there, more than one, and it's been referenced more than once too. So at that point, they don't want us, like Eddie just explained, and we all know this. We all know this completely. Okay. They don't want us talking about this. They don't want us looking into it. They don't want us broadcasting or putting anything out, because it does not protect their narrative that they've built. And this isn't a conspiracy, folks. That's fact. It's just that, because we have all dug and looked for and built as much truth as we can out of this. And yanked it, like pulled it out of this mess. Okay. Again, guys, give me a minute, because I'm still waking up myself. I slept a little longer because yesterday's thing was long. But that's why they make those statements, in my opinion, Eddie. Thank you so much, Kim, for the super sticker. God bless, and wonderful to have you here today, by the way. But that's my opinion, that's why they don't like us doing that, because we talk about the opposite of what mainstream has put out. And like I said, they've spent so much time, so much energy, so much money in the media to put out their narrative. And it's not what it is, guys. It's definitely not what it is. And you saw, Eddie, you saw how he reacted yesterday to Cy Ray's affidavit, and how hot he got over that. Okay. Because that is a blatant statement, like he stated, very big, hardcore statement that there's something bigger being covered up. Word for word, Cy Ray himself said it. And he was pissed about that yesterday, guys. Absolutely mad. There's no two ways about it. And there it is. There it is. Yeah, and that's a good point, Stumped. He blatantly stated that about the conspiracy theorist. When he made that statement, everybody was like, whoa, okay. So yeah, I agree. He got a little hot under the collar and freaked out a bit, and it's for good reason. It does not protect the narrative that's been built over the past 2.5 years. And I really, 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 really hope that something will happen, that Cy can come out here and explain what he does, show the proof that they have of the issues at hand, and show, of course, not what's been covered up, but why. In my opinion. Sorry if I didn't mean to interrupt you, but if you were talking still.
It brings to mind one of my favorite quotes. So I was talking about, you can judge a tree by its fruits, and we were talking about the judges, both of them. And we're not going to be hearing the judge say it in his own words, but you can see it by his actions. And with both judges, it's,
of course, yeah.
The quote is, because the judge is not going to come out and tell us that he's part of it. It's just ridiculous. But Charles Dickens said, why would he say anything about it? If he had the ace of trumps at whist in his hand, it would come out when he plays it.
Great quote. Great quote. Great author. Amazing author, actually. Very good point, sir. It kind of lays it out for what it says, period. You know what I mean? Yeah, he did. I will say, too, he showed his true colors. He's definitely biased, in my opinion, at least, from what I saw. And anything that the defense was talking about at any given time, and Eddie, I'm sure you'll agree with this, the man was bored. He didn't want to hear it. He showed that, and we all know, we've heard more than once, a person's actions speak louder than their words. Well, sitting like this, or like this, or like this. What does that say to you, Eddie?
His
For
mind is
me,
already made up. He's disinterested.
yes, that's it. There you go. There's zero interest in what they're saying, and I feel that his mind is made up at some point. He still has to do his job because he'll be called out, but it's still, in my opinion, he's already where he wants to be with this. And I think the defense knows that. You can watch the reactions that the defense has to him when they interact. It's sad to me. It really is. And I will give the defense the props that they deserve on Alyssa Massith. For instance, the statements she made were very strong, very deep, and basically, in essence, claims the truth on this. And I think she got into his head with that yesterday a little bit. Regardless of what his thoughts are, where he's at with this, she made him think about himself, I think, for a minute. And that was good. They need to do more of that. And I'm sure they will, because she's a firecracker. I don't see her sitting still and being quiet. So that was two good things there.
It was a brilliant move because she knows he won't do it. And this is going to be his legacy. And now he has to sit and think on it.
And it's going to come back on him for years upon years upon years if he doesn't do anything with that. And that'll be that. Thank you. Yes, guys, the link is pinned at the chat. If you are at the top of the chat, if anybody would like to join us and express themselves as well. But for now, let's see here. Yeah, there is absolutely no balance. Absolutely. Anything the prosecution, you could see that there's in my opinion, of course, you can see that there's a bit of a favoritism between the judge and the prosecution side. That's my opinion. Of course, from what I saw, I'm sure many people will agree with that. Now, granted, he did, well, like when Sarge was here, he was saying that this was fair and that was fair. He has to be fair at some point because he's going to be called out. He can't go against everything that the defense says. He can't deny everything because that'll be a little too suspicious in that point. If he's doing that, they're going to look at him and go, okay, well, it's obvious that your mind's made up and you're for the prosecution. And the man has a reputation for leaning towards the prosecution on a regular basis anyway. So, there's that. I don't know. We'll see.
I strongly disagreed with all of that, and that's why I had to say something. I know we're all entitled to our own opinions, but
of course,
he was not being fair in the morning. Of course, he's going to try to come across that way, right? But it's all an act. And although he did reveal his inner feelings about how he's going to rule on this, and it might pull the wool over some people's eyes.
Right.
But he wasn't being fair because his mind was already made up. He might be giving good lip service by saying he'll take it under consideration, take it under advisement. And that all sounds good, but that's just being insincere and making it sound like he's being,
right. Fair. Right. Agreed. Hey, Heather, good to see you.
When someone cannot win a debate with logic, they resort to slander. And you were talking moments ago about calling Cy Ray a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
He was slandering Cy Ray there.
In every aspect. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That tells us that Cy Ray is on to the truth, and whatever he has, Cy Ray, is so powerful and so it brings so much fear to the state that is what they must do, is undermine Cy Ray and depict him as a conspiracy theorist and diminish him because he knows things and he can prove things.
They tried that with him the last time. If you remember that they brought him into the picture, Eddie, they really kept their foot on him and kept him down. They didn't allow him to per se spread his wings and show his full potential per se. And now we're at this point with this. And that's again, he's definitely in the judge's head. Okay. Or we wouldn't have saw the reaction we saw yesterday, in my opinion. And it was evident that he's in his head. He don't like what he's doing. He doesn't, and he's telling her, well, you need to handle this. He needs to handle that. The things that he's saying could get somebody disbarred. You ain't lying. In turn, that's why the proof needs to be shown. That's why the names need to be brought out. That's why the entire situation needs to be spread wide open for everybody to see. And I hope that Cy is able to stand up to this. Okay. And that's true. Jesse says, will Cy Ray stand strong? He's risking a lot and clearly sending him warning shots. Agreed. And here's the thing. That's why I believe in Cy, because I cannot believe that a man with his experience, his past, what he has to lose, like Jesse said, would stand up and make this statement boldly like that without knowing the consequences of it, what it could cause. Okay. That in turn tells me the man is right and needs to be heard. I hope he does. I hope he can stand against it. I really do. If nothing else, it'll show the world. Here it is. This is what's going on. This isn't the only place it happens. And it may set precedents for future. I hope it sets precedents for future court cases and situations and stuff like this to be recognized and to be looked into, and to see when there is corruption, when there are problems within the case that are not real, that the real side of the case is not there. I know I'm stuttering. I'm still trying to wake up, guys, and get my thoughts right, but you know what I'm trying to say. So, it's a problem, guys. This isn't the only one we've seen this in. I've been saying lately that this is a Delphi 2.0. Once again, they're bringing somebody in here with no evidence, and they're taking his life away from him in a sense, like they did with Richard Allen. Again, these are my opinions. Not everybody's going to agree with me. Okay. But that's what I saw happen in Delphi. That's what I'm seeing happening here. And the same thing that happened in the State versus Meister. The same thing happened in the case in Moscow with the dentist that was framed for a situation that he had nothing to do with. More than once as this has happened. There's many other cases out there all across the United States that this happens too. So it's not like it's an unheard of thing and it's a new thing, guys. It's the real deal, and it needs to stop. Our justice system is broken and I want this to be known, in a lot of senses in different areas. Our law enforcement system is broken, but we have the best law enforcement system in the world, and there are good law enforcement officers and officials out there. I promise you there are. They're not all bad. And they need to be respected, and we need that whole defunding the police thing is a joke. Don't ever think that that's the way to go, folks, because it's not. Just because there's a few bad apples in that basket doesn't mean that whole basket's bad, because we need them more than anything. So, sorry.
And that's just a tired old mischaracterization of people who are for the truth in this case. They want to kind of frame it as we're against law enforcement, and
right.
For us to walk on eggshells and have to qualify like our thoughts and opinions on that, like you just did, because we know the strong pushback and the labeling we're going to receive.
Of course,
it's just almost become instinctual. Like
absolutely.
What is that? Is that Pavlov's dog? Not sure.
What?
Anyway, the point is after hitting the dog repeatedly, habitually, then anytime there's like a motion to scratch or anything with a motion with the arm, then the dog flinches out of habit.
Yeah.
So I'm done walking on the eggshells, right?
I mean, I get it. That's the problem, is we shouldn't have to. These people work for us. Remember that. Okay? They work for us. We put them in their positions. Why do we just stand around and let them do what they want to do in every situation, and get away with these things? It doesn't work that way, you guys. I'm sorry, it doesn't. I'm not an activist, by any means, but I'm a stand for the truth. And that's what this is about. 4 amazingly just amazing, beautiful young people lost their lives in this situation right here that we're talking about, and they deserve nothing but the absolute true justice on this. Their families deserve absolute true justice on this. And the reason why we have delved so far and so deeply into this is because we want to ensure that they get that true justice. Okay. We're not going to solve the case. We're not detectives. We're not lawyers. We're not attorneys, judges, any of that stuff. We're not going to solve. We're everyday people, but we're people that care. Okay. We care about our justice system. We care about the Constitution. We care about each other. Okay. Nobody else is going to do it. We have to. And that's what I'm saying, guys. We have to notice the things that are happening that are wrong. We have to notice the things that are happening on a daily basis that shouldn't be, and ensure that people know this is what's happening over here. This is what's happening over there. This is what happened over here. It can't keep happening, guys. Those things are put in place for a reason. Laws are built for a reason. The Constitution was written for a reason. Again, I'm not trying to be a martyr. I'm not trying to preach or any of that, but facts, it's facts. Okay. If you stand back and you let a dog keep biting you again and again and again and again, they're going to do it again and again and again. You have to stop it sooner or later, and bringing it to the surface, bringing it out and letting everybody see what it is, making people understand. Because a lot of people, it's, a lot of this stuff is hidden under legal verbiage that nobody understands, and that's understood. We don't get that. We're not attorneys. We don't know all that stuff. So we break it down the best way we can and explain it the best way we can and show people this is wrong. This isn't. And that's why we do this. And again, my apologies for the ramble, but it just drives me nuts. It's a horrible misrepresentation.
Okay, if you wanted to refer to your own live stream from yesterday, I have a timestamp on that.
Okay, I can do that. I can definitely do that, buddy. Give me 1 second here. I do want to check one thing real fast, just to ensure that because I have a feeling that they may have rescheduled today. I was told, but I just want to double check it and make sure we're not missing it if they didn't. Vaughn moment, and then we'll jump to that real quick, Eddie. Bear with me. Where are we at here? Where is it? Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second here. Okay.
Oh, by the way, I just spent a moment looking up Pavlov's dog, and boy, I couldn't have been more wrong about that analogy. Thank God it wasn't anything negative with the dog.
Right.
It was like a neutral stimulus, like a bell that they rang, and the dog salivated in anticipation of food.
Gotcha.
Well, at least he wasn't kicking the dog. But my point being still is the same, is one can do something out of like instinctual protection, like a reaction. Yes. And that's what we've been conditioned to do with these guilters, like, again, suggesting that we hate law enforcement, which is just ridiculous. Has nothing to do with that.
Absolutely the opposite. Yes, sir. Okay, so it is 11:02 here, which would be 9:02 there. Says this media is offline. There's nothing active, so I'm guessing that it may have been rescheduled for the 16th, as it was stated, and that's okay because we can just have a really nice discussion with this today. Something I planned on doing anyway. So,
well, that's perfect because I have something for you all.
All right, now let me pull up my stream, and we'll get to that timestamp and go from there. Much as I hate watching myself, it's for a good reason. All right, hold on, everyone. Do. All right, buddy. What was the timestamp on that again?
Now, this would be with your live stream that I have a timestamp.
Yeah, I have pulled up number 2 yesterday, right?
All right. So.
Oh, wait, was it the first one that before we got cut off and had to come back, or the secondary one?
Second.
Okay, good. That's the one I'm on.
The timestamp is 4 hours and 10 minutes, 15 seconds.
Oh, you're on point with that one. Damn, even the seconds. Told you guys, if you want to know anything, go to Eddie. He's got it all. All right. I'll get it just a little bit ahead of that, Eddie. That way we can catch up to it. And okay. We are at 410. Wait, what did you say? 409. Okay. All right. So you want me to go ahead and play this then?
Yeah, about a minute worth of it.
That's good. Just let me know when you want me to stop, and I'll stop.
Okay.
Then.
Reaction. It would be unfair for him to be judged for that given his disability, or at the very least, the jury needs to have some understanding of why that may be. As for issues that relate to state of mind, it does depend on what the state offers. We agree with the state on that aspect. If they stay away from the issues regarding cleanliness and a missing shower curtain and speed in which the crime occurred.
Okay.
And
so we all heard her say a missing shower curtain, right?
She said the bad word, yes.
Okay. So as you know, I've been like on this quest to find out where does that originate from? I want the receipt on that. I was on a panel last night, and the panel was just chock full. The whole screen was filled with people. And I said, I know, to the content creator, I know that it is your opinion that the investigators went into the apartment and they could not or did not find a shower curtain. Did I get that about right? And he says, absolutely. That's what I believe. And I said, so my point for asking is just, if you were to like give me a receipt on that, why do you believe it? And where can I go to find that source? And it just dawned on him. He's like, yeah, you're right. I don't know why I believe it. I just do. And I'm like, wow, that's kind of what I suspect.
What happened.
So I have been looking for the source on that, and I think I found it.
Okay.
There's 2 ways. I think it's worth watching this video just for a little bit. There's 2 ways to find it. It's Megyn Kelly's. Would you be able to play any of her stuff?
I can try, and I'll give her credit on it.
It's
I'm not.
There's 2 ways to go about it, just directly to her channel, and it's
okay. Megyn Kelly.
Yeah, March 21st is the date of the video.
This year.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we can definitely review it, Eddie. There's no issues there. And she'll get credit deserved, of course. 2 weeks ago, Trump. Oh, what was it in regards to, bud?
The selfie.
Okay. Wait a minute. Here we go. Episode 10,000 or 1032, I think.
Let's see.
Whoa. Okay. Yes, you are Megyn Kelly. Whew.
Prosecutors released disturbing Bryan Kohberger's selfie taken hours after murders with Howard Bloom on panel.
Yep, I found it. All right, I'm gonna throw her link up here. For those of you that aren't familiar, she's been going at this for a minute, guys. She does pretty good too. So there's her link right there. Go check it out. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you have not. If you choose to, please and thank you. And there is my team doing their thing. Thank you very much, SRB. God, I love you guys. I swear to God. They think before I do, Eddie. You can't go wrong with this team. I'm telling you. This community, period. But
that's interesting information. Linda said it started from Drunk Turkey, then Megyn picked it up from Howard Bloom. That's interesting.
Yeah. It is quite interesting, actually.
So I think from the beginning, just from the beginning, we might just only need to listen to about 4 or 5 minutes. I'll say when.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me know the audio is okay too, please, and thank you.
Kelly, welcome to the Megyn Kelly Show. Oh, we've got some major updates in the Bryan Kohberger case out in Idaho and his upcoming trial, which is still set for this August. I mean, at one point it seemed so far away, didn't it? And now we're coming up on it. Information about this case had been coming out at a snail's pace. Oh my God, until now. I've been following the case and talking with Howard Bloom. You guys know him by this point, my team about it. And even I am just blown away by what just got released. In the last week, we learned more about how Kohberger may have obtained the knife prosecutors allege he used in the heinous act of killing 4 innocent college students in Moscow, Idaho. It happened in November 2022. It happened within a 12 to 17 minute period at 4 a.m. He was a teaching assistant and PhD student at the nearby Washington State and Washington University, and they were all students at Idaho. And he is alleged to have come to their home in the middle of the night, killed the 2 best friends, Madison Mogen and Kaylee Gonsalves, who were sleeping in a bed together, as female best friends often do, as well as Xana Kernodle and her boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, who were in a different room on the 2nd floor. The 2 girls on the 3rd, Xana and Ethan on the 2nd. And there were 2 other roommates in the house. Okay, 2 other roommates in the house. And
for those of you joining, thank you for joining, guys. We're just reviewing a couple things that she's saying here in regards to the case. We won't be here long. And I appreciate all of you joining us to join in this discussion today. Thank you.
We are learning so much more about them and what they did or did not do. I don't even know how to process it. All this as the prosecution releases a new photo of Bryan Kohberger hours after the quadruple murders. And it is the most chilling thing I have seen in years. I can't stop looking at it. We also now finally have the 911 call that was made from this house on 1122 King Street. That's the murder house, which for all this time they've been withholding from us. Why? We didn't understand. There's a lot in there, and nobody has been following this case closer than Howard Bloom. He's a journalist. He's the New York Times bestselling author of the book When the Night Comes Falling, a requiem for the Idaho student murders, and he's my guest today. Don't miss a moment. Subscribe to this show on YouTube and follow me on Insta, Facebook, and X. 4 years of crushing interest rates, runaway inflation, and I'm done with debt.
Don't know what.
What is the address of the emergency?
1122.
Hey, Dago. I apologize. Is there a way that you can scroll the red bar on the bottom of that video screen and then get it to the part where Howard Bloom is on the panel?
No, that's fine.
I didn't know there was so much prelude prior to the point.
Absolutely no problem. Here we go.
Get placed until almost noon the next morning, 11:55 a.m. And for all this time, they have not released the 911 call. It wasn't until this week we finally got to hear it. We believe, not totally confirmed, but we believe that the girl who made the call initially was Bethany Funk, one of the 2 roommates who survived. The other roommate is named Dylan Mortensen. She's the...
All right, guys, give me one quick moment. I got to do something here with this. Bear with me just a second here. Just a minute.
The one who saw an intruder, which they were trying to tell the 911 operator, who wasn't in the mood to talk about what happened the night before. But those are the 2 surviving roommates. So we believe that's Bethany Funk, who could barely get sentences out. And Howard, the remarkable thing, of course, is that they're talking about their roommate having been drunk and she isn't waking up. And just the one roommate, they're not, I am assuming that they had found Xana Kernodle, who was on the second floor with her boyfriend, Ethan, because they are not saying they only had 3 of the female roommates. So they're not saying 4 of our friends are dead. They're saying one girl's passed out and she was drunk last night. We think she's dead.
Right. It seems that they did not even go up to the 3rd floor. What's so, horrific, you just listen to that hyperventilation. It's so poignant what they went through. And the idea, first of all, that they did not make the call, as you pointed out, until about 8 hours after the crimes took place. And it's just been released that they were up that morning. One of the girls at 7:30, another at about 8:20, and there were other calls.
Can you pause? Okay. So how I found it is I came across it on Jules' community posts tab, and she must have like an excerpt of this clipped, and it's just a select portion somewhere in the middle of Megyn Kelly's entire show. So if you could, again, just keep where you're at, but just on the red bar, just scroll to the point where we can see the selfie. Maybe that's the better way to try to.
Yep. No, that's fine. The less I have to run it, the better it is. Yeah. All right, here. Hold on a minute again. Footage provided via the Megyn Kelly Show. Thank you again for that. Okay, hold on. Yeah, it's ways in here, Eddie.
So what we're looking for, maybe we're not going to be able to do it. And
I got it.
We'll give her one more college try. But if not, what we're looking for is Howard Bloom saying the fact that investigators did not find the shower curtain. So let's see if he says it for us here. We'll give it another go.
No worries.
Of Bryan Kohberger, it's a selfie that he took from his own phone the night of the murders, the morning after. Oh my God, look at it. The murders took place between 4 and 4:17 a.m. In the early morning hours of November 13th. This is from 11:30 a.m. This would have been 6 hours after he allegedly committed.
Well, that's a misrepresentation in itself anyway, isn't it? The time is different. I thought it was 10:23 a.m., but okay.
This is going to get us there. We're going to be on to it here in just a second.
Committed quadruple murder, which he denies. He looks bloodless. He looks like a vampire with no color whatsoever in his face. He looks gaunt, and he is giving the thumbs up sign. What in the hell is this, Howard?
What the defense is going to say, you look at him, he might look gaunt, he might look like a vampire, but you don't see any blood, and you don't see any blood in his bathtub behind him, and you don't see any blood on the shower curtain. They're going to say, if he is the murderer, where was the blood? And the prosecution at the same time introduced that photo to show his bushy eyebrows that Dylan Mortensen, when she made the identification of the intruder.
Let's put it back up there. I hadn't been looking at it for that purpose, but yes, it does show some bushy eyebrows. Keep going.
And that's what they're going to say. But also look at his knuckles. Do they seem sort of red? I don't know. I was trying to look at it closely, but other than it's looking like a really weird countenance, but there's no crime to be weird. You don't see any blood. You don't see any scratches on him. And again, that bathroom curtain in the background. When the police go to his apartment, when they have the search warrant after his arrest, there's no bathroom curtain there.
Okay, we're done.
Point to that.
Okay.
That is the source where everybody is running with that being the truth.
Okay.
Notice, Eliza Mathos is talking about a shower curtain in the hearing. She says the fact that they went, she said the missing shower curtain, right?
Yes.
Now.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
Regardless, whether it's true or not, there is, in fact, no shower curtain. It's meaningless to the case, except to insinuate guilt by the state. The shower curtain has no bearing whatsoever over anything. And the question is, did the state interject the shower curtain theory out there early on? Because whether or not it was Daniel or Jeff that first theorized it and spoke of it, it is likely not even them who gets credit for putting it out first. Rather, the ones behind the disinformation campaign that gave it to them.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Since the release of that selfie by the prosecutors on March 17th, 25, in the state's response to the defendant's motion in limine number 7, bushy eyebrows, the internet has been abuzz saying it's a fact that there was no shower curtain in his apartment, but there is nothing in the case record telling us that or proving it, that at least that I can find or find a receipt for.
No.
I found the receipt right here in the Megyn Kelly show that we just watched with Howard Bloom on panel.
Right.
Regardless whether there was or wasn't a shower curtain, we'll never ever know unless it can be proven like by an authentic body cam.
Well, and that's what I was going to bring up next, is we could pull up the warrant being served on Bryan's
apartment,
but there's audio of Don Daniels claiming it, but there's no video of it. The camera was off conveniently.
Yeah. What was she claiming?
That there was no shower curtain. I do believe, if I remember right. I think that
I did not know that.
I think I remember that. Hold on. Somebody said something in chat about it too. One moment, guys, here.
Because think of it this way. What you don't find in someone's house is meaningless. It's like, well, they also didn't find the lead pipe or the candlestick in his apartment as well.
Right.
So what is that? Oh, we didn't find the plunger for the toilet.
100%. What does it mean? Right.
What does it mean?
Give me one moment.
Yeah, if she says that, I've never heard. That would be interesting. That would be a first for me to...
Somebody in chat mentioned it, so I'm going to look. We're going to go right now and see if we can find it. That's what I said today, guys. Since we're not doing the hearing, we're going to have just a big old open discussion and a deep dive into what we're doing and look into what we can while we can as we're here together. So.
And while you're looking for that, I'm going to try to bring this to the point, is about the disinformation campaign and how dangerous it is. It has brought Miss Massoff to speak of it in the hearing. And what we believe and what we repeat as fact out here. Now, I'm not saying it is a fact whether or not there was or was not a shower curtain in his apartment, because I don't know. I'm still looking for that receipt. But it's funny that many, many are speaking it as a fact and the damage that it's doing. So if we are doing it and we're pretty sharp, can you imagine all the disinformation that's out there that the jury has in their head? See, with this disinformation campaign, it isn't what it is. It never is what it is. It's what it can be made to look like. They will charge him with murder. They don't even have a real case. And that doesn't matter, because it'll be 10 years of people thinking that he did this. What really took place never becomes the real story. The real story is a lone perpetrator, a boogeyman, did the crime. Anyone is going to see that something happened, but no one's going to be able to figure it out. Their objective is to make it so convoluted that anyone can have a theory, but no one will have the facts.
Very good point, sir. Okay, let's see. Final part, redacted body cam footage of search warrant, police release video. Let's see here. Let's see. New video, body cam. Full video. Bingo. Let me see if this is the right one. Hold on, everyone.
And Daigle, I know in the past maybe week or so, you and I have kind of explored this. We were looking at the warrant return receipts from the apartment, and we went through that, and we know that there's no shower curtain in that. But that, again, like you said, what does that mean? It means nothing.
Well, that's the thing, is the things that we expect in this case, guys, don't the things you would expect in a case if it's a normal case, don't expect any of that, because that's nothing about this has been normal. All right, so we have the full video. It's saying here, I forgot we even had some of this stuff. I have so much stuff saved. It's crazy. I need to go through it. But anyway, we're going to go through this piece by piece. We may find other things in here too. So anything you want me to stop on, Eddie, that sounds interesting, I'll stop. We'll review it, whatever. So again, thank you all for joining us, guys. There's 204 people in here, guys. Please, let's see if we can make the likes match so we can get this in the algorithm. Let's get this out there. Let's do this, and let's bring some truth out of this if we can.
Yeah. Police department search warrant. Come to the door.
Now this is right here in the beginning of it. What's up, Danger Zone? Good to see you, brother. They knew he was where he was when they did this. They were in touch with Moscow, Indiana State, all of them. So I don't understand what this they have to do this good for the body cameras, I guess. Had to have it on video. The timestamp on this, so everybody knows. If you can't read it because it's in blue, it's hard to see it. Is 12/30/2022. That's the day Bryan was arrested in Pennsylvania. Just to clarify, if anybody's taking notes, there you go.
Police department search warrant. Come to the door. Good. One more. Police department search warrant. Come to the door. Open the door and do an announcement.
That's a very strong statement, Beckles, and that's exactly what I want everybody to do. She says, as far as I'm concerned, I think that people really need to stop and think about what they're watching and really listen to what's being said. Please do. Hear everything and see everything, folks, and notice what's right and what's not.
Police department, show yourself. We have a search warrant for the building. Police department, show yourself. You're good, dude. Go back inside. Yep. No lights. No lights. Flashlights? Flashlights. Talbot, the bedroom door is locked. You want us to boot it? Yeah. You're at 302. You can clear the air.
You need anything? Your clipboard?
No, I'm good. Okay. He's got it. Thank you, guys. Huh? Just one locked door? Yeah. And we didn't boot it because the keys actually worked. What? Oh, sweet. Oh, even better. It's locked because there's only one option.
I'll talk later. Yeah. And I'm still,
Thanks, guys.
I'm still recording unless you don't want me to. I'm just gonna read the one.
See, those are the things that bug me right there, Eddie. Did you hear what she just said?
No.
I'm still recording. Here, listen to this again.
Oh, right.
These little things here that are being said in the background is what I'm wanting you guys to hear. I have the captions on too.
Well, there's a lot because there's only one on here. I'll talk later. Yeah. And I'm still, I'm still recording unless you don't want me to.
Stuff like that right there makes me go, what? Why are you saying that? I'll talk later. I'm on camera right now. I'm not going to say certain things, and I'm still recording unless you don't want me to. Like this, everything should be recorded through this whole thing, in my opinion. None of these things should ever happen. All right. So, and yes, Dan just said there's a Maori's comment coming up. So thank you, sir.
I'm just gonna read the one. Well, I'll go inside. Yeah. So we got Frank.
Biggest thing that they need to know what's the scope of this.
Do they want a copy of it?
Yeah, this is something you want to pick up.
Yep.
We're just going to do a quick walkthrough, see what we can see. Are there lights on in there?
There are some, yeah. We can turn them all on. So. You want a copy of the warrant just so you can read it?
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Hands in pockets, walk around.
Very sparse. Fancy computer. Yes.
The volume is turned all the way up. If you guys want to pick up anything extra in the background, please put your headphones on. You'll pick it up.
That I wasn't expecting. That's Maori's going to be all over that.
Fancy.
So he was told he could do a triage here, and then once he gets the package, he can't do anything until we get a warrant in Idaho for it.
Correct.
So he can triage it while we're still here.
Yeah. Yep. The technical specialist is authorized.
That I wasn't expecting. That's Maori's going to be all over that.
Fancy.
So he was told he could do a.
Okay, listen here. Listen here. One more time. Listen close, guys. And watch the bottom of the screen with what is said, if it shows it all.
Copy of it.
Yeah, this is something you want to pick up.
Yep.
We're just going to do a quick walkthrough, see what we can see. Are there lights on in there?
There are some, yeah. We can turn them all on. So. You want a copy of the warrant just so you can read it?
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Hands in pockets, walk around.
Very sparse. Fancy computer. Yes.
That I wasn't expecting. That's Maori's going to be all over.
Right there. Fancy computer. Very sparse. Fancy computer. Oh, they get excited. Oh, really? Maori's going to be all over that. These are, I'm not saying these things mean anything at this point, but they do, in my opinion. Just saying.
Fancy.
So he was told he could do a triage here, and then once he gets the package, we can't do anything until we get a warrant in Idaho for it.
Correct.
So he can triage it while we're still here.
Yeah. Yep. The technical specialist is authorized.
You can just digital for now.
This is just video camera. We always do a walkthrough with video and then pictures. So,
Missy Moo, it is the warrant that was served on to search Bryan's apartment the day he was arrested in Pennsylvania. This is in Pullman, at his apartment in Pullman, Washington. I'm sorry. Yeah, 100%, Dan. That's what I'm saying. If you guys listen, you can hear the tone change in their voice for different things, the attitude, the excitement or lack thereof for certain things. Okay. And it'll give you kind of a read on what their thoughts possibly could be and the situation at hand that's going on. And that's why it's important to listen to and look at everything. Dan says their tone and attitude and subtle stuff is unusual. And no, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very much so. This is why we have this constantly.
whenever you want to go in. So I'll just fall behind.
Now they cut that out. None of this should have been cut out. Everything should be being body cammed right now. Everything. And they did it. Certain things they turned off, certain things they left on. It's just a mess. Hold on a minute. How would you feel if this was Stephen Stern's apartment? The same way I feel now. They better do it the right way. They better leave the camera on. They better say the things that they're supposed to say. Good or bad, it doesn't matter. It's the law is the law. So
holy crap, it's long here.
Let you have that back, or else I will steal it.
And I get to do it again.
Appreciate your help.
Anytime.
Monday at 3:32.
Okay. Sounds good. I unfortunately get to work whenever they tell me to work.
I'm going to say this one time. I'm going to ask everybody to be respectful, polite. I'm not going to put up with any kind of insulting comments in regards to anything. There are people that were offended by some things yesterday, myself included, and that kind of stuff will not happen in here. There's one warning. This is it. End of story. The moderators know what they need to do if they need to do it, and it'll happen. It doesn't matter who you are or what the situation is. I'm saying that one time and one time only. End of story.
Too bad the weather couldn't cooperate a little bit more.
Well, at least it's melting-ish. The drive up today was not fun. There may have been a lot of expletives said. Yeah. So they'll do the standard steps now. They'll come in, they'll do all the photographs, and then they'll set up the 3D scanner. So.
Okay.
I don't want to do anything for it.
I'm going to turn off my camera because...
All right, Daddy, did you hear anything about shower curtain? Because I think they cut that.
I didn't.
They go to, this is what pisses me off right here. They get inside the apartment, and we see that on her body cam. Okay. That's Don Daniel's body cam that we're watching, by the way. So we get to the point where they go, hold on, right here. They're going in the apartment. Now watch where they cut to. Did everybody notice that the timestamp went dead and then comes back on right here. They go in the apartment, and then it cuts to
Talbot,
them being back in the hallway.
bedroom door's locked. He wants to boot it.
Yeah.
So no, it's not in here. It's not in here at all. They cut from entering the apartment, talking about the bedroom door, to she's back in the hallway now.
You're at 302. You can clear the air.
You need anything? Your clipboard?
No, I'm good. He's got it. Thank you, guys.
Alright, thanks, guys. Just the one locked door?
Huh?
Just the one locked door?
Yeah. And we didn't boot it because the keys actually worked. What?
Oh, sweet. Oh, even better.
It's locked because there's only one on
Later
here.
today, we're gonna.
I'll talk later. Yeah. And I'm still
Thanks, guys.
I'm still recording unless you don't want me to. I'm just gonna read the warrant. Well, I'll go inside.
Nothing. They cut that all completely out. And this is labeled as the full video. I've looked for others. I can't find anything else. So they cut all that. They cut the inside of the apartment search completely out. What do you think, Eddie?
Yeah, if that's the only body cam of that, then we still don't
No.
have the
That's
answer to the shower curtain.
No, we don't. We don't. And that's where it was supposedly said. And if it was there before, they took it down. They took it out. They cut it. Like I said, this is ridiculous. Why are you wearing a body cam if you're going to cut everything that you're doing out of it? I don't trust that at all. That's shady as hell. Sorry. I don't think. Hold on. Let me check one more thing and see if it. Let me see if it shows anything. All right, I doubt it's here, but we'll see what we got here. Okay, so this is first, and this is in here too. The listing of what was in his apartment: one nitrate type black glove, Walmart receipt with a Dickies tag, Marshall's receipt, dust container from Abyssal Force vacuum. This is interesting to me as well. All seized and currently stored at WSU PD. 8 possible hair strands. See, and this again, it's convenient to me that these specific things showed up on here. I gotta wonder, since we didn't get to see the inside of the apartment search, you know what I'm saying, Eddie?
Yeah.
How convenient. Once again, this is what bugs me. This is why another reason why I wanted to look at this. How did they get the DNA? Eddie, I'm going to ask you, since you're up here with me, how did they get the DNA from the knife sheath and test it and find out what it was? How'd they do that again? I mean, when they sent it, what did they send to the lab?
They sent, yeah, and I have notes on that. They sent Q1.1 sample
on a buccal swab, correct?
Let's go to the source, or at least, refer to.
Yeah. I was just stating
I have notes on it. I'll just have to turn to that page.
No worries. My understanding, I'll just say it real quick and then he'll find it, I'm sure, that my understanding is that they sent a buccal swab to the lab.
Raw data. Let's refer to it as raw data or the DNA extract. And those we could find on like page 54 or 49 of the closed portion of the hearing transcript.
Got you. Okay. So that's how, and we'll go to that if we need to here in a second, but that's how they got their DNA sample that was Bryan Kohberger's off the sheath.
Yeah, I think the point being, and we could all agree on it without having to refer, to the transcript, we just all agree that they didn't drive the sheath there. They drove the raw data
that they supposedly sent off the day. Now, mind you guys, remember, Bryan was arrested the same day they served the warrant on his apartment and pulled all these things out of it. Okay. And that's shady to me because of the way that they received
a sample or the raw data.
Yes. Thank you. If you guys see where I'm going with this, it's a problem for me. Okay. And we see the collection of things that were tested, that were taken from the apartment conveniently. I don't trust any of this at this point. I don't trust anything anymore with this. Okay. So there again, how easy would it have been? And I hate thinking these things, but anymore, I don't have a choice to take a buccal swab into this man's apartment and go put it in a bag and send it off. That's why I don't trust this anymore. So there's that. And as we see here, one airtight black glove, Walmart receipt with Diggy's tag, Marshall's receipt, container from Abyssal Force vacuum cleaner, 8 possible hair strands, the fire stick with cord and plug, animal hair strand, possible, 1 possible hair, 1, 2, 3, 4 hairs, possibly, a computer tower. That's the very expensive poofy computer they're talking about. Dark red spot collected without testing. Convenient. They collected it but didn't test it. 2 cuttings from an uncased pillow of a reddish brown stain, larger stain tested. 2 top and bottom mattress covers packaged separately, both labeled C. Multiple stains, 1 test. Okay. It's interesting. I'll just say that. And I don't believe they have the video here. Let me check it to make sure. I want to see if there is and if it shows. Oh, that's interesting. The King Road residence contained a significant amount of blood from the victims, including spatter and cast-off blood stain pattern resulting from blood drops released from an object due to its motion, which is based on my training, makes it likely that this evidence was transferred to Kohberger's person, clothing, or shoes. Well, we know that didn't happen, so that's okay. All right, on we go. I'm not seeing the video, so it's probably not in here because, again, mainstream media only shows what they're told to show, and that just wouldn't fit the narrative, guys. So there's that. Okay.
Yeah. So we're pretty much talking about a psyop here. You know, the government has a way, and they do, and they have in the past, and they continue to do this, creating a problem or a situation, a dilemma. They create a narrative and they fund the mainstream media through sly, untraceable ways, who will then tell the story to back it up. It's all a psyop. Now, they're doing this to Bryan Kohberger, and it is your hard-earned tax dollars that are convicting him. How does that make you feel?
True. That is true.
You are funding it, all of us.
Just as much as how we fund people on death row that have killed our loved ones and keep them alive for 40 years. Anyway, the real good feeling, folks.
Bryan Kohberger was never a suspect, but rather a target.
That's what it's turning out to look like at this point, everybody. If you can't see it, I mean, it sure as hell seems like it to me. Motive, I have no idea. I can't give you an answer on that. It makes no sense. That never has made sense. That was one of the things that had me stuck for so long, is because I couldn't figure out what motive would anybody have to do this.
So, you know, the fact that we know that they never looked into the others' DNAs, it proves that the cops never tried to find out who did it. And the reason is because they already knew who did it. The alternate perpetrators, we heard in this hearing them discussing that topic about alternate perpetrators. And Judge Hippler made it clear that they have to have like concrete facts. They just can't. I think what did he say? This would be another timestamp that'd be interesting to seek out. But shotgun, did he use the word? You can't just shotgun it out there and see if
and
it
just shotgun
works.
it, right? That's right.
It's almost like challenging. Like he has this. He's been given this reassurance to know that there is no way that they can be discovered, and it was almost like setting forth a challenge. Like, I know you can't prove who did it, so this ought to be interesting to hear your response in this alternate perpetrator conspiracy theory of yours, right? Because you know that the state took all precautions to ensure that there's no way anyone looking into this crime can figure out who did it. Now, let's hope that the defense has, through their investigative team, been able to maybe by a method that the state didn't anticipate or whatever, been able to figure this out. That's like
well,
Brian's only hope.
Yes, in a sense. And let me read something to you that our awesome Miss Alicia put together, and you'll find this interesting as well. And you probably already get this, Eddie, but no, I didn't see that, Leslie. I'll have to look into it though. But let me read something off to you guys here, just real quick in the midst of this. Since we're not running a hearing today, I can just throw it out now. Okay, it's really interesting to me. There's not a way to do it his way, so I'm just going to read it out loud. It'd be the easiest way to do it, in my opinion. So, oh shoot, sorry guys, 1 second. Where are we at? Where did it go? Is it okay? So we all know, we heard yesterday, and we've heard many a times about the terabytes. Okay, and this is I'm going to explain to you why I'm explaining this to you now. That they had over 50 plus some odd terabytes of information to go through. Is that right, Eddie?
Sounds about right.
Mm-hmm. A terabyte is a unit of digital storage that is roughly equivalent to 1 trillion bytes or 1,000 gigabytes, which can hold a massive amount of data. 500 hours plus of movies, 310,000 photos, 17,000 hours of music, so on and so forth. Just to give you kind of an idea as to what that is, how much that is. We heard her say yesterday that she had an expert look into this and said that it would take up to 3 years to go through this all, right? This was handed over to them piece by piece by piece by piece in a disastrous mess, okay? How many times did she ask for discovery? 20 plus times. We know that as of yesterday. So here's a breakdown of what I want you guys to understand of a terabyte in real life terms here, okay? Data storage capacity. A 1 terabyte is 1,000 gigabytes. 1 terabyte equals 1 trillion bytes. As we said, 1 terabyte equals 1,000 or 1,099,511, or I'm sorry, Jesus, I read that wrong. 1,099,511,600, and I'm still wrong. Anyway, I need to put my glasses on. 1 trillion. There we go. 1,099,511,627,776 bytes, folks. And that's using binary units, by the way. A terabyte, once again, is 1,048,576 megabytes, which equals 500 hours of movies, 310,000 photographs, 17,000 hours of music and documents, approximately 85,899,345 pages of Word documents, folks. In a book reference, it would be 132,150,650 page books. Also, 728,177 floppy disks, 1,498 CD-ROM disks, 212 DVD disks, or 40 single-layer Blu-ray disks, whatever you use. The library would be 10 terabytes. is roughly equivalent to the entire printed collection of the U.S. Library of Congress, folks, which is massive if you've ever seen it. Okay. Let me see. Now, knowing that that's what they have to go through in the defense. Okay. Hold on a minute. Sorry about that. So that's a lot, you guys. That is beyond a lot. Okay. So stating the fact that it would take her 3 years to go through this, I feel like it could have been organized. It could have been put together a lot better than it was. It wasn't. And I feel like that was done on purpose because they know that she's not going to be able to get through that in a period of time that is going to fit within this for this trial. We have the trial coming in August. Okay. That's 4 months away. 3 years to go through this data as compared to 3 months. How is that possible? And you know they're not going to allot them any more time. They're not going to drag the trial out any further, which we don't want either. So how is she supposed to bring a good defense and give him a fair trial and make it through all this data, which probably includes, as we heard yesterday, another suspect possibly, 2 other suspects possibly with 2 weapons? I'm just saying. Go ahead, Eddie. I hear you're getting ready to say something. It's okay.
It seems like he is trying to give this impression that he's not sensible to it. He doesn't understand like what her plight is. You know, what's the problem here?
He knows.
I know.
You know he knows. Right.
It's funny that you're bringing this up because during that discussion yesterday in the hearing, I think it was like they were talking about sanctions or whatever, and she was talking about the way discovery was coming in, and we already covered this, but the defense filed an exhibit way back in 2023, and we learned during the 27th of June hearing that a day prior to the hearing, the defense filed this exhibit showing how the discovery was coming in to the court.
Right.
I don't see it in the record right now. I don't know if anyone has ever seen it. I don't recall ever looking at that and going over it in the past, but
I don't either.
Regardless, it's on the record, her stating it anyway in the hearing that was done. And I'm sure if it's a sealed exhibit, I'm sure that the court is aware.
Right. Give me 1 second, Eddie, real quick. Thank you, Missy Moose, so much for the 5 memberships gifted. Again, to the Cafe members, Miss K was gifted. Pieces Needed was gifted. To Making It Count was gifted. And Marky Mark, without the Funky Bunch, was gifted. Also, Lady Bob. Missy, thank you so much for that, dear. I appreciate that so very much. God bless. We have 17 new members as of today so far in the sauce. 17 new meatballs. 17 new amazing people from this community. And Missy, that is so very generous, and God bless. We appreciate you so very much. Welcome all you new meatballs to the sauce and all you new members. That is amazing. Congratulations, guys. Go ahead, Eddie. I'm sorry, bud.
Also, I made a note, and we haven't talked about this yet, but the judge, he said something about, he suggested, why don't you just get 5 or 6 paralegals to help you out on your case, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Remember how in the past I've always said I have this notion, of course I can't prove it, but I just know what's going on, that the state has any resource, and they have, I call it this army of like federal attorneys or whatever, these experts that are great at helping with the write-up of in the language of all these orders and whatever.
Right.
Is that being done? I firmly believe it, but this is almost proof that it is going on, because like, how can you go to your adversary, so to speak, and say, hey, you guys, here's 5 or 6 more paralegals for your team, right? You don't offer that, and then you offer it because it's already happening over there to that team, right? Notice he didn't follow it up with, well, and to be fair, if you do it, we're going to have to give the state their 5 or 6 too.
Well,
notice
yeah,
that?
yeah, you're right. I agree. And that's the thing, guys. This is run by the state. The defense is run by the state. Okay. It's a oh Jesus, Eddie, what do they call the attorney?
Prosecutor?
No, the defense team. They're paid by the state. What the hell are they called? I lost my train of thought there for a minute.
Court appointed attorney.
Court appointed attorneys. There's a name, but yeah. Anyway, they're paid for by the state. In turn, they have public defender. Thank you, Mittens. They have the ability to hand over who they need to get this case on the road. Okay, to get the trial on the road, to get things. They don't do that. They do not do that. Why is that? If this is an important case to the community, to the state, to the world, to the United States per se. But again, and this is the defender, public defender is the public defender paid for by the state. Why couldn't they pull in some, paralegals or whatever to help with this, to get through all this stuff? They don't do it because that would help, and they would be able to get through that, in my opinion. And I feel like that's not helping the state, the prosecution. That's not going to help them. They should be helping both sides as much as they can, but they don't. Okay, to bring a fair trial for this man, and they're not. That alone in itself is not giving him a fair trial. That's what's going to detract from giving him a fair trial, is not being able to go through the evidence that is handed. And they're handing more off to her. Even today, she said, I believe, didn't she, Eddie, that she was picking more up today if she could get with the prosecution?
Yeah, there's always more discovery coming in.
Always. It's nonstop, you guys. And on top of what she's already got that she can't make it through. So you're going to tell me that they're going to get through all of this discovery, all of this digital evidence before August? And because every bit of that, in my opinion, every bit of that is important to this case, because you don't know. There could be one bit of camera footage or something that shows something of super importance, but if she doesn't get to see it, it's not going to be put out there. You see what I'm saying? They could do everything in their power to help because they are state funded, and they're not doing it. And once again, if you ask me, it's being done on purpose. That's all I'm saying. That's not a conspiracy, folks. That's what I'm seeing with my own eyes.
So
again, I didn't mean to interrupt you, bud.
Hearing it was, I think it was maybe August 18th, 2023. Pretty sure that's the date. Well, it's judge saying it's in the same hearing where Bill Thompson, he said, they've asked for DNA workups on other people to the extent that they don't have them. They weren't done. We can't provide something that doesn't exist. That same hearing, Judge told the defense, you're not able to get what they don't have.
Yes, he did.
Something to that effect. I'm paraphrasing, but
that was the same hearing, I believe, that Ann Taylor came out and told the world that there was nothing found on Bryan Kohberger as far as DNA.
Yeah, I think like the afternoon hearings, we heard Steve Mercer, Leah Larkin, Becca Barlow, and Gabriela Vargas.
Vargas, yes.
Yeah.
One moment here.
So, under those rules, it's like this investigation, the phone interrogation. Rather, this phone interrogation by Moscow Police Department that the defense knows exists, but the state claims it doesn't exist. And because of that, we'll never know the truth. It'll never be an exhibit at court, and they'll never speak of it again.
I will say I gotta agree with you. I think this is it, Eddie. Let's see here. Yeah, this is it, because I remember And this isn't weird, you guys. I remember Ann wearing that brown suit when she made those statements. So,
That could be it. Yeah.
let me see. We're about.
You just got to fast forward to the part where Santa's. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Bill Thompson is standing and speaking.
Let's see if this might be it here.
We provide everything. There's one outstanding lab report that relates to the forensic examination by the lab personnel of the crime scene itself. We'll be receiving today. That's the only outstanding lab report. Everything else, along with all the notes, is what there is, and it's been provided to the defense. And if they're hoping that there's something else there, it's not there.
Taylor?
Well, Your Honor, it's part of our third motion to compel. It's still something that we don't have. We also don't have the unexpected corrective actions, unexpected results from the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab for the 6 months before and the 6 months after November 13th, 2022. We did get some, but it's a narrow scope, and we asked for the full year, 6 months before and 6 months after. That's also in our motion.
I understand your responsibility is to turn over every rock, but you can't get things that don't exist as well. So,
Boom, right there.
Some
Said it.
level of
You can't get things that don't exist.
And Bill says the same things. I can't give it to him if we don't have it.
Wow, you did a great job, just like
Yeah,
getting that excerpt and zeroing it in. Just you hit right in the
I'm
bullseye.
I'm
Wow.
getting better at these things. I haven't done it so much lately, but
Yeah,
thank
that's
you.
August 18th, 2023.
Yeah. Except, wait a minute. Dan says, "Let your leisure." Except wanted to share something. No, absolutely, Dan. Please bring it on. You're welcome to join us up here too, Dan, if you would like to. You don't have to show your face, but yeah, I'm getting better at these things, guys. I've been doing it so much lately, it's crazy. Whatever you want to share, Dan, anytime, brother. But yeah, so that was said back then, as Eddie pointed out, 100%.
Yeah.
And it was known back then. Okay, why don't they have it?
Yeah, and again, the point being is if the state decides they're not going to turn it over, then therefore it falls under the category of it doesn't exist. And when they're working in tandem, like during this hearing, I believe that Ann said, I don't think it's the state withholding evidence. So this partnership, right? It's this like hiding behind the curtain type of effect. So if the state doesn't get it from the feds, well, then they can resort to that argument. We don't have it. Well,
And that's basically
they're all one and the same.
Yeah, that's basically how it was put out to everybody, guys. How we were made to understand it, that it's not the state that's doing it. It's the FBI is not handing it over to the state, therefore in turn to hand over to them. Whatever.
It's gamesmanship. It is a tactic.
I can agree. It was done on purpose in a lot of ways. Yes, agreed. Eddie, give me one moment. I have to let my dog out real fast. If you want to continue talking or just sit, whatever you want to do, I'll be right back.
Okay, I think we can just, finalize that point by pointing out during the hearing in January 23rd and 24th, they spent a lot of time establishing the fact that FBI and MPD were co-located. They wanted to ensure that we all understand that it's a group effort. Court time is precious, and you don't want to ramble on or waste time using and making pointless discussion points. You want to get at your point and establish it concisely, right? Both days, they spent a good amount of time pointing that fact out, that it's a group effort. and they're co-located, and they're one and the same. So hiding behind, that the prosecutors can't turn it over because they don't have it is kind of an insincere argument. They don't have it because that's part of the game plan. Can't prove it. I can't prove it and can't prove it. But it's a truth.
All right, sorry about that. All right.
They're trying to play both sides of the ball, distancing themselves from anything nefarious and illegal and benefiting from all the productivity of working with the federal agency.
Good point. Okay. All right. Thank you, Leslie and Billy. I received your email. Yeah, that's a good point, Eddie, for sure. Where are you at, Dan? Miss Nellie B, good to see you, dear. Is there something in it? Were you going to email me, Dan? Did you want to join me or join us? Or Mama Bear is going to be here soon. Thank the Lord. I always love when she's here. What's up, Dan? How did you want me to do it? Or how did you want to do it? Sorry. It is very, very frustrating. Very, very frustrating. In the perfect world, folks. Well, Nellie says that she did some digging in the AT&T hold timing advance for 90 days. What year was it based on, Nellie? I know they changed it up at certain years, but that's interesting. Very interesting. Grateful to have you here and awesome to hear that because it's more proof. Oh, it's coming email wise. Okay, good deal. Jilly Bean, welcome. Clifton Mayo, anybody else that has jumped in since, welcome. Colleen, always a pleasure to see you all. Thank you so much, Chief, for everybody for being here. Go ahead, Eddie, if I didn't mean to interrupt you if I did.
That's right. I just had a thought. Would it be very interesting? Would you all like to find that timestamp of when Miss Massoff talks about the neurological discussion and then the judge throws in this undermining comment, the derogatory type of dig at YouTube, scrutinizing him, like gaslighting, like we're the ones that scrutinize him, not mainstream media type of,
yeah,
I think it would be worth revisiting. So what I'll do, I'm sure others want to jump up. I'm going to jump down so I can, put my entire focus finding that quickly and then jump back up. But meantime, like whoever.
Yeah. Do you want anything else out of this hearing here or?
No, I think we got the, the
other
best
than
part of
what
that.
I would like to replay though, real quick, guys, is something as the main statement that Ann Taylor made here. So let me find that real fast and then we're going to go there.
So I'll disappear and then be back.
Yeah, no problem, buddy. No problem. Thank you again. Bear with me, guys. I'm going to find this. I may not be as fast because I can't remember when, but hold on.
It's there. It's not there.
Taylor?
Well, Your Honor, it's part of our third motion to compel. It's
Have your other experts excluded from the court.
where would the court like them to go? This is a media intensive environment, and I don't want them to be bothered by the media.
Can't be directly compared, but there are techniques that can evaluate if it is a whole genomic profile of the SNP testing. What's important to know from a defense perspective in terms of trial work and potential areas of cross-examination The government's going to be introducing a statistic. All right. So if I'm understanding, not provided to you, but that has.
Well, that's interesting. I'm pretty sure that that was cut out. It's not, sorry, it's not there now. How about that? Once again, taking it out of mainstream so that you don't see them say that there was absolutely zero DNA or anything whatsoever found from the victims on Bryan Kohberger. That's gone. I can't find it now. That's amazing to me. Absolutely amazing. I guess I'm not surprised. All right, guys, back to where I'm pulling up my stream from yesterday again, and Eddie's going to find that and pop back up here. And it was a very damning and very amazing statement. Multiple statements made by Alyssa Massoff. And what a treat we got. The bear's in the house. Welcome, Mama Bear.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I am great. My coffee
I take it there was no other.
No, nothing. Or somebody popped in and said that it was probably initially scheduled, and then I think they rescheduled it for the 16th at this point, which makes sense. They're just, it's rules of evidence, probably not as inconvenient or as convenient or not. Jesus, convenient. Listen to me. As important as what yesterday's hearings were.
Gotcha.
So they probably were tired and burnt from yesterday. And I know Anne stated that she had to go pick up more discovery today. Surprise. And you know what I mean? So they probably just rescheduled it for that point. Yes,
that makes sense.
Mama Bear with the fancy hair. Yeah. Santa did say that yesterday. They have evidence of him at the house. I want to see it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm telling you guys, if they provide something of some form of evidence that proves that Bryan was at that house, let's go. I said I'm ready. I'm about justice and truth, folks, not about Bryan Kohberger. If he did it and they prove it, that's all it said. That's all there is. If it's real, it's got to be real. The sergeant's in the house. Good to see you, brother. Okay, where are we at here? Oh, I'm looking. Dan was sending something over he wanted to share. Bingo. Oh, okay. Gotcha, bro. Absolutely. And I think that's probably Eddie. No, that's you. Hi. Back over. Thank you. Yeah, Dan, no worries, brother. If I can get it in here. I don't see it in here, bud. I'll get it. No. We'll get it together. Welcome, Saj.
Hey, how much did I miss? A lot of info after I had left?
No, not really. Just him being an ass. They did make some really strong statements at the end, which we're going to review here shortly. As soon as Eddie finds the timestamp. The little short dark
Eddie's around. What up, Eddie?
He's jumping back. He jumped down to find it, and he'll jump back up here. But yeah,
he's the internet filing cabinet.
He's amazing. He
like,
really is.
AI level 4.
Yeah, anything you need or want, he will find it within seconds. So she made a statement in regards to 2 statements, actually, that were very strong and powerful statements, and really, in my opinion, kind of got inside his head, regardless of what his thoughts or his feelings are at this point, made him start thinking. You could tell because she's right. It was
what she said.
She approached the ASD, the autism spectrum disorder, and the dyspraxia, and she was right. Everything she pointed out was absolute fact. Okay, the man was born with this at a young age, went through his whole life. All this, it's not something that was invented and created. There's documentation and proof of it.
Well, that doctor's appointment 2 days after the murders may even be connected to that.
100%. That's exactly what my thought was the other day, Sarge. So it's something he's been going through his whole life, and it points to proof and possible proof that those are the reasons why the man could not have committed the crime, because of these things. So, yeah, that was a straw, and we're going to review the statements. You'll get something out of that, Sarge. I'll tell you right now.
So why did Hitler get all stressed out?
Well, that he didn't get stressed. He quieted down and he kind of sat there, and I was like, she's in his head now with that. And he said, we'll put it under review, like he says with everything. Now, the thing he got stressed out about, Sarge, is when they approached the affidavit written by what's his name? Tyree, yeah. And he got pissed. You could see he got pissed, making statements and this and that about how strong of a statement that was, and that could get somebody disbarred, so on and so forth, blah, blah, blah. And said that he just ignored the whole 7-day thing, but he didn't.
7 day.
Yeah, that AT&T supposedly doesn't have that stuff after 7 days, and that was the big deal about it, and that Tyree ignored it. It doesn't exist, Sarge. It's bullshit. And the FBI can get whatever they want, whenever they want, however they want, and you know that. So the 7-day grace period that you have to have it by, or it doesn't exist, is bullshit. Sorry. They can get anything they need to when they want. That's their excuse for not being able to get it at that time. So they basically...
What is he claiming? That the government, the state didn't have advanced timing records?
They tried to say... They went and said that AT&T, the GLDC, which is that unit that covers that kind of stuff, that department, didn't exist or whatever.
Correct.
They went around that. They didn't even use that, Sarge. They went and used a completely different entity, and they have his name in the document. So it has nothing to do with the GLDC and the 7-day period of time. It's something completely different. And that's all that he could stick with, was the 7-day thing, which tells me that they're right. So,
So here's what I interpreted from Tyree, was that there were records available. They even disclosed some of them, and they're arguing that those records are not valid, that you can only use the GLDC. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah. Yes. And it's completely Boyd Jackson. That's it. Thank you.
Well, why would the GLDC record be any different than the original record?
Well, it's not. The thing is there were other ways to obtain the information, is what they pointed out, that was never talked about. And that's what they did to do it. She claims she didn't. Bullshit. And Nellie went looking for that stuff too and digging on it. She says that the FBI Timing Analysis Guide 2019 says that AT&T Nellos holds this data for 90 days. Probably better now. 7 days is bullshit. There you go. Right. So...
Well, there's warrants requesting it too. So they did supply information with the affidavit that says that type of document was obviously available because they sought it. If they sought it and it wasn't unavailable, you need to produce evidence and a receipt that AT&T could not comply with the request because we do not save that data.
Right.
You see?
Yeah.
And now they would have to come forward and say GLDC was stood up so that we could do that, and that didn't. So in other words, there needs to be a sound argument from the prosecution as to why those records weren't turned over. And if they were turned over, you need to now explain why they're not relevant. Like everything else these people did in the beginning that isn't relevant.
That's it. And he said that basically in that document, what he's stating is that he has proof. They went around the GLDC and used the other option to receive that data.
There was no GLDC to go around.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. They didn't use that. That was not a part of it. They didn't. They used another method. They used that gentleman, Boyd Jackson, who obtains it. They have his information, the statements, all that other shit for it. That's where they received it. And she's denying that they had it, but they know they had it because they had to have that to have the other information they had to go through. You see what I'm saying? And then that's where
you can't get to the highway without traveling down these two roads. It's like you're all of a sudden you're on the highway at exit 2.
Yep.
Well, there's only 2 ways to get to exit 2. You had to be on one of these roads.
Bingo. Welcome back, Eddie.
This will be an interesting argument. He's going to have to take that into chambers and then hash that out, and he's probably going to have conversations with the lawyers.
Oh, 100%. Well, he was pissed yesterday because of the statement, and then he's saying that, well, he's got to show some proof of this, that, and everything else. But at the same time, they're not allowing the man to test it. She offered up. He'll testify to it, and he goes around it, and he avoids it. So,
well, that's not proof.
Well, he's got the stuff that he needs, basically.
Proof his testifying to it would be hearsay. Documentation that the documents could have or did exist is what they need to show.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, sorry, but that's what I meant. Welcome, Jamie Peace. And welcome back, Eddie, if you didn't hear me, bud.
I heard you.
Oh, Eddie,
so yeah.
Stuff. I'll
Hey,
shut
Sarge.
up.
You're good.
No, I'm not. I can wait. I got the timestamp. We can discuss that at any time. You guys.
No. You guys had a flow going. I interrupted you, honestly.
No, you're all right. I wanted
to
show you this anyway, Sarge. So what was the timestamp, bud?
So on your video, it'd be 4 hours, 20 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Shit, I did it again. I was right there. One moment. Mama bear. I'm going to get a job doing this stuff, you guys. Kidding. All right. Yep, there he is. With his arms crossed. Mr. Tough Guy. You gotta love this guy. Jesus.
His parent. That is exactly what jurors are doing. They're judging the evidence. They are staring at the accused. They're looking for an accused to be remorseful and emotional at evidence that makes everybody else feel bad. And he is not capable of doing that through no fault of his own. And there is, I just explained to you that there are studies that have been done and there's case law on this, that it's important that the jury be informed.
There's also a case law that says none of what happens except in the testimony is relevant. So how do I square those two things?
Because
I give the jury an instruction that specifically says, don't judge this case based on anything except that you hear on that witness stand. And then if I do this, what you're asking me to do, I'm basically telling them, but that's okay.
Well, the state's asking you to give a jury instruction that says that. We're asking you to let us put
the standard
testimony on.
instruction is that the jury may not consider as evidence anything other than the testimony and exhibits admitted in the trial.
Judge, I just quoted cases to you where we don't get to live in a state of denial, right? We can pretend, but that's not what exists in society. So we don't get to live in a state of denial.
Is my concern.
God, this guy pisses me off how he interrupts people constantly. But anyway.
Pardon?
I have to live in a state with what the current state of the law is
and
in Idaho.
Well, I just gave you examples.
You gave me no Idaho cases.
But Judge, you can have the courage to be the first one to set it right here then, because autism spectrum disorder is very real in our society. 1 in 59 people have it, 4 times more common in males.
I'm not in any way trying to downplay the those that may be diagnosed on the spectrum. I'm trying to figure out how do I do this where I have set a legal precedent that I'm supposed to follow that says the jury may not consider as evidence anything other than the testimony at the witness stand. They can't consider, they're not supposed to consider the demeanor of the witness. Now, I will say, having seen Mr. Kohberger over numerous days now, I haven't seen anything unusual in terms of his demeanor. But, I'm not, scrutinizing him on YouTube the way maybe others are. But I understand your concern, and I'm not trying to downplay it. I'm just trying to understand how I get there in light of the legal requirements that I'm supposed to tell the jury, don't consider any of that. Maybe the way is to say, the way the parties appear, what happens at counsel table is not evidence. You shouldn't be concerned about it, and it should play no role in your decision. Would that do it?
Judge, the proper way to do this is through testimony. I just went through a litany of cases where that's what the courts have said in other states is the way to handle it.
I don't think those cases were those cited to it.
They're not Idaho cases, no. But
that's the whole point, though. They don't need to be Idaho cases. Autism exists in other places besides Idaho, folks. So
She can actually cover this in an opening statement, however.
Oh, yeah.
And then provide testimony to support Bryan's clinical condition.
Oh, absolutely. And it's going to be a great one too, but there's more. I promise there's more.
Then it's
Sorry. It's from yesterday, guys. It's from yesterday.
an issue of first impression here, right? And so you get to make the decision and you can get it right. You can allow the testimony, right? I mean, if it's an issue of first impression and you're looking for guidance around the United States, then do what other states are doing. That's the solution, not a jury instruction.
I'll take the matter under advisement. The council cited cases that weren't cited in the briefing, so I'll need to look at those.
He's going to fold.
After hearing that, I'm telling you, she got in his head. You could kind of feel him deviate down a bit from where he was up on that. You know what I mean?
Well, this also connects to having his family in the courtroom, and that family in the courtroom is again the first impression. And so I think he'll fold on this matter after he consults his fucking bald head. Excuse my language, ladies. But I think that's what we'll see. I hope.
If he doesn't want to be called out, he's gonna, he's gonna do something. In my opinion. Welcome, Miss Girl.
I challenge you, Sergeant. He's not. If you by fold, if you mean he's going to side with the defense, then I would challenge that.
Well, the defense can enter with it. Can the defense not enter this in an opening statement and/or bring witnesses into trial to testify to Bryan Kohberger?
Yeah, they can do what they want.
And/or his. So, no matter how he rules, this will still. Unfortunately, she's asking him to do it right from the jump, so people don't get a preconception of who they're viewing and what he's like. So I think that with the other case law that she supported, the trend is to give this instruction in the beginning, and he does try to find middle ground. At least when I was watching it yesterday, whether we like the middle ground he picks or not, he does seem to be threading those needles.
Right.
And I think this may be an issue that he's, again, it goes to the point: if his parents, his mom and dad aren't in the courtroom, it looks bad for the defendant. Especially if they're alive, right? I mean,
yeah. And everybody, like I said, everybody has different views on this as we see it. So yes, 100%. And I've seen it, like I said, Eddie sees it one way. I've seen, and you've seen it in another different variation. The man still, in my opinion, Sarge, I feel that he, in his mind, has his mind made up. He still has to follow law. He still has to follow procedure, regardless of what that is, and make it look good. If he doesn't.
Have any of you ever watched Supreme Court hearings?
I have, yeah.
Have you, Eddie?
No, I have not.
Okay. What you'll often find is, just so people realize, this is obviously an adversarial contest, right?
Yeah.
And what you'll often find are judges that you think side one way or another, being harder to one side than the other.
Yeah.
And in fact, they're not doing it because they're projecting what they believe. They're doing it to ensure that the people presenting this information are presenting it properly within the codes, within the laws, and that the argument is sound so that he can make a decision. So you'll see, say, a really liberal like Ruth Bader Ginsburg was in a hearing before she passed, and the questions that she was asking the presenters, which was, forget the topic, we'll call it rocks over water. And the rocks were the ones that were, of her political viewpoints. And the questions she was asking them seemed as if she was going to rule for them. However, in the final determination, she sided with the conservatives on the panel. And when she gave her reasons, they were sound and totally not, you would never have guessed that this woman would have done that. But judges will often do this.
That's
and they'll
where
they'll get they'll get the defense or they'll get the prosecution, whichever side, and they'll be very hard on them.
That's what I was referring to yesterday when I made the statements. Exactly, Sarge. That's how I see it per se right now.
So my challenge to you is when you say well, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I don't quite recall it, but something like he'll rule favorably. He'll give way. What did you say exactly? To make sure I have it right.
I said I'm suspected he'll fold on this argument. In other words, he'll take that argument and he'll either come to a middle road with it, or he'll put that in the instructions.
Yeah, you seem to maintain the thought that he tries to rule fairly as much as possible. Do I have that right?
He tries to, yeah, within the bounds of the law.
Okay. So what I do is, we're speaking just about him and what we know of him so far on this case. So when I look at his order, just in January 23rd and 24th, we had the Franks hearings, and then he ruled on that about a month, 6 weeks, whatever later. So on his order on defendant's motions for Frank's hearing, motion to suppress AT&T, Apple, Amazon, Google, the arrest warrants, on all of his orders, do you feel that that's what he's done? Were you satisfied with his rulings?
Yeah, for the better part of the rulings, I am. I think what happens is it's got to be within the bounds of the law, not within the bounds of what we believe or feel, or those 2 points exactly, believe or feel. So the law,
because he shot it all down.
Right, because now just what people don't also consider is that Judge made rulings and let all this stuff go through for all of that time. So he's taken a case where precedent has been set and opinions have already been established in the record. It's not his job to overturn Judge. So in other words, what people are missing is that this is, even though it's a different judge, it's a continuing process of the same case, and different decisions that were made prior. I think the unsealing was unique to him, but that was inevitable anyways. In other words, Judge did allow all these documents to be sealed. He unsealed them, but that isn't in contradiction to the ruling of Judge.
No, he just did it because he was tired of the bullshit.
So what I'm saying is, try to look at it from what the law states. Should this be something he does because there's a law to support what they're asking? And he keeps saying there's no Idaho case to support that. And they're asking him to set precedent in Idaho. And that's where now he's going to have to come down the middle somewhere on this.
Yeah, he's going to have to make it look right or look good at least. And listen, guys, there's an
Well, I have no doubt they're going to be able to, he's going to be able to have a written order that sounds legit. And again, I keep in my mind seeing this army of federal attorneys that are good at being able to do so, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what's going on? I don't know, but so prepare that all of these are going to get shot down. The majority of them, anyway.
Majority of what?
These limines in order.
No, he's granted most of them up until the time I left. That he was in.
You don't know if he's granted any of them.
Well, we do have. Hold on, I'll show you. Yeah, we have some of them. They were written in. Hold on. Here's the result of some of that from yesterday, but you can't see it. But not yet. We don't know 100%. But there are. The IGG was, the model of the King Roadhouse was included. The 911 calls left included. The immediate family members in the courtroom have been included. The text messages and statements are left in. They were included. The self-authentication of records is included now. This is from their website, by the way. Right. The improper expert testimony for Mettleman has been excluded now, and that's under a stipulation. The stipulated agreement not to mention the 2014 cell phone is agreed on between the defense and prosecution. They came to a middle of the road agreement, and the stipulated agreement that investigators will and can be in the court is agreed upon by both sides. Everything else here has been, as of right now, excluded. Everything in pink has been the alternate suspect evidence excluded. Alibi.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
I can't read that. Is that blurry or is that just me?
I don't know who made that chart, Dago, but he was very clear yesterday that the alternative third-party suspects are allowed, providing they meet the statutory requirements of Idaho law.
Hold on a minute.
He did not deny them. He said that these must be relevant. Also, with the car video of the traffic stop, he said they couldn't play the whole video. They can only take pictures from the traffic stop. That was another win for the defense.
Hold on a minute, Tom Boy. Are these results or are these just what the reference was for it?
Yeah, there's some, so this is where I'm basing.
Don't hold on. Don't quote me on this. I think
he hasn't ruled on any of this.
Yeah, the green is what the
No, he hasn't made an official ruling, but his statements in the court when it came to calling it transfer DNA over touch DNA,
just the reference. Then these aren't. Yeah. Thank you. Hold on.
Was that these parties would agree to that, and that if there's a slip there, in other words, he's not going to mandate that you call it anything because science allows all of those terms. The defense and prosecution both agreed to keep the word transfer. But if somebody says touch, he's not going to penalize them for violating the court order. You see? The same thing with the video for the car. Now, did he put this in writing as an order? No, but he did make his determination from the bench and both sides agreed to it.
Right. So what I'm saying, then, let me clarify this real quick. This is just the read in the reference to it. It's not ruled on yet. So
didn't you see that stuff, Eddie? That's why I'm saying that I believe what he's trying to do, and all his job as a judge, is to rule within the bounds of the laws that are established in that state by precedent, and whatever's written by the legislator and made into law. And I think he's doing a fair job, in all fairness. I don't know what he did with Cy-Ray. I missed that. I may disagree with him being fair there. I don't know. But what is...
And this is all based, everybody's opinions, again, that's what I was trying to say earlier, are based on what we feel about the situation at this moment as well, too. So there's an anticipation that he's going to rule against because of the thoughts on Eddie's feeling on what he feels about the case in general. Right. That's why I believe that he feels that way. And
okay, just in fairness, to go by my memory, to say he said this, do you remember that? And put me on the spot like that. I don't have a memory like that. We would all have to listen to it again and go over that so I can hear it firsthand for myself and then understand, because we're watching it in real time and it's rolling by as a scroll and we're listening to what's there in front of us and what's being spoken of right now and everything.
And how then have you determined that he ruled against him then? Where'd you get that from?
Based on the hearings on January 23rd, 24th, the way he was interrupting and his behaviorisms, his bearing, you can read his body language and I guess
it's an anticipated thought.
He's very predictable. Based on that as our guide from experience, we can, I guess, read into what it's going to be. That is what I'm using because that's all I have. So
and that's why
people are ignoring. The biggest win that he stated yesterday that really surprises me, none of these streamers and all of these observers aren't paying attention to, is the defense acquiesced to the IGG being considered only a tip. That was stunning. And nobody even seems to want to talk about it. Nobody even bringing it up. Just think about the argument we had over the IGG. And Bicca Barla is now acquiescing that it be called a tip. No more, no less, no explanation. That to me was the big problem with the IGG. And yet the defense is comfortable with that. That to me was a big pull for me personally, from what I watched in the Graces of Dago shows yesterday.
And that's why I said yesterday, as far as my feelings on it, is I'm gonna maybe it's not a good idea, maybe it's stupid, but I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt and wait on ruling and to see what he goes with, because of, granted, I agree with Eddie in an aspect that his previous actions and his persona makes you believe I don't think he's gonna do it. But at the same time, there's certain things that, in my opinion, he does have to follow the rule with. Okay, you got to listen to things and be fair in some aspect, whether you want to be or not. I'm just waiting to see what he says.
He's got a problem with Ann, and we don't know what that is, and I don't think it's got anything to do with this case.
Well,
I don't clearly can see some of the animosity towards the defense table, and that could be personal interactions with Ann. I mean, they may not like each other.
Well, he don't like the other one either. He don't.
Well, you could be reading into that a little bit. Maybe it has nothing to do.
You're right. Maybe, but I mean, the hostility is what people keep pointing to, and they're using that to judge his decisions. And I don't know
what I'm saying. Fair. Right.
And getting back to what we were talking about a moment ago, there is no doubt, Sergeant, that you seem to have the ability to absorb and understand fully what you're seeing. I have to go back and replay, and in the quietude of my own, presence, just focus on it, take notes, and try to understand it the best I can that way. So,
okay, no, that's fair enough. I mean,
you may be right on a few of these with your predictions, the way he's going to rule. The only way we'd be able to do it on the panel is take the time and go over each one of those morning ones and look at them individually, re-listen to it, and then make our predictions at that point. But I kind of stand by what I'm saying is generally, overall, I'm not saying it's going to be 100-0, but overwhelmingly, the defense is going to get walloped by him. They're going to be let down, shot down, and when we do reactions the following day after the documents drop, the whole community is just going to be abuzz with how this stinks.
Can I just say that
that's my prediction. I'm standing.
I think that I see the community, even yesterday, paying attention to Hitler's attitude and demeanor rather than listening to the words that everybody's speaking out of their mouth.
It happens,
right?
yeah.
So you have attorneys making arguments, and then you have a judge challenging that argument. That's his job. That's not because he likes you or doesn't like you. He looks like, I'm sorry, but he looks like just a common asshole anyway. Just his appearance, right? And I seen an image of him sitting up on his bench, his back completely erect, his arms covering his chest like somebody was going to punch him in the heart.
Yeah.
And see that I have an issue with judges doing that. They should never show their emotion or respond in a way like that. He did. And people are picking up and talking about that more than they're talking about the traffic stop, where he stated clearly that if you're trying to establish he owned that car, he owned that phone, and this is what he looks like, you don't need to play the whole traffic stop, do you? No. And the prosecution said no. He said, well, then you're going to use pictures from there. Does the defense agree? The defense agreed.
And that's where it came to
because Eddie, the defense's argument was that traffic stop is not relevant to the existing crime, and there's nothing in that traffic stop that would give anybody the indication that stop has something to do with this crime. They're months apart. And what that traffic stop could do is give people a prerequisite a judgment of Bryan Kohberger because of how he interacted in that traffic stop. In other words, it could be totally bad for him, and that's why the prosecution wanted to play the video. And Judge solved that issue by saying the video is not required. So he's stopping the prosecution from painting this picture. This kid's a dickhead. And here's the pictures. You can allow pictures to show that that's his phone. He was in possession of it. You know that he owns an Elantra. It's in the video. And this is what he looks like. It's in the video. And that happened yesterday. And that, to me, shows me he's trying to stay within the bounds of the law, and he's trying to protect the client from the government creating some false narrative off a traffic stop to infer that Kohberger's like some wacky weirdo, which you could infer. I guess some people say one thing and others say another. And so to me, that was a punch in the gut to the prosecution.
Yeah.
Not the defense.
I agree with that one too. And that's what I'm saying. Some of these, as I was listening, I will say I'm with Sarge on this. That's why I said I'm going to have to wait and give it the benefit of the doubt to see what the rulings are. We could be absolutely wrong, and Eddie's 150% right that he's going to deny everything, but as he's listening, and that's what you got to do, is I was listening to the arguments. Granted, he's an asshole, like Sarge said. I said that yesterday. He argues everything. He's rude. He's just disrespectful. Okay, that's him. He does have a problem with the defense, which makes people believe that he prefers or is leaning towards the prosecution. It may not be, but the man still has to live by the law because he's a judge. Right. So with that statement, like you said, he was absolutely, in my opinion, I do agree with that specifically, that one argument there about the traffic stop because of the way.
There was another big one too that he ruled in favor of.
Yeah, there was a couple that he said that
when it came to the DNA being called transfer DNA versus trace or versus touch or contact DNA, he got both sides to agree to stick with transfer, even though he said both of your experts call it touch DNA in their motions that you file.
Yeah.
He said, so these terms all appear to be consistently used on this particular type of DNA. He said, and I'm going to ask both parties to stick to the transfer and not bring up touch or contact. And if you do, this isn't an order but this is what we're going to agree to do. Stick with
Yeah.
So there was another win for Ann on that.
Right. And that's, like I said yesterday, that's why I'm waiting to to put forth my judgment on what I think is going to happen, because it could be either way, folks, and it could be a little bit of both. I don't know, but if I were to go based on the man's personality, then I would say he's going to deny everything and tell everybody to go F off. That's my opinion. But I don't believe he'll do that because he can't. He can't. Okay.
Wait till he steps on the prosecution during the trial. You guys haven't seen him do that yet, but watch during the trial when the prosecution steps outside of what their information supplied to the court about an expert or about how they're going to use something. If they vary from that at all, this Hippler's going to jump up and smash them down too. And if he doesn't, then everybody is right. He's already made up his mind, and he's working for the defense or the prosecution.
And like I said, based on his personality, his actions, it seems as though that's it. And he is known to lean towards the prosecution in all his cases, typically.
But none of his rulings thus far have favored the prosecution in any way that would that would go beyond the legal standard
to break the case. Right. I got you.
Right, because the whole case is circumstantial. We agree with that, don't we, Eddie?
Circumstantial, 100%.
Okay, yeah. So that was why the traffic stop was so important to prevent being brought in. Because now you're starting to build, the prosecution wants to build a narrative about who and what Bryan is to the jury. Well, you can't do that. That video has nothing to do with the crime, and you can't use that video and then refer back to that when you're doing your closing or you're questioning other witnesses. Did you see that video? Yeah. What did you think about how he talked to the cop? See, that can't be done now. So that was a positive statement. That's why I think if we listen to what people are saying and close your eyes, that's why I don't like watching video. I'd rather read a transcript. Maybe you're the same way, Eddie. Or I would rather listen to it but not watch the people. I don't care what their body language says. I want to hear their words.
Right. And that is right. That traffic stop was about identifying him. They stated that yesterday too.
And that's why they can use pictures from it, Tomboy. That was what he limited him to.
Yeah. They don't need to have that whole video and hear his voice and see what his tone was or any of that, because that can be used and will be used against him by the prosecution. And they got that thrown out. So they can't do that now. Hopefully it'll be ruled that way. It sounded like it was. I'll say that. So we'll see. We will see. And like I said, you could be 101,000,001% right, Eddie, that's 100% what's going to happen. And I know why you feel the way you do. And I understand and respect that fully. But I can't imagine that this guy will do all of this being a court judge like this, and that the Department of Justice is not going to say, hey, wait a minute now, something's wrong. And they'll call it out, and they'll throw the whole case out if that's where the case.
Weren't people making the same arguments about all the judges' rulings? I mean, let's be honest here with ourselves.
Some of them. He was too
lax. And the emotional context and I don't mean to be disrespectful, Eddie, but the drama that we see these people that gets exposed, judges' movements and his acts and his forgetting and mentioning Kohberger, those stuff seems to get paid attention to, but the words and the laws that they're actually speaking seem to get lost on people, and they just, and it becomes this discussion for a lot of people online of the drama, not of the fact.
I know what you're saying.
That hearing of that Supreme Court hearing before Gator Binsberg passed, you'd be stunned at that hearing. You really would. And then to find out that she ruled against the lefties when she's the biggest lefty of all was incredible. It was a discrimination case.
Supreme Court hearings are way different, and if you've watched any of them, you get what he's saying. So
they're different, but only in the aspect that there's no jury. But the judges in those cases, and even in cases like we're watching, you can easily misinterpret someone's actions on a bench as being biased, but you've got to look at the law.
The defense wanted that excluded, Nellie. They want the 911 call out. Sorry.
That would be the excited utterance, I believe, discussion, right?
There was only one. There was only one in that entire call, and that's when Hunter comes from the back and says, "Get out, get out, get out." That's the only excited utterance in that entire call, in my opinion.
I wouldn't have wanted it out. That establishes third-party culpability or potential because you've got all those people there at the crime scene.
I think they
wouldn't want to exploit that call.
I think they're worried about the sound in the people's voices, how it's going to make him look. That jury's going to look at him and go, "You caused that." You know what I mean? So
Maybe.
That's what this is all about, you guys. Anything that can be done to make him look bad is what the defense is trying to throw out to not sway the jury in that direction per se.
I'm shocked that she went after that 911 call, only because it establishes the 8-hour time span before they called.
Yeah, I agree.
And then what you're hearing there, based on what we know took place in that house, and these people actually literally went and looked.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't hear people screaming and trying to run or call. Nothing. So to me, that 911 call is good for the defense if they're going to make potential third-party accusations.
That was my thought too. Go ahead.
Without getting into the 911, because we've all done that 100 times. But just to talk about it as whether or not he's going to rule for or against regarding, for or against in the defense's favor. The excited utterance, that 911 call, that was an afternoon one, right? That was after lunchtime that we heard that.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So any prediction, Sergeant? I mean, which way, without the advantage of reading his ruling on it in written document form right now, and I don't mean to put you on the spot. If you don't want to answer, don't. I understand. But how should he rule? I mean,
on the 911 call, it should be admissible in court. The prosecution should have every right to bring that forward.
Okay.
100%.
And the defense should want it. I thought too. I was a little surprised by that.
Yeah, I was surprised by it too. Only because that 911 call does open a lot of avenues for the defense to defend Bryan.
Yeah, I agree.
Right.
Hey, Ms. Potts. Yeah,
if their third party suspect isn't the survivors, I would be absolutely beside myself. I don't know how you couldn't make them third party suspects to this crime.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And what evidence do you have? The evidence you have, the suspects gave to you in their interviews, right?
Well, based on his interaction with the defense, I put that down as a no. Or yes, depending on how you're looking at it. He's going to rule against the defense on that.
Well, no, he already stated that third-party defenses are allowed in Idaho, providing they meet the criminal code of conduct. So in other words, I can't go into court and say, this guy Eddie has an Elantra and he was around that house that night. I would have to have more substantive information in order to make. If I'm going to accuse another person, I have to come with facts to make the accusation credible. Not credible to the point of a court of law conviction or even an arrest.
I'm getting lost. We're jumping off the topic. Maybe we're talking about the 911 excited utterance, and the defense does not want that. And just based on his interaction with the defense, I'm predicting.
So you think he's going to disallow it, or he's going to leave it in? I mean, sorry, that would be ruling against the defense. So yeah,
he's ruling for the state on that. In other words.
Right, but the excited utterance itself is not. I mean, it's not really highly detailed into the actual scheme of this crime. Right, these are events that took place after by a group of kids that were around that home. There's so much more the defense can pull from that information than worrying about the excited utterance, which I don't know at what point they're going to call this an excited utterance. Was it Bethany when she was on the phone? Was it the young man that uttered what he uttered? I don't know. I wish they'd have been more specific about what aspect of that call they were concentrating on for that utterance. Do we even know what that would be?
Yeah, exactly. The whole thing, to include the neighbor that never saw anything but was told something, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
But doesn't that show a disturbance of the crime? See, this is why I have a real issue with Ann arguing against that. But she's the lawyer and I'm not. So in all fairness, I am not taking a seat in front of Ann. But the idea that 911 call isn't valuable to the defense is a bit shocking to me. Now, maybe the defense just didn't want it to be used under the excited utterance. Maybe that's all they were arguing about, but not to deny the call itself. But if their argument was to keep the whole call out, that establishes crime scene corruption. Fair enough?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be a benefit to Mr. Kohberger. Contamination, yeah, not corruption. Thank you, Eddie.
Same thing.
Yeah, I know. I get my words mixed. No, and you never, your positions, to be honest with you, Eddie, interacting with you, I never feel offended or attacked or anything negative. I enjoy interacting with you.
Likewise, thank you. I care about what you say and think because people listen to you. And, these judges obviously have awareness to that. They know that we're getting closer to the truth. And, I, short of trying to police what people think, I do my best to guide the conversation, in the most truthful way I can. And when I see the conversation kind of drifting a little bit, I want to steer it straight. So,
well, and I'm a hound for trying to absorb the facts that are relevant. And I'm a hound for that because that's really what it needs to come down to. And unfortunately, it's all of the observations of acts and actions and tone of voice and all of that noise that at the end of the day, what really matters here isn't the gestations of a lawyer or a judge or a defendant. It's where's the law and where's the statement you're making that comports with that law. And that needs to be conveyed to a jury in a way that's simple and easy to understand. And that's what I'm looking for. So when Ann's making her arguments, like she got something wrong. She had the time wrong was it you that showed that, Eddie?
Which
you
time?
did. You're the one that showed the document. She said they only started looking for Kohberger after the IGG identified him, and that was wrong. That in other words, you showed it happened November 26th. She was arguing it didn't happen until after December 19th, whatever that argument was. And you would think the judge ruled against Ann, but you showed proof that he did not. He was right and Ann was wrong. Remember that yesterday, Dago?
Yep, yeah. I do remember that, and it happened.
Oh yeah. Okay.
You remember that, Eddie? You're the one that provided the paperwork, top of page 18, first sentence. I remember that. No, that's what I mean. And people aren't used to thinking like that. They're used to absorbing a situation. They want to see videos. Because they're not really interested in thinking the points through. They're trying to make a summation based on the collection of all kinds of different outside things that are happening in that room.
Yeah, what confused me about it, and that if I interrupted, I'm sorry. Finish your thought. Okay, what confused me about it is, okay, so there's cat and mouse games being played, and if she said that but doesn't believe it, and if that is what she wants them to think that she thinks, and I used this quote earlier, why would she say anything about it? If this is a Charles Dickens quote, if she had the ace of trumps in her hand at the game of whist, why would she say anything about it? It will come out when it's played. So she did say that, yes, but I don't know if she believes that. They spent a great amount of time during the Frank's hearing, the closed portion of it, and we have the transcript, trying to figure out, and when they're examining Brett Payne, when they first learned about Bryan Kohberger, and she pretty much did get him to say that it was they weren't looking into the other two unknown males because they had, I want to make sure I get this right. I'm going to have to refer to my notes to make sure it's right.
Do your thing, buddy.
I wanted to say this, though, that last example that we talked about with the dates of identification, the value of that is twofold. One is, Judge knows what he's talking about for the most part, and he seems to be up to speed because that was part of the Frank's hearing. And in fact, his assessment of the dates was absolutely correct. He didn't give the number of the date, but that what came first, and he was actually accurate on that. And Ann was inaccurate. And so again, if you look at it from that point of view and take the personalities and actions and the tone of voice out of it, that's really the meat of what you need to pay attention to, in my opinion. That factual basis of factual statements made by both sides, and the fact that he got that right was and Eddie, you showed us that was awesome to me. That means the guy isn't ruling based on just some personal feeling. Which it seemed like when he was arguing with Ann about that, I guarantee most people got the feeling he's just attacking the defense.
Right.
But there's an example of he was absolutely right.
Okay, I think I found it. So in that transcript, Payne testified that law enforcement was not aware of Bryan Kohberger's name prior to receiving the FBI tip on the 19th of December. And there's a document. It's called the Defendant's Objection to State's Motion for Protective Order, dated June 22nd, 2023. And it states that by December 17th, lab analysts were aware of 2 male DNAs. So he testified that they were not looking into the 2 male DNAs because they had Bryan Kohberger's name. If I recall that transcript.
I remember that. Yep, they stopped.
So
and then he argued he couldn't upload in the CODIS and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, so she has pretty much established that Payne has testified that they were aware, because she got him to fall into a trap, so to speak,
right,
of his name prior to December 19th. It was December 17th, if we go by, everything that's known in the court record.
Which was prior to the IGG being given to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, that sides with what Hippler was arguing. See, Hippler's argument, Eddie, was that the IGG wasn't the first time they came up with his name. That it came up prior to the IGG. And Ann's argument was they only started looking at 2014 to 16 Elantras after they got Kohberger's name. And that is not accurate.
Wow.
That was the topic that they were discussing exactly.
Well, you have good memory. I don't know if I recall it.
Yeah, you supplied the proof.
Yeah, I did, but I'd have
Uncle
to
Ed?
re-listen to it all and put it all. I don't know why I'm so confused right now.
That's all right.
about
That's
it.
all right.
No,
I gotta make
mine is a steel trap, Eddie. It's not you either. He does it to me all the time. So
Eddie, I'm on the spectrum, so I do get confused, and I do suffer from the same personal problems we all suffer from. We make analysis based on feelings, emotions, or belief, and I suffer from that as well. I happen to talk about it a lot because I'm trying to rid myself of that, but it doesn't make me that much of a conversationalist over dinner with a girl, right? In fact, sometimes just shouldn't be applying to conversations with other people.
Right. Yes. And you do great, Eddie. Don't worry about that, dude.
Yeah, you challenged me. You showed me where I was wrong in a couple of things when it was gloves or glove, right?
Yep.
So I'm as fallible as a person.
That's what it's all about, you guys. We work together to help each other.
You got all the records, bro. You're like the filing cabinet from heaven. It's awesome.
Yes.
And Mama Bear is so peaceful, you don't even know she's in here. Mama Bear.
Hi, Sarge.
There she is. All right. So where were we before we got all over the place here?
We'll just make predictions on how he's going to rule, I think.
Oh, yeah. So what do you see? I feel like there were a few things in the beginning. I can't remember exactly. That one that Sarge brought up, I definitely feel that, in my opinion, he's going to rule for the defense. Now, I'm kind of torn on the 911 call based on how he reacted to it. Yeah, but I think in either way, in my opinion, I think it would be good for the defense if the 911 call was left in there, even though they don't. And I know why they don't, because they don't want people, the jury, not people, but the jury judging Bryan based on what they're hearing in the call. You hear a girl crying. Think about it, folks. You hear, when we first get on the call, you hear her crying and freaking out. And then you hear the actions happening in the background when they're finding the victims. The jury, in my opinion, hearing that is going to look at the suspect and go, what an evil person you are. You come out, you caused this, okay? Which is why I understand that the defense wants it out. But like it was explained, it could work for him, in my opinion, as well, if they play other things into that situation. It's just on how the jury takes it, I guess. That's the most important part. So
I think when it comes to his illness, and I think it would be beneficial for the defense to just let Mr. Hippler or Judge Hippler look at all the interactions of Bryan Kohberger in a courtroom, and he does not. How many people could sit there when they're talking about shooting you dead?
Yeah.
Accusing you of these murders, right? Whether you're innocent or guilty, it doesn't matter. The point is, how can you sit so stoically patient, looking straight ahead with your hands in your lap? How can a normal person do that?
Well, to be fair, no matter what he does, that's the only
you got
option.
a really bad echo, Eddie.
I do. Okay.
Yeah, you did. Say something real quick.
Okay, I'll say it over.
No, you're good there. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't know if it was my echo then. But if it was, I apologize.
It's okay.
So he doesn't have any other option but to do that. If he has the ability, the self-discipline, then that is his best course, because no matter what he does in that courtroom, it's going to get a reaction, a negative one.
Eddie, I don't know how many courts. Have you actually physically been in court?
No.
And the fact that the lawyer and the client aren't interacting when a prosecutor makes a statement that's incorrect, whether it's a lie, intentional or not, the natural instinct of a person is to push back on that. And that's done by communicating with your lawyer, whispering or passing notes. You're not seeing any of that here. This guy's autism, they say level 1. My point is that his actions that throughout this entire process has been consistent with that diagnosis, whether you're a doctor or not. You just need to be a student of courts, and you'll see that his reactions are none. He's not leaning over to talk to her or the other attorneys. He's not passing notes or keeping notes and that is a very unusual behavior for anybody. Remember, his charges are quadruple homicide by knife, and you're going to get the execution. Could you imagine the stress that a normal human being would be under? And then the lawyer gets up and says he was somewhere he wasn't. And he doesn't even respond to that physically, emotionally, in any way. Does it even impact the guy? That is a stunning demonstration of his autism.
Welcome, Ms. Potts.
I don't think Judge is going to rule against that, in all fairness.
Which one?
I don't expect he will when it comes to the to the jury being informed of this particular. I mean, if the kid were blatantly retarded, they would be advised of that.
Mama Bear, check the back check, please.
So, I Miss Potts. I'm going to pause here. I got to do some payroll.
Hi.
Hi, Miss Potts.
Welcome, ma'am.
Hey. How's everybody doing? Can you hear me okay? I just want to make sure my audios are right.
You sound great. You sound great.
Oh, okay. I had I couldn't hear you guys when I first clicked in. It was weird.
You hear me? You hear us okay now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was me on my end. It's always me. Don't worry.
It's okay. It's all right. I get it.
Miss Potts, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Can you say the word law?
Law.
Okay. Thank you.
Law enforcement.
Law.
Where's Angel D?
Yes, law.
Put it in chat, Angel D. You know your part.
Law enforcement. I know it's weird. I know. I do pronounce it funny, huh?
No, it's not funny. The Europeans do it the same way.
Law enforcement.
New Jersey's, New Yorkers do it. Yeah, it's fun. But you know what law stands for, right? Land, air, and water.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why there's a W in it, not an R.
Right.
I'm just messing.
Remember, so I spent a good chunk of my life down south, and they call the law.
Yeah.
they gon' call the law.
Law, right? L-O-W-E. L-O-W-E. That's right. The law. I hope my wife's whole family.
Yeah, I know. I almost say law enforcement. I don't know why. It's weird. I can say law, right?
Yeah.
Like civil law.
I tease hard about that too.
But when I say law enforcement, it just comes out as law enforcement.
Can you hear me, Mama Bear? That's funny. That is funny.
See, the reason I know Angel D is the one that types that whenever you say it, because I was in that chat, whatever that was, whatever it was a live stream or what we were doing, but yeah, Angel D was typing it when you said it.
Law enforcement. Guys, I'm stepping away for a few seconds here. Keep going with what you're doing.
How dare you?
Thank you so much for being here, Annie. I appreciate your input on this.
I really feel bad. I missed the first couple hours. I feel bad.
That's okay. You're here now. That's all that matters.
What you guys think? What were you guys all talking about? What you think?
Talking about, oh boy, what did we cover? We covered how Miss Massoff, she was talking about a shower curtain yesterday. I found that interesting. I had to speak on that for a little bit.
I probably missed that part.
It's amazing to me because I've been doing this research into how did it come to be that we were suddenly all of us talking about, quote unquote, the fact that investigators didn't find a shower curtain in his apartment. I'm like, I never heard that before. And ever since that selfie dropped, everyone's speaking like that was a fact. I'm like, where in the court record? I'm looking everywhere. I can't find it. Maybe it has to do with these warrant returns from his apartment.
Yes.
And anyway, long story short is I think I found the source, and we played it. It was a Megyn Kelly live stream where she had Howard Blum on panel, and he said it. He said it recently, of course, after the state's document dropped, which contains that selfie photograph. And he's saying it as a matter of fact that that investigators couldn't find a shower curtain in his apartment, which, long story short, is we'll never be able to prove one way or the other unless, of course, they have it on body cam, and it's not a tampered with body cam.
Mm-hmm.
And it's authentic, but I doubt they do have that body cam. But regardless,
it was a Spider-Man shower curtain, and he wore it like a cape.
The power of this disinformation campaign has reached so far and wide that this it's like a myth, right? Urban myth or legend of a shower curtain is now become part of what's in the hearing April 9th that they're speaking about in the courtroom. Unbelievable. And it has nothing. The shower curtain has no bearing on this case whatsoever, unless, of course, it's the state going to use it as a suggestion, some nefarious type of thing about a shower
everything
curtain.
all of it's nefarious, and anything he ever did leading up to the crimes could be misconstrued as nefarious in some way. That's the intent of the prosecution in every case. They're going to dig up whatever they can dig up on you, try to use it against you.
Right. And like Daigle said, what does it even mean?
I don't know what they plan to say about the missing shower curtain. I have no idea why that would even be relevant, but
yeah, it's like, they didn't find the lead pipe or the candlestick in his apartment either.
Right.
What does that mean?
Right. Well, I don't know. I do know yesterday for me, I got to say probably the biggest takeaway for me, and there's going to be a lot of people who don't agree with what I'm about to say, and that's okay. It's okay if they don't agree. They're not going to like what I have to say. But I think that it became abundantly clear that the judge in this case lacks the testicular fortitude to confront an expert whose affidavit he has a problem with to the expert who was right there on standby. And the whole point of keeping that expert on standby was so that if there was any questions that the judge had regarding this affidavit submitted by the expert, any issues, the judge should have taken it up with that expert, and Anne prompted him to do so. He should not have been berating the female attorney for an affidavit she didn't write, she didn't swear to, and the expert was on standby to answer any of the questions. So it's my opinion that Judge Hippler here lacks the testicular fortitude that it takes to confront the expert that you have an issue with in this case, and you don't like what they said in their declaration and in their affidavit. It would appear the entirety of Bryan's female defense team has more testicular fortitude than Judge Hippler. That's just my opinion. Because Cy was right there. He could have clicked Cy right in and said, hey, I think that the entirety of your affidavit sounds like a conspiracy theory, and I'm going to need you to explain to me why it's not. Know what I mean? The fact that this judge launched an ad hominem attack from the bench against a sitting expert witness and did not afford that expert witness the right to rebut the attack is out. It's so wild. It's like the wild, wild west.
I call it the basket, just another one to put into the basket. I mean, at what point are we going to identify what's happening here? But yeah,
Is
we
it-
were
there-
talking about.
How about some multiple choice answers and we can all get in?
There's an echo. Is it gone now?
Your echo may have come because I turned my mic on. It was muted. And so for that brief instant, it may have picked you up.
I
try
muted
one
just
more
in
time,
case
see
it
how
was
it goes.
me causing the problem. It's usually me. I'm usually the problem, friends.
I think it's gone.
What did you think of that hearing there, Miss Potts? Did you watch it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, like I said, the biggest takeaway for me is that this judge is clearly incredibly biased. He thinks it's his job. I don't know why, but he appears to think that it's his job to act as the prosecution. I'm not sure why. He seems to want to come in and help them out every chance he gets where their case is lacking. He wants to make excuses for it. They're still trickling in discovery. Months after the deadline, there's been no admonishment from the bench on the state for that, which I find very interesting that he would launch an ad hominem attack against an expert.
Mm-hmm.
But he has nothing to say to the state about their lack of disclosure so far past the deadline.
Right.
And I do think there was a couple of little bombs we got, though. And oddly enough, it was Hitler who forced the defense to admit that one of their expert disclosures is going to argue 2 weapons, 2 perpetrators.
Right.
And their medical examiner is going to disagree, apparently, with some of the wound patterns, apparently defensive wounds on more than one victim.
Yep. Yeah, whoever committed this crime or whoever's, even if Bryan were involved, doesn't appear to be a single assailant.
Mm. Well, it's interesting, too, that she said it just so happens to be one of the suspects that her team has been investigating is someone that they just recently found in the fucking tips that the state, all those tips.
Yeah.
The state said led them nowhere. Well, would you look at that? Her main suspect happens to be in those tips.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Trials should be interesting.
And I got to tell you, I feel like whoever did this, they're very volatile right now. Okay. Especially where now she was forced. I mean, this man basically tried to make her argue her entire case at a motions in limine hearing. Number one. Number two, he forced it out of her that her experts are going to argue 2 weapons, 2 perpetrators. And he forced it out of her that her defense team is investigating fully the alternates. They know their names. They know who they are. And they're looking at them. That means that these people know. These people now know for sure. They're going to be very, very volatile.
Well, knowing and doing anything about her line of questioning or her evidence will take place in the court. I mean, I don't feel like that should be considered like threatening that they know that. And here's the point that Hitler was trying.
I'm talking about the people who actually did this.
Oh, now they know that someone might be on them.
Right. Those people are now fully aware that they're being investigated.
That was
if they're paying attention, right? If they're paying attention. If they're paying attention.
I think they are, Sarge. I think they've followed this from the beginning. And I think based on the statement she made yesterday, Annie, that's a good point. I was going to bring that up later. That it's been pointed out now more than once about possible, that extra statement brought out from before about 2 suspects, 2 weapons, that there's other suspects, that they're alternative suspects, so on and so forth, all of that. I think they've been watching this from day one too. So, yeah.
Well, Annie, you know the law somewhat. You understand the law, or at least you can reason through it. And you do know that in the state to bring up third-party defense, that it has to meet specific standards in the law or you can't use it. And that's what Hitler was digging for. That's what he was trying to understand. What are you doing? You have to have evidence that would provide a reasonable person to take your information as factual. You have to provide facts to this court that this person is an alternative perpetrator, right?
Well,
that's what he was chasing in that.
Yeah, but you have to remember though too, it wasn't even the defense who filed the motion in limine for the alternative perpetrator. It was the state.
The state wants to deny it.
The state didn't want them to be able to present any evidence of an alternate unless they name that person and they proffer evidence.
Right, which they're going to
They
have
have
to.
give an offer of proof to the court. And she
Right.
was saying in their reply was an objection, but it wasn't really an objection. They agreed. And they agreed they have to produce a name. They have to produce the evidence. And that's exactly what they plan to do. The argument was, do we proffer that before trial? Because other courts have already ordered that you're going to proffer your evidence of an alternate suspect at trial. There was another court, I believe it was Buck, where the Buck court held that you could proffer that. The judge, because the state had filed the motion in limine in that case for the alternate perpetrator. The state filed the motion in limine. The judge in that case held his decision until the defense was able to come and produce the name and the proffer, the offer of proof. So that's basically what the defense was getting at. We have no problem giving you the names and the evidence, but do you want us to give it to you now, or do you want it? Can we do it at trial? Because it's happened a couple of different ways in different courts in that state.
Right. Well, if he offers it now, he can also offer it to be sealed, could he not?
I mean, I think it all depends. The point that the defense was getting at is that we have no problem giving it to you. So I went and looked at the 3 filings. The original filing for the alternate perpetrator, the defense's objection.
Right.
And then the state's reply to that objection.
Right.
The objection from the defense isn't an objection. Number one, they're agreeing. Yeah, we know we have to give a name. We know we have to give evidence. We have no problem doing that. We just want to know when. Can we do it at trial, or do you want it now? The state came back with their reply to the objection, conceding. It doesn't seem like the defense is objecting at all. They're agreeing. So grant our motion. And if they want to offer proof of an alternate suspect, they have to do it through the court. They have to give it to the court first for the court to determine its admissibility, whether or not it's relevant and it's admissible.
Right. We'll see how he comes down on that. But he didn't deny the idea that they can use a third-party defense. He argued his argument with her was that exactly what you just said.
Yeah, because the state isn't saying they don't. Yeah, because the state isn't arguing they shouldn't be able to use one either. The state just is saying, I think what the state was hoping for was that when they put in their motion in limine for the alternate perpetrator, I think they were hoping the defense was going to come back and basically just say, well, yeah, I mean, listen, you know, we don't actually have a name yet, right? Because you can't just point at like Joe Blow, member of the public, and say, well, that guy could have done it instead.
Right.
They know they have to, they already knew from jump. The defense is fully aware that if they were ever going to mention an alternate suspect in this case, they already knew they were going to have to produce a name and evidence of that.
All right.
And that's exactly what they plan to do.
I think it's up to Ann to go after him to stop accepting discovery. Ann needs to bring that issue to his attention directly in a motion.
Yeah.
The discovery from this date forward is inadmissible because it
She already has. They did it back in January.
I was going to say they did that one already. I appreciate
they're still giving evidence from January forward.
Thank you,
Mountain Man. So back
Right.
on the January 23rd hearing, when they had filed a bunch of stuff, that was one of the things that the defense asked for, that the court give the state 2 weeks, because it's been done in other cases when you do this huge of a data discovery dump. It's supposed to be organized, searchable, at very minimum, chronologically ordered. You know, none of that was done here. So that was one of the things she asked for back in January. The defense wanted the court to give them 2 weeks to put their discovery together properly and turn it over. And he never ordered them to do that. And they're still trickling shit in. She was picking up new discovery yesterday.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why she now should file another motion. Say this is inadmissible. And that, you know, that's the problem with courts. There's in hearings. There's just so many avenues, so many things that got to the attention. You don't want anything to slip under the table and forget it. So this late discovery needs to be asked to be withheld.
Yeah, there should have been an admonishment. Yeah, there should have been an admonishment from the bench to the state you are far past your deadline, and you need to anything, get it in now, because that's it. You're cut off. After this, you're not allowed to trickle nothing else in.
Right. And let me ask you guys this, because then I got a phone. Here's a question. I read somewhere earlier, I think it was in your chat, where Bill Thompson admitted they have nothing to put Bryan Kohberger in that house. I saw that. I thought in your chat or somewhere I saw that. And I don't know why or who said that, but is there any relevance to that statement? Is it something I should chase down, or is it just somebody talking shit?
What was that you said?
The judge that Bill Thompson admitted that they don't have any direct evidence placing Kohberger in that house.
I've never heard that, but he could have.
I think it's not that he didn't have direct evidence. I think it was something to the effect where Bill said in the hearing, maybe it was Nye. It was either Nye or Bill. One of them did say something about, like, yes, it's true. The only thing connecting him to this crime is the sheath.
Oh, yeah. That was said.
All right. Yeah. See, that's a stunning acknowledgement. That's where the argument of circumstantial evidence, which that is, that doesn't even tie him to the crime.
Right.
It's just
and Jeff Nye did concede too that the other lab, that eventually the state did learn that the cybergenetics lab that excluded Bryan as being a contributor to the fingernail clippings.
Right.
Nye conceded that Bryan was absolutely excluded, but it's ISP who doesn't want to change. Yeah.
I posted in the chat room. I said, so law enforcement won't follow the policy of websites that promise Americans privacy. Those policies don't matter. They're going to rip into your database and look anyway. But when it comes to the idea of statements and policies from their lab, they're going to apply and adhere to them.
Right.
I mean, what a double standard these little bastards are playing.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
It was just interesting the way that they put that one forward, that Nye's conceding, yes, we know he was excluded, but that's irrelevant, Judge. So what, he's excluded from all of the other DNA evidence in the home. That's irrelevant. We have this one movable object that has his trace DNA on it, and that is what matters.
Right. And from their prosecution stand of view, that is their focus and that is their opinion. Right now, they've got to turn that opinion into a conviction, and that's where the case falls apart.
Good afternoon.
All the other samples. Sorry.
You're okay.
All the other samples, any transfer DNA case that's ever been appealed, and most of them are won because other crime scene DNA was not sampled, and identifications weren't made. And because there was more DNA, how do you say if 6 guys go into a house and someone stabbed to death, who wielded that knife? You don't know unless somebody tells you.
Well, I got a funny feeling the defense here knows exactly.
I suspect
they know exactly. I mean, the fact of the matter is the defense is obligated to conduct a full-scale criminal investigation into the charges against their client.
Right.
And from jump, the defense team brought on some of the top IgG people and some of the top DNA people in the country. I am of the opinion, and this is just my opinion, they know exactly whose blood that isn't Bryan's is in that house. They know exactly whose hair that didn't match Bryan is in that house. They know who did this. They know who did it. They know their names. They're investigating them. They've been investigating them, and they are gathering their evidence against these people.
So do you think, Annie, sorry to interrupt you, but do you think that relates to the statement that was made in the document that Ann put out there, that they, based on the verbiage that we saw in the document, that they are ready and willing to present multiple alternate suspects? Do you think that relates to that?
Well, yeah, exactly. They know. That's kind of what I'm getting at. It isn't a guess. They aren't guessing. Right. She knows the names. She knows that one of these people, the name of this person, was produced to law enforcement as a relevant tip. It was buried in the 45,000 tips, and she just recently found it, and it just so happens to be a tip for the person, one of the persons she's already investigating.
She brought that up yesterday. Yes. Good
So
point.
they had that name in their hand and they didn't do anything with it.
Mm-hmm.
Or their exclusion of the person was just haphazard, which is what happened once they identified that. It just seems so weird to me why they would have picked that sample to send to IgG and not the blood. How about the swabbing of the inside of the glove that was never done?
What's
Talk
even
about
more
transfer
interesting-
DNA. You would have had a grocery bag full of transfer DNA from inside those gloves. And no swabbing of the interior of the glove, but you'd swab you swab the knife sheath like you were brushing your teeth. Every little bit counts, but
Oh, they
not bloody
swabbed that
glove.
glove.
What's that?
They swabbed the glove. They got blood off it.
I know they did, but why weren't they swabbing the inside of it in other words, you're using the most
she did. Yeah,
microscopic
she
piece
made
of information.
Yeah,
and yet
she did-
where it
she
would be in
did
abundance, you ignored it.
Well, they did make the point many times in the IgG hearings. That's all related to IgG. Yes, you have this other blood that you didn't produce STR profiles for and upload them to CODIS. Right. You didn't use IgG on any of this other DNA, but you used it for this trace sample. That's the point that they were getting at.
Well, here's the thing: if they're going to have to explain to a jury why these other DNAs weren't identified.
Because they already did explain that because they had Kohberger's name already.
And the jury's going to have a big problem with that.
Right.
I hope. You hope.
Well, there's no way that they can't.
Mm-hmm.
We see her case is consistent with pretty much what we've been saying. Streamers that are critically thought, we look at things for the data, and I think that the case is actually unwinding right down the path that it looked very predictable from the beginning. The case is circumstantial. I have no direct evidence, and you're bringing opinions to make your case. You're trying to give life to a DNA sample, yet you had 7 other samples you ignored. Right?
Yeah.
How does that work, man?
Welcome, AR. Good to see you, brother.
I want to backtrack us just for a moment. When Annie Potts said that she thinks that the defense knows whose blood, those unknown male blood. See, the concern for me is they may know whose blood that is, but the problem is, can they prove it, and can they prove it as such?
They don't have to.
Well, I think they can prove it because
if they can
have
identify if they identify my blood at that scene on the railing, right?
But my point is,
they're going to be able to prove it with the discovery that the state turned over, that there is DNA evidence of an alternate suspect, and it's in ISP's own lab reports.
But it doesn't exist anymore. So the defense
does exist.
It exists.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is going to be
there were 3 to 4 other male profiles uploaded to CODIS prior to Kohberger being arrested. CODIS keeps those profiles.
How is it?
Those stay there. They get compared to more as more profiles are uploaded on a daily basis. CODIS is running everything new coming in and comparing it to what's already in there. And the fact of the matter is, the defense doesn't need permission from the court or the state, to subpoena CODIS.
Okay, so how do you square that up with? They've asked when Bill Thompson said they've asked for DNA workups on other people. To the extent that they don't have them, they weren't done. We can't produce something that doesn't exist.
Right. She's referring to the identification of the sample.
Right. But then even
not that it wasn't uploaded to CODIS and unidentified, unknown male, right?
Yeah.
That means it went through CODIS and it doesn't hit in CODIS. That's all they did with it. And so he's saying, I can't give you what the lab don't have because they didn't do any further testing to verify identification like they did with Bryan's. That's what's being said there by Bill Thompson. He's not lying to her. In other words, you know what I mean? I got all of the cookies from your jar in my bag, but I didn't steal them.
You got to use cookies.
I love cookies.
So do I.
Well,
go ahead, Annie.
The
analogy, but
the 3 to 4 other men's profiles uploaded to CODIS, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those stay there. It's not like they only go into CODIS once and then oops, no hit, and then forget about it.
No,
they stay there.
Yeah, they stay there, right?
Stay there, and they're compared to when new DNA is uploaded.
And CODIS will alert somebody if they get a hit.
Hang on. If you already have 3 to 4 profiles that you uploaded prior to his arrest, his defense team a year down the road realizes none of this other blood DNA was tested in the home. There is absolutely nothing to stop the defense.
Okay, yeah.
It can, those other profiles collected from the scene can be uploaded to CODIS for comparison of profiles that were already previously uploaded. That's number 1. Number 2, lab report 3 from Eric Seat, ISP.
Gotcha.
It's a lab report for DNA data of an alternate suspect. And it was a YSTR testing that was done. It was a mixed sample that Eric Seat was working with. YSTR testing had to be done on that mixed sample to pull a male profile, and that male profile pointed to an alternate suspect. And it's in his lab report.
There were a few alternate suspects. One they identified and they tracked down.
Well, the point I'm getting at is that Eddie was asking, how would they even prove it? How would the defense prove it? They can prove it with ISP's own lab reports.
Yeah.
That they had blood and DNA samples that were mixed coming back as men who are not Kohberger.
Right.
Right.
Know what I mean?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Wait till she nails the timeline down. You're going to find that you could have minutes to do this.
Yeah.
Sorry
That's,
for interrupting.
thank you for putting that out there, Annie, and making that understood, because that's a lot of people don't, me included, understand all of that sometimes, as much as I read through these things. I mean, that's why I'm so grateful when you're here, because you understand these documents to 100%.
Well, the thing with CODIS too is like they have very specific standards of a profile that can be uploaded. A couple weeks ago, I called my local state crime lab, and I got to speak with a lovely young lady there who handles everything for CODIS. So she works at the state police crime lab. Anytime DNA is collected from a crime scene, it has to go into the CODIS database. She explained exactly how CODIS works, what the standards are for it. It can't be DNA from a victim, number 1. You can't upload a profile into CODIS if it's coming from the victim.
Right.
Okay. The other standard was it can't be like the boyfriend or something. It has to be related specific to the crime scene, was the point that she was getting at.
Right.
They have very specific standards. Law enforcement uploads it as a law enforcement, almost like with the DNA databases, it's a law enforcement kit. It is specifically designed to take multiple profiles from a crime scene.
Right.
That was the other thing she explained to me, that CODIS is specifically designed to take multiple, because you may have multiple perpetrators. So you want to be able to put all of that into the database.
And remember in the beginning when all of this extra DNA, we knew there were other male DNA samples, and I said that them samples have to be relevant to the crime scene or they wouldn't be collected. They wouldn't even be mentioned in the report as being other male DNA.
Right.
It has to be relevant. In other words, you can't take DNA from the side and outside around the corner. You can't go to the washing machine. Go ahead.
Whatever the 3 to 4 profiles were that they uploaded prior to his arrest weren't people's cigarette butts from the street. It wasn't, surreptitiously collected DNA. It came directly from the crime scene.
Right. And it has to be in relation to the crime scene. It can't be the washing machine in the basement, unless there was something to lead you to believe the perpetrators went to the washing machine or somebody was killed on a washing. In other words, it has to be relevant to the crime.
Yeah, because otherwise they'd be running how many samples? There was a
you wouldn't be able to get out of the house. Right. And that was a big argument early on. They're like, you can't possibly know that. I was like, well, yeah, you could just commonly use common sense. They're not going to swab underneath the bed of the empty room.
Yeah, if they're putting profiles into CODIS, it's because those profiles were taken directly from the actual. They believe these are profiles. This is blood, by the way. These are STR profiles. These would have came from blood, saliva, semen, sweat, right?
Yep. Right.
So you're putting that into CODIS. That means it's coming literally, directly from the middle of your crime scene.
Right.
Possibly off a victim, on a victim, off the
Or
weapon.
inarguably from the crime scene. So the movements of what they showed, what they argued they have for DNA, the glove, absolutely relevant, right?
Oh yeah.
If you can assume the sheep was involved in the crime, for you not to assume that glove wasn't part of the crime would make you an idiot. The one questionable one I have is the handrail. That's a very strange one, going from the second to first floor. You don't know what direction the blood was placed there, whether we're going up or down the stairs, but that it was there. You know, I think that impugns one of the so-called.
Oh, they'll know exactly based on literally like the angle of the blood and how it hit the railing, whether or not someone was running down the stairs or running up.
That's possible.
That was interesting too. I'm glad you brought that up. It's something that was said yesterday that I had never heard before. They pulled it out of the grand jury testimony, I believe, and stated that EA, who was believed to have been on the one that jumped on the 911 call, besides Dylan and Bethany, ran to the top of the stairs, stopped, and came back down. Okay, that's the stairwell that has that handrail, and I just wondered how many people used that stairwell that day beforehand and ran up and down them stairs from the bottom, from the first floor to the second floor, if that's the case. And I just had to stop and think for a minute, how many people could that blood possibly belong to at that point there? If that's the case, or if it was dripped like you were thinking, Annie, or if somebody had it on their hand or whatever, you know what I mean? Anyway,
I could see that, except for the fact that none of these people allegedly touched the blood, saw the blood, touched the victim, saw the victim. So it shouldn't be Emily or Hunter accidentally dripping blood on the handrail. How would that even be possible?
That's the point. That's what I was saying. As I wondered, because as far as we know, there was no interaction other than Hunter supposedly going and checking on them and getting to them. You know what I mean? So that's what my curiosity was with that. Does that mean there's somebody else that was that leads to somebody else? In my opinion, I'm thinking.
Yeah, that handrail, I think leads to a person that was that you could actually suspect was involved in one way, shape, or form.
That was my.
I think it was transfer. I don't think it was the person's personal blood, but it may have in fact been a perpetrator's blood that they accidentally got on themselves and they carried it down that railing.
Do you have thoughts on that as well, Annie, as far as what the possibilities could be?
It's definitely two other men's blood. They know that. It doesn't belong to victims or Ethan or Bryan.
That's quite interesting. How about that?
Unknown male B, unknown male D.
Right.
So
then there's unknown male B on the sheath.
Blood.
There's three unknown male Bs: the sheath, the glove, the railing.
No. The DNA from the sheath, Q11, is allegedly Kohberger. Male B is the drop of blood from the handrail. C, we don't know what C is. Hairs, blood, we have no idea. C hasn't been mentioned. Unknown male D is the gloves outside. Unknown male E came from the trash in PA.
Ah, okay, that's what E was.
You get what I'm saying? So far, all the DNA that's been mentioned, A is Bryan. That's Q11, your sheath profile, allegedly. Right. And then everything else after is unknown males who do not match Kohberger and obviously don't match the male victim at the house.
And how many did they have of those?
That would be unknown male B, unknown male D, and whatever C is.
C. So there's three others on top of, okay. Thank you.
We don't know. C could be just a different sample from one of the two. You understand? It could be someone's hairs. It could be, we don't know what C is.
Gotcha.
Don't know if it's blood, semen, sweat, saliva, hairs. We have no idea. We do know hairs were collected from the crime scene. Compared to Kohberger, he was excluded.
Mm-hmm. And that's funny, guys. Everything, there's one common denominator with all of these pieces of information we've talked about that keeps popping back up. Exclusion. He's excluded from everything. Okay. He's been excluded from everything. So at that point, where does it become okay who are these other people, and why are they not sitting here too? Okay, and why is this guy still the one that we're pointing at? That's the biggest issue with that I can't get past. I'd like to know. I want to know, as we all do, I'm sure. But
well, that's why I also didn't think it was going to be too hard to argue alternate perpetrator, and you wouldn't get much pushback from the state because the lab reports are in their own discovery, number one, that they turned over. The evidence of the alternate suspects is in the discovery.
Yeah.
Right.
And Hippler said a while back when they were talking about the sheath and Bryan's DNA being on the sheath. And if he left he abandoned his DNA, at the crime scene, blah, blah, blah. You remember all that? And he said just because there's other people's DNA doesn't necessarily exclude Mr. Kohberger. It just means maybe other people should have been investigated.
Bingo.
You know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
So I didn't think the alternate perpetrator thing was going to be too much of a fight the it appears both sides agree there's evidence of the alternate perpetrator. It's just a matter of how it's going to be argued and when.
Yeah, and why the state did not go after alternate perpetrator more at all, for that matter.
And that's what the opportunity to cross-examine will be for.
Yes, yes, exactly.
And here's what's very baffling to me is that I understand the significance of the sheath being considered a part of the crime.
Mm-hmm.
Yet I don't understand why only that DNA was pursued over and above all others, to the exclusion of all others. And then not only just to the exclusion, but to develop the identities of the other DNA samples as leads. And that in other words, you completely ignored the idea that maybe Bryan was in there with other people. So my point is, I just can't wrap my head around the stupidity of not.
The state's going to have a hard time explaining to the jury why they didn't pursue what could have been his accomplices.
Correct. If you consider him the guy with that knife,
right,
and that you wouldn't have taken that crime scene under your own common sense to just not say, well, we need identities on all of these people. We got the main guy. We're keeping an eye on him, right? You could have even looked at it like, oh yeah, Kohberger did it. Okay. But the other DNA samples are so relevant.
Mm-hmm. Well, what's interesting too is that when you think about it, right, the way that the state is trying to portray this is that, well, once we got his tip, right, we just stopped pursuing everybody else and everything else. The problem is that ISP Lab made them aware. So ISP was aware of the unknown male B and unknown male D blood, okay, by December 17th, which is really interesting when you think about it, because that would mean 2 days before, allegedly, Kohberger's identified through IgG, they were aware of unknown male B and unknown male D blood. They left it alone, and then they still continued to sit on it until they tracked him across the country and went and collected the trash 10 days later on December 27th.
Right.
And then even after they collected the trash and apprehended him and arrested him, they never, ever did any DNA testing or IgG on unknown male B, unknown male D blood.
And see, there's where my problem is. Thank you, Annie, for bringing that up, because it's not difficult to believe that there could be accomplices, especially in a quadruple homicide. Why stick to one suspect, and not even think about the others? That's where the perplexity with this is at. Is why is that just that one guy? And they've said it before. We got our guy. There's only one guy. So we know this is it. Blah blah blah. How do you know that?
I just think it's super interesting that the state does not want in any way, shape, or form for the defense to know how and when they got to Bryan Kohberger.
Yep. That's the roadblock and the brick wall that has been smacked every time. Why is that? That's a great question.
There's in my very humble, uneducated opinion,
she would, you think, by now understand the why, even though she's not getting it from the defense or the court isn't pushing her.
She probably does, Sarge.
I'm sure she understands why that they laid their their treasury.
Well, I guess the point that I'm getting at here is if you're the defense, you know how and when, but for some reason, they don't want to tell you.
Right.
They don't want to admit it. They don't want it to be on the record. They don't want it on the record.
Well, they can't put it on the record, of course, because it would just bring the whole system down.
I don't even think so much that. I think it really has to do with the fact that when you think about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
If there's only a couple of reasons why the state, in a case as big as this, especially where they're opining that this is he's the only one, it's only him, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
The fact that they will not cough up the how and the when of exactly what day, what tip, what piece of evidence exactly tipped you off to Bryan Kohberger. They will not cough it up. They want to keep hiding it. There's only a couple reasons you're going to do that. In my very humble, uneducated opinion, it's very prejudicial to somebody.
Yes, ma'am. Bingo. Same thought.
I don't know who. I don't know if it's prejudicial to the state, to law enforcement, to Bryan, to victims, to survivors. I don't know who it's prejudicial to, but it's very clear that however they got to him, the date and how, they can't cough it up. I don't know why that is.
Something in my very, very uneducated opinion with this, something or someone is being protected. Something, for whatever reason. That's how I feel about it. And that's where I've been with that for a while.
It had to have happened early on. And I say that because early on was when they expanded the scope of the search for the car from 11 to 13 to 11 to 16. So that would be the timeline, the schedule under which I think they began their focus on Bryan Kohberger by allowing those 2 years to be included in their assessment.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if there was any shenanigans, it had to start with moving the identification of the vehicle to a greater amount of cars, which would allow them to place somebody in that seat. Why, I don't know. Doesn't make sense to me. I cannot identify from their photos anything more than a 2011 to 13 Elantra. There's no way to say that car on that road there, the one in that motion, could be anything but that.
Yeah.
There's no way to in other words, there isn't a parking light or a reflector light on that white bumper, and only between 14 and 16 did it get moved there. It was always down in the black air dam on the 11 to 13s. So you would have some hint of red because this is an infrared camera. It would show, just like it shows the taillights are red. Mm-hmm. It would reflect. Any light that hits that, it's made to reflect. So you cannot take this make model chart number 3 and come to any conclusion beyond 11 to 13. It's just not possible. If that's an Elantra, let's just say, confirming that that's an Elantra, you can't say 14 to 16. Just
Beth, they did change the car year. They started with one and then they ended up at another. It was done by the experts that were following that. So that did happen, by the way.
Well, I do remember at one of those last hearings with Hippler, not this most recent one, but the one where Mowry was called up, and Elisa Masseth is asking Mowry to explain his interactions with Special Agent Balance while Special Agent Balance is on the phone having these phone calls with Apple. Okay. And Mowry testifies that the conversations that Special Agent Balance was having with Apple related to Bryan Kohberger had nothing to do with MPD's investigation. It was for the FBI stalking investigation.
See?
So, it's very clear, in my opinion, that how they got to him Everything that they got for information on Kohberger likely came from the feds very, very, very early. But however the feds obtained it, that's exactly why they can't say. Because it would be, it's incredibly prejudicial because a lot of what they do is, people would not be happy when they find out that, like we're recently, think about what we're learning here. Not only are we learning that if your DNA, even your trace DNA, is recovered somewhere where a crime has occurred, and if they want to know who you are, they will literally pretend your DNA is theirs and put it into databases they're barred from to get the information they want.
Yep.
Same with AT&T. Since 2021, the FBI, if they want your timing advance records, they can get them and will get them, and they don't need a warrant to do it.
Amen.
Okay? So what we're learning here is that it appears what happened in the very early stages of this case is the FBI was doing all the work. They were the ones backdooring everything, backdooring all the information, which makes sense why the state can't say, well, yeah, this is how we got to him, and this is exactly how, and this is exactly when. Because it would probably likely prejudice the FBI incredibly because the work that they're doing to allegedly catch people, right?
Yeah.
If the way that they have to do it is not by real investigation, but by violating their oath and our rights to do their job, are they really doing their job?
No, I take exception with rights. We don't have rights. They have a guardrail they're not to cross. Those are not rights if you do it.
So
right? Those are the government cannot cross these limits, and they're doing that constantly at the FBI. And that's been on display now for
I think that's why they don't want to say the how and the when of how they got to him. Because it's not them who got to him.
Right.
Do you think it could relate then? I know this is a little off-sided, but with what you're saying, if we back all the way up to the very beginning of when this case started, and we were told that the FBI was on the ground in Moscow involved in something before this happened, do you think it could relate to that, Annie? Possibly?
I mean, I don't know. I truly don't. I really have no idea. Like, I'm not going to pretend that I know more than anybody else. I mean,
no,
it gives the appearance. I guess the point that I'm getting at is, however they had his fucking name, however they got to him, they don't want to say it.
No, not at all.
And the only thing I could think of is because it's highly prejudicial to somebody.
We may know how they got to him.
And how's that?
And that may be the case in Pennsylvania.
And what
his parents were subpoenaed. His parents were subpoenaed because a woman jogger was murdered or something.
Yeah, but he was cleared.
He was cleared of that. Yeah.
Wait. We're trying to understand how they ever got his name.
Right. If they were already, yeah. They were already looking at him. Yeah.
Look at the timeline. Yes. And they know
that's what I mean. If they already suspected him, or what's really interesting to me is that in the beginning, even Becca Barlow, she's now joined as a lawyer, but in the beginning, she made it crystal clear: we need that tree, we need the raw data, we need everything that you did, because we need to know. It is crucial that we know who, in the pool of putative relatives in your tree from this fucking sheath profile you got. We need to know who of his relatives was in the area at the time of the crime. That's what she was asking for June 23rd, 2023. Becca Barlow. She was telling the court back then, it is imperative we know who is on that tree, because we need to know what other relatives of his were in the area at the time of the crime. And she even made it a point to say relatives that are not known to him. There could be relatives on his tree that are not known to him.
Right. We all have that. That wouldn't be unusual at all.
Bingo. So I guess what I'm getting at is when you find out way back June 23rd, 2023, then we find out after that comes the four brothers. We find out this SC person can see who their match was. when the profile was uploaded. That profile name did not belong to a Kohberger. The name was not Kohberger, and the SC could see their match. So whoever SC is, SC knows who their match is for that profile that was uploaded. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
So there's someone out there with the initials SC right now, if it's an actual person who could see they matched to the perpetrator profile. And whatever that profile was related to the four brothers and SC and all of this, it's not Kohberger.
That's really
Yeah,
interesting.
what a web they've weaved, right? I mean, the honesty is that? Where's that song? It's just a lonely word. I think honesty has been beaten, raped, shot, and killed. People just don't seem to get it anymore. It's so easy to live if you could just be honest, especially when you're in a job like this where law enforcement and you hold the lives of people in your hands. I think honesty should be the only requirement. And if people aren't honest, you need to call. These people in these positions need to be called out and held to account.
Well, I just think it's pretty interesting that there's someone out there right now. If it is a person, obviously it was law enforcement who uploaded the profile as though they owned it, and then this SC could see it was a match. Meaning, so the way that it was explained is that SC should not, under normal circumstances, this SC person would not have been able to see the match because it would have been uploaded as a law enforcement kit. A layman cannot see the matches of a law enforcement kit, but the layman can see the matches to other laymans. Okay? So if this SC is a real person, law enforcement uploaded a profile, put it under the initials SC.
I misheard you. Sorry.
And then they could see the match. You understand? So whoever SC is, whether it's law enforcement or an actual person, they could see their match, even though they shouldn't have been able to. That means that they know not only was the match not to a Kohberger, but remember, what's his name there? In that transcript for the sealed IGG hearing, the guy from the ISP lab. And he's being asked about the four brothers.
Yeah.
All of that stuff. He's talking about how, like, the SC person, maybe it's in Leah Larkin's testimony. It might be in Leah Larkin's testimony in that transcript. It's Leah Larkin explaining how this profile, the way that it was uploaded as though it was a layman, not a law enforcement kit, meaning the person who they matched with could see that they were a match. And this happened within one day. So from the time the profile was uploaded, the very next day, this SC could see the match. If they had uploaded it as a law enforcement kit, they wouldn't have been able to see their match.
Right. They went around the user agreement.
But it's interesting. So who's SC? And who did they match to? Who is this profile to that's not Kohberger?
Wow. And just to clarify, the letters you're saying are S as in Sam, C as in cat, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. And trust me, immediately I said, holy shit, Stacy Chapin, right? That's what everybody thought right off the rip. But I do have some very big brains, luckily enough, as my mods and in my chat. And one of my big brains was like, I wonder if SC means skin cells. And maybe that's how they were able to get a match so quickly to Bryan, because allegedly this was skin cells. Trace DNA from the sheath, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
So it's going to be interesting to see the date. Now, if the FBI is popping up December 10th to say, stop all your work, I'm going to go ahead and guess that it's right around December 10th when SC, air quote, SC is getting the match. And they can see the match to the skin cell. If law enforcement uploaded it themselves, put it as the SC because it's a skin cell profile. Makes perfect sense, right? They had a match within a day.
Yes, it does.
And then you don't need to do IgG. You don't need to do none of that. You just backdoored it and got your match. Now you can just do STR. Go get him, go swab him, and do your STR.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Do you get what I'm saying?
I do.
Yep.
I do. It does make some sense.
But what's crazy is that now if SC is skin cell profile, that makes sense that it came back to Kohberger.
Mm-hmm.
It was the lovely P. Fox, by the way, who said, I wonder if SC means skin cell.
Oh, she's
and I was
smart.
like, you little fucking genius, you.
Yeah, she's
because
very.
I was falling down the rabbit hole of Stacey Chapin, you know.
See, I thought Scott Cleary maybe, but that makes sense.
Exactly. Yeah, a lot of people came up with some good ones for SC.
Right.
Somebody said Supreme Court, because when you upload it, you can name it anything you want.
Sure.
You could name your profile like Alice in Wonderland when you upload it if you want to. You can give it whatever name you want.
But
So,
with law
to me, it made logical sense where Leah Larkin and the defense have been arguing that it would appear they backdoored his DNA.
Yep.
It makes sense. That's how they would do it. They have the skin cell profile. They're IgG's telling them it's going to take us months. It's going to take us weeks to months to help you on our end with this. It's going to take us a long time to get to where we need to with IgG. I'm guessing maybe there's something up here because
I think what you just exposed something, and that there was no IgG work.
Nope.
No, there was. There absolutely was, and the testimony
but that IgG work was done by
it wasn't
Othram.
complete when they were told to stop it.
Annie, listen. I'm going to put together what you just laid out. The FBI didn't do IgG work. They backdoored the sample to cut that process out because the IgG work being done by Othram Lab wasn't going to be able to give them a complete suspect. They were stuck within the system. So what they did is they took their information and didn't run IgG on it. They backdoored it into the system and made that connection with no IgG work. And that's how they were able to get this done so damn quickly.
Well, here's the thing. ISP contracts with Othram. Othram did start doing IgG work.
And that stopped.
If my little big brain over there, P. Fox, is right about the SC just being code for skin cells, because that's the profile they uploaded, right? It's Kohberger skin cells from the sheath. They put it into this database, pretended it was their own, and could see their hit the next day.
Right.
That's law enforcement. Law enforcement is SC.
Right. Okay? Right. I get that.
Right. So if they can see it the next day, it's going to be, I guess the point I was getting at is it's going to be interesting to see the dates on that. Because if those dates coincide with the FBI popping up to say, stop your work, Othram, it makes perfect sense why the defense has been getting at, we know they backdoored it. They were mentioning things like Prometheus, GEDmatch Pro, things like that, MyHeritage. So I was under the assumption that when they were saying it was backdoored, right, they meant that they put it into something like MyHeritage, pretending it was their own. And MyHeritage has 9 million profiles.
That's what I said too, like an unsanctioned database that they would not normally use. So yeah.
But apparently, I think that P. Fox was definitely onto something with the SC, meaning skin cell. It's law enforcement uploading it as code. SC is code for skin cell.
Sure.
Makes sense. That's how they got their hit so quick. They tell the FBI, they tell Othram, stop your work. We'll take everything that you did. But the point of having Gamut testify for Ann in that sealed hearing was so that Gamut could testify that Othram, the contract they have, Othram is supposed to save everything, including the raw data, everything. Right. Even if they're going to turn it over, they still need to save and keep everything.
Yep, they back it up.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. The whole thing's pretty wild when you think about it, right? If the way that you got to him is because you just put his profile up as though it's your own and you labeled it skin cell, that means Does that mean that you didn't actually do any STR testing until you got your match, until you got your hit?
Of course it does.
Yep.
And that's the move. The FBI by 2035 expects all crimes to be solved through technology, not through gumshoe work.
Right.
And they're pulling all these backdoor acts. Now, whoever that person was, I suspect if they're still alive, I'm surprised people, if they should be suing the FBI. There should be lawsuits being levied against them for behaving the way they behave. Those websites indicate to the user the same protections as your own home when they say that your information will not be shared with law enforcement. And for law enforcement, you need a warrant. And the fact that they went around that and they act like, well, it's just a policy, it's not a law. Well, I'm sorry, there's no policy saying that you could just kick in my front door and say, oops. And when I join a website that tells me it's not going to be shared, I view that as I do my own private home.
I just want to know the actual date the STR was created and uploaded to CODIS.
That would be very interesting to know. I agree.
I want to know the actual date you created.
It would have to be
STR
previous
profile from the sheath.
Wouldn't that be prior to Otham's work?
What?
Wouldn't that be prior to Otham's work?
It's supposed to be, yeah. Allegedly, ISP was supposed to do STR testing first and upload the profile to CODIS and got no hits, which is why they went to IGG, allegedly. But that's still very interesting to me, because if you already created the STR for CODIS, why would you need to backdoor anything?
Well, any Backwood Beats and Outlaw Rhythms just said SC stands for supercoiled, the way DNA is tightly wound and twisted behind its normal helical structure.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be that too.
I mean, yeah, could be. I just think it's really interesting if you already created the STR.
Yes.
You put it into CODIS and you got no hits.
Right.
Then it would not be that much. My brain is trying to break it down now, like how they would have. So then if you created the STR, the lab is not getting any hits from the STR. Why are you then, why would you upload it as the SC, as the skin, say it's skin cell?
Yeah.
Why would you upload it as skin cell? It's not. You have at that point, you have a full concentrated amplified profile.
Right. Okay.
I like the explanation of backwards. I think that supercoiling does seem to be consistent.
They looked it up
with terms.
But even if they labeled it supercoiling, why would they do that?
Same thing. Yeah.
Well, 100%. He's telling you why, because that DNA sample, the helix is twisted in either a right-handed or left-handed direction, resulting in a positive or negative supercoiling.
Right.
So, I mean, in other words, that the abbreviation has been nailed down to not be a person at this point, but either be a representative of skin cells or the supercoiling. But again, it's not even that. It's that they used it in a way that backdoored the investigation. They didn't do it. The FBI didn't sit down and do IGG work and go through all these trees, although there is a statement where they had as many as 600,000 hits.
Of course.
And so, there was IGG work done. Was it just Othram? Well, did the FBI pick it up and continue it, or did the FBI just backdoor it, like you're saying?
What date would be a hot date on that now, Annie? Like, in your opinion, what a hot date meaning?
According to everything that we've read so far, November 22nd, 2022 is when the Q11 sample was transferred to Othram.
Gotcha.
So that would be 9 days after the crime. They are transferring the profile from the sheath, not the sheath, just the profile from the sheath.
Right.
To Othram for Othram to start their work. And then by December 10th, they're telling Othram, stop your work.
Stop your work.
My guess is sometime between November 22nd and December 10th is when they backdoored the profile to get the hit.
Which is interesting because it still doesn't match with what they've said. So, yeah. Okay.
They're saying IGG produced the tip the 19th.
Yep.
That can't be true. If they're telling them to stop their work on the 10th.
Yep.
Then how did IGG produce a tip for you if you told them to stop their work on the 10th and their work was incomplete?
Thank you. Bingo.
Because the FBI didn't do IGG.
That exactly would be why they would hide it, folks. 100%.
There were 2 SMPs created, one by one by Othram, one by the FBI. There's 2 SNPs.
Wow.
Whatever the FBI did with their SNP, all I know is that by the 10th of December, they knew. They fully, however they did it, whatever they did, they were able to take his little trace DNA profile, and by the 10th, they had their match, they had their hit. Whether they backdoored it, whether we know it didn't come from IGG because Othram was told to stop their work the 10th of December. So they couldn't have given a tip on the 19th.
Right.
The tip couldn't have come from the IGG work for Othram.
Very good point.
And
That's interesting.
when you think about it, right, if you have both sides agreeing, IGG is not going to be discussed. Okay. Well, that's interesting because Payne already said he didn't even know Kohberger's name until the tip on the 19th.
Yep, right.
The STR that you uploaded to CODIS didn't produce a hit. So what's the tip? What's the tip? Because it's not your STR from CODIS and it's not IGG. So how are you going to say you got to him? What's the tip you got that led you to him? What piece of evidence led you to him?
Right.
I mean,
wow,
think about it.
You got my head swimming now. Wow.
That is yet. It's not summer.
Yeah, well.
Right.
That is what's the tip?
I'm trying to get one of you to argue, maybe Eddie, where are you? Eddie, come argue with me like you're the prosecution.
I can't argue it because I'm.
So what I'm saying is that you're the state. You can't use the STR because the STR you uploaded to CODIS didn't produce a hit.
Right.
So you can't say, well, the STR we put into CODIS gave us a tip to Mr. Kohberger. You can't say the sheath, the trace sample we collected off the sheath led us to Mr. Kohberger by IGG because that's also out.
Yep.
So what is your tip? How did you get to him? What piece of evidence got you to Kohberger without CODIS or IGG?
A witness account?
No, I see what she's saying, but I think
I
also
do too, but I can't.
That tip itself is only valuable if the evidence around that crime can be laid at the feet of Kohberger, and they just can't do that.
Well, it can't be a generic tip either.
An informant?
They brought it up in court yesterday. Can't just be this generic tip. You can't make up a new way of how you got to him. You already testified and put on the record you didn't get to him until the 19th of December per IGG.
That's right.
You can't make up a new way of how you got to him. And according to the state yesterday, we were just going to have Brett Payne offer testimony that he received this tip around the 19th. And when Becca Barlow was arguing, that's explicitly what she was getting at is I don't want this to be like a case I litigated years back, where once the officer testified, yeah, we have this generic tip. The jury inquired, what was the tip? What do you mean generic tip? That's like generic description, witness description.
Yeah, right.
We don't lock people up on that. We don't kill people on generic tips and generic witness descriptions.
So do you think it relates back to the Pennsylvania situation that somebody said, hey, by the way.
They were forced to admit it yesterday in court. It's the sheath.
Oh, the sheath. I'm sorry. I missed where you were going with
it's
that.
Okay. I was hoping somebody was going to pick up what I was putting down, but
well, we're not all as smart as you, ma'am. Sorry.
So the argument that they're going to have to go with is the sheath. Well, the sheath, that's exactly what they said yesterday too. The sheath is the only thing. The DNA on the sheath is the only thing we have connecting Mr. Kohberger to the crime. Well, that's interesting because the DNA off the sheath, you didn't even know it belonged to him until IGG, right?
Of course, yeah.
Oh, but IGG's out.
Right. Oh, shit. Yeah.
You can't even tell anybody about IGG.
So
they're not going to be able to use that sheath, I think, is the point I'm getting at here. I think they're going to have to
I don't think
concede they
so
can't
either.
even use the
That's
sheath.
true. Yeah.
Yeah, their case has always been about that transfer DNA and trying to create circumstances to point to Bryan. And it's just the circumstances are not beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's why even the DNA itself is just a piece of circumstantial evidence. It isn't direct evidence of his presence at that crime scene at the time it took place. You can't, although one woman wants to suggest it is, the other DNA expert for the state, that idiot. But you just DNA doesn't tell you a date. You could find million-year-old dinosaur DNA.
Right.
DNA can last forever, depending on the surface it's in contact with. And the other question is that knife sheath a stainless or a brass snap? And if so, how were you able to maintain an impossible situation? DNA cannot exist in brass.
The snap itself may not have been swabbed at all for DNA.
No, they're talking the outside. No, that's the outside enamel coated part of the snap.
No, they're not. I promise you what the defense is getting at here in their little footnotes. They are clearly saying, yes, even though these people have testified that this area was swabbed, what the defense is saying is, in fact, Your Honor, court, be aware, it's in their footnotes, the snap itself may not have been swabbed at all for DNA. The entire area of the snap, in and out, all of it was preserved for fingerprinting.
So the whole thing, inside and outside.
See, I didn't interpret that. Where's that document? Because my understanding during that exchange was,
I got it right here, homie.
That button snap, the button snap itself wasn't swabbed, and that would be the outer surface with the enamel coating. That was preserved for fingerprinting. That was preserved for fingerprinting, and therefore that there could be no more testing by the defense because of the fingerprint powder.
Sorry,
they're saying they got it from the inside of the snap.
Right. Well, hold on. What'd you say?
I'll read it. I'll read it to you.
Okay.
All right. And who is it coming from, defense or prosecution?
This is from the defense. It's from Bicca Barlow, motion in limine, number 11.
Welcome, Willie. Good to see you, bud.
Hey, guys. What up?
Hey.
Hi, Willie.
Pissed off today. Hey, Annie.
Yeah, I think everybody is. It's all right.
Sorry if I missed your live. I was out for a couple hours, Annie.
Yeah, good.
I don't know if you went live,
honey, at all.
Oh, okay, good. Okay,
I missed
good.
them all. Irritates the shit out of me too.
All right, so let me go get this. Hang on, I'll show
the guy stocking the cars at Walmart, dude, took 2 hours, dude.
Oh, maybe it's in number 9. Is it in number 11 or number 9?
The guy, stocking trading cards. It took the guy 2 hours to freaking stock the shelves, and there was like a line of like 15, 20 people, and I was just getting so pissed, bro. 2 hours sitting there for some fucking Pokemon. My daughter better, man, when she grows up, my daughter better realize how much I love her.
Of course.
For God's sakes.
Of course. The things we do for our kids.
What's I'm saying?
What kind of cards are they?
She likes Pokemon.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You know.
I can't believe them things are still popular.
See, even Nellie B is saying that she knows it to be. They swabbed the inside of the snap. The outside of the snap was preserved for fingerprints, and that would be the enamel coated part.
Oh, that's what they stated. Yeah, but I think she found something different that she's referring to. She popped. Oh, she must have dropped off trying to grab.
Yeah, I don't know enough to talk about it. I just know, I don't know what the hell they swapped. I just want to know how they got his DNA.
Well, she's been explaining, I don't know how long you've been in here, like something that really opened my mind up to some stuff that I didn't realize, which is interesting. But I'm curious to see what this is here.
Oh, yeah. That's why I talk to Annie, like, literally every morning, early as shit, too. We talk, and, like, I learn a lot. Without her, dude, I wouldn't know half this shit.
It makes sense. It does.
Yeah, I had a nightmare last night, dude. I did not sleep good. I don't know if it was because of the hearing, but, like, I had a screwed up dream. I don't know, man. It's starting to like affect me.
It's gotten to a lot of people, bud.
Well, I don't think we talked yesterday regarding the hearing, but dude, talk about bias, huh? I mean, every single time the defense tried to even open their mouth, he's like cutting them off and whispering. It's like, dude, stop.
Like Sarge made reference to, it's obvious that he seems to have an issue with either and Alyssa or the defense just in
And
general.
Cy, it seems like, calling the guy a conspiracy theorist for
that part of it he got upset about. You can tell that for sure.
Yeah.
He got an attitude. There she is. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute.
And then you don't even have the audacity to say it to his face. That's what I thought was messed up.
Right. Welcome back, Annie.
Where'd
Sorry,
you go?
it's always me. I accidentally booted myself. I just X'd out. I didn't mean to.
Unbelievable.
No worries.
I've never ever told any of you that I actually know what I'm doing here.
We won't tell nobody. I
I
promise.
know you don't. That's why
Please
I'm
don't.
being
Please
patient.
don't. I'm not a professional.
I won't.
All right, so I'll get this for you. We'll look at it together.
Just a professional. Just a professional.
Do you want me to put it up on screen or anything, or?
I'm going to present it with you in just a second, darling.
Eddie, were you going to say something, bud?
No, just if I was in the kitchen when you jumped up on panel. So if you said hi and I didn't respond, I apologize. I was.
Oh yeah, I just said hi, everybody. I figured you were
I
doing
was trying to
something.
get Eddie. I was trying to get Eddie to like argue as the state and like go back and forth with me as to
It's
like,
hard.
well, if you can't use the
It is.
if you can't use the STR that went into CODIS as your tip for Bryan, and you can't use the IGG as your tip for Bryan, how are you going to say you got to him?
I don't know.
It is quite interesting.
I don't know what they're. I don't know what. I mean, they have to say something, right?
Yeah.
I guess so, right?
My opinion on that is they don't want to say how they got to Bryan because that's going to give a date on when they got to Bryan.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely not the 19th, is it?
Which goes to what Ann Taylor has said in the past. This was not a real investigation.
She said that?
Yes.
That's funny.
Because she knows he's innocent.
All right, I'm going to share this with you real quick so we can look
She
at it
said it.
together.
All right.
And she said it. And when she said it, she said it in like a pleading way. She was like, "Your Honor, Bryan is innocent." Like just the way she said it was very
Hang on.
believable.
Yeah.
Genuine.
Down here. Here we go. There it is. All right. You got control, ma'am.
All right. Let me make sure that everybody can see it. I don't have a way to make it bigger. So this is going to be your motion in limine number 6 regarding Riley.
All right, hold on.
Nolan.
Let me do this real quick. Chat, I'm not ignoring you. Mama Bear, if you can hear me, watch them just to make sure everything's okay. I'm going to blow it up bigger and cover the screen.
Okie dokie.
Thank you, ma'am. There we go.
Thanks, Mama Bear. I figured you would just.
Oh,
Phantom.
God. There we go. Okay. Can you guys hear me okay still?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can't. We're got some weird.
What does this footnote say?
Okay.
Hold on.
So we'll get into this. Oh, Dago's telling me to wait, so I'll wait.
It dropped back down. So hold on a minute.
It's up again.
I mean, listen, I can just, it's okay. We can just tell people what motion to go look at and they can follow along. It's literally page 2 of the motion. They won't have to go far.
Yeah, just read it.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So motion in limine number 6 regarding Riley Nolan and reference to touch and contact DNA. It's on page 2. Relevant facts. A knife sheath that was recovered, tucked under the covers next to Miss Mogan at 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho on November 13, 2022. The sheath was tested using standard DNA STR methods by the Idaho State Police Lab. Item Q11, a swab from the sheath, resulted in a single source male profile. This profile was uploaded to the CODIS DNA database and resulted in no hits. We'll get to the footnotes. The footnotes are what's important. Down here, it says footnote 1, the government has indicated that these terms will be used at trial, meaning the touch and contact DNA.
Right.
In Exhibit S21, the disclosure for witness Riley Nolan, the government stated that Ms. Nolan would testify about general topics, including what is labeled as touch DNA. Footnote 2, the exact location of the sheath is unclear in both photographs of the room and in the written description of its location. The body cam footage of one of the first officers on scene shows the sheath tucked under the covers next to Miss Mogan. Footnote 3, this is where we're going to get into this. Now, everybody remember, this motion in limine comes after the people have testified where they swabbed, what they swabbed, etc. This motion in limine, footnote 3 says, when item Q11 was tested for DNA. Wait a minute. Yeah. It says while item Q11 was tested for DNA, it was never subjected to standard biological testing for the presence of blood or saliva. In one exchange of emails, Riley Nolan described the swabbing as being of the leather strap and the internal metal area of the snap. The snap itself may not have been swabbed at all for DNA. The defense has no ability to retest based on the fingerprint processing of the sheath.
Right. Well, that's what I was saying, though.
Yeah.
That confirms what I was saying. See, there's a male and female end of the snap. There's also the surface of the snap that's covered in enamel. Okay.
Right.
Right.
Well, what he's saying though is that may not have ever been tested. Those SARS, they're not.
Barlow.
They're referring to the snap.
The inside, yeah.
Listen. Read that again and just realize that.
Yeah, it says right here in one exchange.
Go ahead.
What?
It says in one exchange of emails, one exchange. There's multiple. In one exchange of emails, Riley Nolan describes the swabbing as being of the leather strap and internal metal area of the snap. The snap itself may not have been swabbed at all. That's what Vicar Barlow's saying here, that even though they're saying we swabbed the inside, the internal area of the snap, what Vic is saying is the snap itself may not have been swabbed at all because they wanted to preserve it for fingerprints.
Right. But you're conflating that sentence improperly.
I'm not conflating anything. I'm reading what the defense DNA expert is saying based on the discovery she's looking at.
You're placing an interpretation on it that it doesn't say. It tells you with no ambiguity.
Itself.
That would be the part you push with your thumb to snap it closed.
I mean, look, all I know is she's saying that Riley Nolan described the swabbing to be...
Hold on.
Sorry.
All I know is that what Vicar Barlow is getting at here is that this alleged expert from the ISP lab described the swabbing to be of A, B, C, and D. And then Vicar Barlow says, in actuality, that fucking swabbing may not have happened at all.
Right. That's how I would read it too.
That's not how I read it.
I think you're taking it, Sergeant. What he's saying, you guys, is what I think he reads this as, and what it means is that the snap itself, meaning this part here on the outside, is what they're referring to, and I'm taking that as the entire snap.
They said they swabbed the internal of the button.
Right, they did initially, but I think this comes back as
wait, but that matters in this context of this document. That matters. They acknowledge that they swabbed the button. Okay,
I mean,
or the barrel.
Either way, I guess.
No, it's very specific. But they did not swab the snap. There are two items on that knife. You have a male and a female item. One of them is barrel shaped that you snap the snap into.
Right there.
There. And then now show that is now a snap.
That's
that they did not swab. They preserved it for fingerprints.
Right, but if they have a swabber's report and the swabber says, or the swabber's testimony, and the swabber says, I was told not to touch any part of the snap, inside or out.
If they say that, but that's not what that document says. That document says they did swab the inside.
I think
does say that.
inferring. I think, Sarge, that it's inferring.
Right.
That was
And I think what Sarge is missing here is the point that I'm getting at is the sealed IGG hearing came first. You get them all on record swearing A, B, C, and D was done. And then you come back with your motion in limine to exclude that person because what they testified to is inaccurate or incorrect.
Okay.
That is the whole point of the motion in limine.
Gotcha.
To exclude Riley Nolan, because what she testified to regarding not only this swabbing, how it was done, where it was swabbed, etc., she's even corrected in the sealed IGG hearing. She has to correct herself and say, oops, oh, that's right, the outside snap, right? Somewhere in that transcript, she corrects herself.
Yeah, she did.
She clarifies herself when she refers to it now under more scrutiny.
I guess the point I'm getting at is that's the whole reason they did it that way. They got all of these people on record first, testifying to how and what was done, and then they came back with their motions in limine to exclude these people.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I see that now. I wasn't hearing that at first, and I knew what you were both saying. I was just trying to figure out where to meet it in the middle. But no, that makes sense. I know what you mean now.
This is the crazy thing. It's not me saying it. I'm just reading literally what the docs say, and this is Becca Barlow here.
Right. That's
Becca Barlow knows what she's doing.
Agreed.
Hell yeah.
It's wild.
I'm not saying that. I think the statement's in there, and I do not think that they're arguing that none of that button or receiver were swabbed. I don't think that argument is actually can be made by that statement. The statement specifically states where they did swab, and then that they did not swab the snap at all is a separate topic for a separate part.
Well, the fact of the matter is, before it's ever even swabbed, it's photographed from every angle before the swabber is even allowed to touch it.
Yeah.
So they're definitely going to have not only photographs of it before the swabber ever touched it, but then they take photographs of you as the swabber while you're swabbing the item to show
there's going to be documents. There has to be documents to prove it. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And there will be lab reports. There's going to be the swabber's reports. That's why what I'm trying to say here is that if I'm wrong, I'm fine with being wrong. I don't care. What I'm saying is that it would appear what the defense did is they got them on record first, got them to say, yep, we did this, this, and this, and this is how we did it. And it would appear they came back with their motion in limine, and Bick is like, well, not so fast. Because even as you go further in that document, footnote 4.
Yeah.
So that's footnote 3 saying the snap itself may not have been swabbed at all.
Right.
Footnote 4 says the other 2 male profiles. What does that say? Identified in the ISP lab reports as unknown B and unknown D were never run through CODIS or subjected to IGG testing. The defense has never received an explanation as to why these 2 male profiles were not further, what does that say? Investigated. Sorry, it's because I highlighted my own shit. I can't read it.
You're okay.
Right, but I think she's going to use that in her third party.
Right. So it would appear what they're getting at here, think about it, because this is in this regarding Riley Nolan touch and contact DNA. Right. Well, we have another almost in the same bucket of information here where they're talking about item Q14, swabs from the back of the sheath that tested presumptively positive for blood, and DNA testing was done, and Mr. Kohberger was excluded.
From where? From where?
This is in the
From where did they say that was swabbed?
Swabs from the back of the sheath.
Which is what I said earlier, and you anyway, I said earlier they had blood or something on the sheath, in the snap. I said that way early on, and you said no, there was no identified blood from the sheath. It came from 11A.
I didn't say anything
No,
about
she definitely
blood
would
on the
not.
sheath ever.
She definitely
I
would
don't know
not
what
say
you're
that.
talking about. We weren't even talking about blood on the sheath.
Yeah, earlier on in this conversation, I brought that out. There was blood on the sheet. There was blood under the nail. There was blood on the glove. There was blood on a railing, and they never tested the interior of the glove.
Oh, way before. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's where I
Right.
got that
We
from.
were
was
talking
from-
about the blood on the glove, I thought.
No, we were talking about, I was making the point of the excessive amount of DNA samples that were
Yeah.
not tracked down. And I listed where they
Well,
were.
yeah,
And you
we
told
all
me,
know
no,
that,
not on
yeah.
the sheet.
The problem is the blood and the DNA, the blood from the sheath was DNA tested and Kohberger was excluded.
Correct. And that's that. But here was the, anyway, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Because now I'm thinking to myself, because, I do highly respect your intelligence and your presentation. I was going to leave the shift. You didn't read that. I'd have walked out of here and argued with people there was no blood on the sheath. But I knew there was, but you corrected me and I accept that. So now I'm back to where I started from, which they did swab the back of the sheath and find other unknown male DNA.
Right.
That's right.
So that's what I'm saying. There's 7 places that they ignored. And they may not mention the inside of the gloves, but anybody that thinks you wouldn't swab that for transfer DNA is smoking something that crack can't even come close to. Of course you would.
Right.
Well, this is from...
There's no other hearing today, by the way, for people asking in chat. There was supposed to be, but it was rescheduled, I think, to the 16th. So sorry.
Anyway, it's not even the point. It's not a matter of right and wrong. It was just
It's not really a hearing either.
Well, no, it's not about right and wrong, but it is about when you take the documents from the defense in their totality, especially with motions in limine, because the reason that they're making these arguments, it isn't just about, well, see, they ignored all of this other DNA. It's about the fact that every piece of DNA they tried to connect him to, he was excluded.
Right.
Except for this trace sample. So when you take what they're saying about, okay, well, they're saying they swabbed this, this, and this, but in actuality, it looks like maybe the swabbing was done this way. Do you understand? Right. They're seeing things in the discovery that are setting off alarm bells for them as to exactly how things were done, because it seems contradictory.
I want the name of the photographer, because maybe she was that Asian girl that Brian was dating. I mean, I want to know every name of everybody in the lab and any potential connection or involvement or even passive passerby of Bryan Kohberger was involved in this investigation. Right.
Well, like here, look, I'll even show this to you just so that everybody knows, like, they can go find it themselves if they need to. This isn't, I'm not doing anything that nobody else can't do.
You put a lot of good stuff together, Miss.
So this is another filing right here. It says in this case, the only DNA evidence that implicates Mr. Kohberger is the DNA found on the sheath found in the residence. From the lab reports and notes, as well as recent testimony by Riley Nolan. Here we go again. I'm telling you, they were gunning for Riley Nolan because whatever testimony she gave about this sheath, the sample from the sheath, how it was collected, something's off, something's wrong, and they know it. From the lab reports and notes, as well as recent testimony by Riley Nolan, it appears that sample Q11 was a swabbing of the leather strap on the sheath, as well as the interior of the snap. Now, this just calm down because this all came before the motion in limine. Not the outer snap surface. That's where Riley had to correct herself because she testified that it was the outer snap surface.
Yes.
The point that Mr. Barlow was getting at here is that Riley Nolan is offering testimony about how something was swabbed when she doesn't fucking know how it was swabbed.
Right. Yeah, she should be as qualified as a witness. She's an idiot.
So it was a swabbing of the leather strap on the sheath, as well as the interior of the snap, not the outer snap surface, which apparently was not sampled in order to preserve the surface for fingerprinting.
Right. Which seems
no
stupid.
serological testing was done on the area swabbed for Q11 to identify any biological material. An area identified as Q14. Swabs of stains on back of the sheath, tested presumptively positive for blood, and was DNA tested. Mr. Kohberger was excluded from this particular sample, which was identified as a mixture by the ISP lab report M2022-4843 number 4. Thus, the government has the burden to prove the when and the how of the DNA identified as Q11.
Right.
So what she's saying here is if your area identified as Q14, you had swabs of stains from the back of the sheet that tested presumptively positive for blood.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't pursue those. You definitely need to, you have the burden to explain the when and the how of this trace sample that you're following.
Unbelievable.
Thank you, Sarge, for joining us. Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab me something to eat. I gotta go on. I'm gonna do something out of the house today, so we don't know.
All right.
But it was a pleasure, Eddie. Thank you for the education.
Thank you, Sarge.
Mama Bear, thank you for your presence.
Bye, Sarge.
Miss
What do you
Potts, you
say,
helped
Annie?
me understand. You at least clarified some things, and I appreciate that very much.
Well, I
Diego,
hope you
if
go
you could
enjoy,
just,
go
you know,
enjoy your steak. I know that's what you're
I'm
going
not
to
gonna
do.
eat
You're probably
steak
going
today.
to eat a steak.
I'm gonna eat Chinese food today.
Oh, whatever. Steak
Yep,
is my
because
favorite thing.
before the tariffs get so high, you can't afford rice. I don't know what's going on.
That ain't
You
a
know?
lie.
I'll talk to you all again.
All right, sorry. Take care, brother. Thank you. As always, appreciate you. Wow.
I was right.
There's a lot of insight, folks, and a lot of thank you, Cassie. A lot of questions, and like I said, I swear to God, I couldn't survive some of this without you, Annie. I swear, I couldn't.
But there's a lot of disgust.
Oh my God, yeah, of course.
You know, and like I don't know, man. Just so angry today.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of reasons to be, Willie. I mean, look at what we're sitting here in front of our faces watching happen. You know,
I know. It's like you know, we're being taken as suckers, and like I don't know.
Well, I wouldn't say we're being taken as they think we are, but we're noticing things and breaking.
Because I
these
was
things.
asking Annie, I'm like, you know, why would the judge, right, make such a big deal about everything being transparent and nothing being sealed, and then know that all the eyes are on him, knowing that the public probably read through all this shit, and not even himself, he didn't even read most of the stuff. You know, I'm assuming, especially size thing.
He doesn't
you know?
seem to know about a whole lot of shit that he's lost on. So yeah.
And like, you know, what else? You know, what better does he have going on? Enlighten me. Does he have other like? This should be his main focus, dude.
Well, he probably does have other cases he's dealing with, but still,
something like this, right?
You're handed a case, you need to figure it out and get up on it. You know.
Yeah, and like you know, Annie brought up to me, you know, that about the beginning of this trial when he said, "I want to start." What the hell did he say? Sorry, Annie, you were able to remember what he said. He said something like, "I want to say like I'm happy to be here, but I don't want to start off with an untruth," or something like that. Some kind of verbiage.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. And I was like, "What the hell?"
Well,
you know,
that's a lie in itself because it's known that he doesn't want to be there. He doesn't want the case, which you know it is what it is. But
that's why he said, "I don't want to." You know, he basically said like, "I'm not happy to be here." Yeah.
Right.
So
he kind of reveals his inner thoughts. There's more to it than just he's not happy to be there. There's
What do you think, Eddie? I wasn't here for your opinion.
My opinion on that is he knows that he's going to be directed to do the wrong things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying.
Wow.
He's not acting of his own volition. Neither was Judge John Judge. My opinion.
Do you think? I mean, I certainly do. Do you think the defense has, you know, a pot to piss in when it comes to like, you know, asking him to recuse himself because of his statements? As far as one, you know, how he was kind of playing down autism when he made the comment. When he made the comment of, "Oh, was that before or after he got his?" You know, and then also calling an expert witness that I don't even know if he knows. Train these other experts that the state wants to freaking use on this software, and he's calling him a conspiracy theorist. Like
he ain't going nowhere, Willie. You know that.
I'm just saying, you know, I'd at least tried and put it on the record that we, you know, asked this guy to because of this, and this. At least bring up that you know you have problems with what he said. At least you know that's what I would do.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
Yeah, they
There's
make
no way the defense
get
is
it on
happy
the
there.
record.
Yeah, exactly.
But
I think that's what the defense
What's up,
did.
Detective Mowry?
Yeah.
I'm talking to Detective Mowry in the chat. What you got, buddy?
What document?
Yeah.
I'm curious myself, and no, that's not the real Detective Mowry, folks. For everybody,
I know.
I figure. Come here, kitty cat.
He wouldn't talk to any of us.
I feel like it's. I originally thought it was Kane, but I don't think it is.
Hey, Daddy.
No, Kane was in here on his own under his own name. So maybe unless he's running two accounts.
I do remember Annie Potts' first thing she said when we were reviewing yesterday's hearing. She said that she senses that there's bias. Judge Hippler is showing bias, and that was Willie's, I think, just about his first thoughts too. But my question to that would be, do you guys feel that that's the first time we got a sense of that? We've had many hearings with Judge Hippler. Have you noticed it prior to this?
No, because I've been, everybody else has been saying they didn't like Hippler. I was like, hey, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt because he just came out and said he doesn't want nothing sealed. He wants everything, transparent, yada, yada, yada. And then he acts like this.
That's exactly what I said. He did a whole...
I was kind of okay with him up until yesterday, but after yesterday, nobody could tell me anything that this guy is not biased to shit. I mean, he was basically like, it was like he was part of the prosecution, questioning what the defense was saying, cutting them off, putting them down. I mean, this guy's supposed to be a judge. I don't know what the hell he was doing.
Yeah, because many of those same behaviorisms were on display, January 23rd, 24th during the Franks hearing. He was interrupting the defense.
Yeah.
Kind of arguing.
Well, I thought maybe he would relax, I guess. I try to give people too much rope, dude. I know you all right off the bat, you're like, nah, they're lying about this, but I try to at least give them some kind of rope, and I shouldn't.
I do the same thing. I understand.
We
want to believe that not.
Yeah, the system's somewhat okay. Yeah,
right.
But not now.
Sadly, we're proved wrong. How often now?
And that's why I said it's just weird that he knows obviously the public's watching and he acts like a complete douche. I mean, I don't know, his mannerisms of his hands were on his head, on his eye, scratching his eye like he's bored. It's like, dude, you're a judge. Act like it.
Well, that's what maybe that's probably part of the problem is he knows he's a judge and he thinks he can get away with it.
Well, I mean, he probably can, but I don't know.
To a certain extent.
I'm just glad that they got a lot of stuff on
what page?
74. I'm pulling it up
74.
too.
Because at some point they probably talk to each other like, listen, we're obviously not going to win any of this because, but let's try to get as much as we can on record. And take the ass beating because that's what he was doing. He was berating them, all of them.
Yeah.
I don't have a page 74. Mine has 13. Hang on.
He was only semi cordial with
What
Bicca.
came up to that, Annie? I got a whole bunch of other shit.
That's about it.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. All right. Let me know when you're ready.
Page 74.
What are you guys bringing up?
Page 74.
Some manual, cast viz user guide manual.
Yeah.
Why didn't mine say like that? It's weird.
I'm looking. Hang on.
Oh, wait. Is that it? No.
I want to see what he's telling me to look at.
Yeah, sure.
It's nice out here, but it's gonna rain. How warm is it there, Dago?
It's not. It's like 35.
Holy shnikes.
Image can be added to a scene as a standalone container. As a container item, drag the image from the item.
How are you in Idaho? It's 30. I mean, Ohio.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So what do you want me to look at, Maury? I'm looking at it, friend. Well, what am I looking at?
We stopped everything. We don't know what we're looking for. What the hell?
No, I mean, I have it up. I'm looking at it. I just don't.
Is this a document we already
74.
saw? Is it the transcript?
No.
Cast viz user manual.
I confuse.
No.
Hang on.
Yes, ma'am. Welcome, Amor, Michi Girl, Blackhawk, Tara, Victoria, and Angel Mitakuye Oyesen again.
I shared my screen with you if you want to bring that up.
Yes, ma'am. There we go. Are you able to blow it up anymore or no?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is not what I pulled up, which is definitely different. Okay. So what do we got here?
Oh, so I'm asking Mallory. What am I looking at?
Judges have bosses too. Yahoo.
Hang on. Damn it. Page 74 may be different. It's a list of retention periods for data charts. Hang on.
Oh, okay.
I'll word search it.
I was gonna say this is.
Not seeing anything about retention or retention periods in this one. Hang on. Retention. Nothing. Maori, just fucking with me. Is that what you're doing? Maori woke up and chose violence today and was like, I'm going to go mess with Miss Potts.
I mean, you were like, okay, let me bring it up right away. So
where'd you go, Maori?
I'm just messing with him. Obviously, it's not the real Detective Maori.
We know.
I figure it's got to be, whoever it is. No. I know who it is. I think I know who it is, and I just don't know what they want me to be looking at because what I'm looking at is not the same that they have.
So confused.
It's a Texas dude.
And the retention periods. Well, hang on. I can do
yes,
it this
ma'am.
way.
Yeah, hang on. 100 times.
Yeah, he says it's the FBI.
You don't have to hang on for me. I'm just saying, keep talking. Yeah, I'm just going to be looking up something.
Okay, so it's saying he says it's the FBI cast report from a FOIA in 2019 and posted in 2022. I guess that's what you're supposed to be looking at, Annie, to differentiate that with something else.
Say that again.
So at least she knows what she's looking for.
Right.
Say that again. Dago, what?
I said I'm guessing it's for you to be able to look at that and then differentiate that with everything else, possibly. Being that it's a cast report from
FOIA
in 2019 and 22. Cast Biz presentation manual for the FBI. There you go. Hell, you can access that online? Jesus. Oh, you're okay, JK. We're just catching up with everything. Little bits of everything here and there. Who the hell said we were bashing parents' victims?
What? Shut up. People need to quit bitching.
Nobody's mentioned the parents or the victims
at all. Right.
These people, I swear to God.
Fucking idiots. Sorry, I'll be nice. I forgot. I'm on Dago's channel. I'm not on my own. On my own, I'll literally just tell them to fuck right off into the sun. I don't care.
Yeah, right.
Oh, I see somebody did make a statement. Yeah, we don't do that in here. If that's your opinion, that's fine, but we don't talk about victims or their families, guys.
So what I could find here from what Maori is telling me to look up, it says it's difficult to provide specific retention period information for a cast viz presentation manual 2022 without knowing the exact context or the organization that created it.
Opinions in here, but not spread them. That's all I'm saying, folks. That's up to you. Okay.
FBI. I see what I'm looking at.
I never saw the comment. Is it still up?
It just says that I think it was moved, but just understand, Sarah. That's all. I see you saying it was me, and it's fine. I understand your opinions and your feelings. I just don't want to put it out here. Okay, that's all. Out of respect.
Got it.
It's understood. Thank you for admitting to it. Go ahead, Annie. I'm sorry to yeah.
No, I'm in the FOIA log. He says it was a FOIA for 2022. It came out in 2022.
Yeah, he said it's a 176-page presentation. Hey, JC.
Sweetheart.
Willie Will. The football season yet?
Oh my God, dude, so far away.
I know, it seems like forever, doesn't it?
I've been watching highlights of baseball though. I can't watch a full game. I have to watch highlights of it.
I watch ESPN.
Well, I didn't find the report, but hang on, I did find this.
Yes, I can play baseball. Like I love playing it, but watching it, oh my God, I want to jump off a bridge.
Paint dry. It's like watching golf.
So bad.
All right, so FOIA request reveals how the FBI obtains and analyzes cellular provider data. This came out May 22. A recently obtained document sheds light on how FBI special team obtains data from cellular providers to provide support for FBI, tribal, and local law enforcement investigations, including what data they can obtain and how long each provider stores the data. Here we go.
Oh, wow.
Oh, thank you, Detective Mallory. Always looking out for me. Ryan N. Shapiro of the Nonprofit Property of the People, an organization that uses the FOIA to obtain and publish government records and aid watchdog groups. Oh, nice. My old forte. Struck proverbial gold when he obtained a training manual published by the FBI's CAS team. CAS mission is to support the FBI along with state, local, and tribal investigations through the analysis of cellular call detail records, CDRs, and their associated tower information. It accomplishes this mission largely in 3 ways. 1, maintains liaison contact with cellular providers to source accurate information about what data can be obtained from each company. 2, participates in priority investigations, supports prosecutions by providing analysis and expert witnesses. And 3, publishes tools and training materials to assist and educate law enforcement. The document obtained by Shapiro, which states it is current as of March 2019, is entitled Cellular Analysis and Geolocation Field Resource Guide. It is intended to be part of LEO partner training about how to conduct cellular analysis. It also introduces the CAST Viz, a tool created by CAS team and made available for free to law enforcement officers. According to the document, CAST Viz has the ability to quickly plot call detail records and tower data for lead generation and investigative purposes. CAST Viz forms the backbone of the process dictated in the CAST training document through other tools, though other tools are mentioned, including how each interacts with CAST Viz in the analysis workflow. The training also provides legal guidance outlining statutory authority for obtaining the cellular provider data. These include 18 U.S.C., blah, 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 voluntarily, 18 U.S.C. 2702C, voluntary disclosure of records by a provider, and USC 18273D, search warrants for call and cell site data. And then 3215, emergency pen register trap and trace. Son of a bitch, it's everything they did here. According to the FBI, law enforcement officers can obtain the following information simply making a request, aka subpoena, to the provider: toll records, call to destination search, subscriber information, name and billing address, how a customer pays their bills, device electronic serial number, IP addresses, and how long the customer has had the service or equipment. To obtain the following, law enforcement officers must first obtain a search warrant for the historical tower information to include cell site and sector, text messaging content, data connections, installation of a pen trap and trace, tracking authorization, subscribers for all numbers contacting targets, location-based services ping data for Sprint only, and E911, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Hang on. I have to let this, sorry. This is what happens when I haven't read something first. Someone tells me to go read it because now my brain. To obtain the following, law enforcement officers must first obtain the search warrant for historical tower information to include cell site, and text messaging content, data connections, they had to do the pen trap and trace first. That can't be right. Subscribers for all numbers contacting the target. Okay, let's continue on. I'll just let it marinate. CAST also provides templates for language. Yeah, the templates. Yeah. CAST also provides templates for language to support subpoenas and warrants with wording specific to each of the major carriers. Some of the provided language includes, quote, advice from FBI Special Agent David Church,
Mm.
supporting requests for 60 days or more worth of records because, in his expert opinion, this range of records will establish a pattern of life and behavior of the target and the investigation. Thank you, Detective Mowry. And that a smaller collection of records would make it difficult to determine if it's unusual for the phone to appear in the areas where these crimes occurred. So let's read this one again. CAST also provides templates for language to support subpoenas and warrants with wording specific to each of the major carriers. Some of the provided language includes, quote, advice from FBI Special Agent David Church, supporting requests for 60 days or more worth of records because, in his expert opinion, quote, this range of records will establish a pattern of life and behavior of the target of the investigation, and that a smaller collection of records would make it difficult to determine if it is unusual for the phone to appear in the area where the crime occurred. There is a short description of the various communication protocols in use by each of the major carriers, GSM, CDMA, LTE, as well as a brief guide to how cell phones and towers interact. After this brief overview, the document transitions to a checklist for the workflow for basic historical cell site analysis. Depending on the type of investigation, a law enforcement officer first uses the ELEP portal provided by numberportability.com to determine the carrier of record for the target cell number. Okay, so that's where they're going to determine, okay, Kohberger, AT&T. Next, a law enforcement officer obtains a call detail record from one or more towers in a zone of interest. Interesting. Okay, well, that couldn't have been his because their tower dump was for 0.5 miles of the crime scene, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they couldn't have gotten his CDRs from the tower dump.
No. Well, no, that's interesting.
Okay, so
Thanks, Maury.
next, a law enforcement officer obtains a call detail record from one or more towers in a zone of interest. A call detail record contains pertinent information about each call made on the network and includes the following: which number placed and received each call, which tower the call began and ended, exact time and duration of each call, and the latitude and longitude of each tower involved. Separately, law enforcement officers can obtain tower lists from the provider. This is the one they said they didn't use, right? They didn't use a tower list.
Right.
Size testimony, he says the tower list was not used and they couldn't have created the map they created without it. Separately, law enforcement officers can obtain tower lists from the provider in question, and the CAST document provides training on how to plot tower locations using Google Maps Pro. This allows law enforcement officers to visualize where the scene of a crime is located in relation to nearby towers, enabling a close enough determination of the coverage area for each tower. Once towers of interest have been identified, law enforcement officers can obtain the CDR for each tower. The resulting CDRs are then loaded into the CASViz software and cross-referenced for investigative leads. Interesting. For example, a homicide occurs at a particular location and officers have no good leads in the case. They can obtain a geofence warrant for CDRs of nearby towers, which they can then load into CASViz. This can provide information on which cell phones were in use at or near the homicide location. If a phone belonging to someone other than the victim was at that location, other related records can be obtained from the provider, meaning who owns the phone, the billing address, etc. If the target is a burner phone, call records can be obtained for that number. The CAST document advises that the location of the first and last call made each day from the phone may give a lead as to the home or hideout of the suspect for which a warrant can be obtained. CastViz is a versatile tool able to import many types of records, not just CDRs from cellular providers. It can load and cross-reference ID and user data obtained from app and social media providers, as well as load records from sources like automated license plate readers, son of a bitch. Regarding sources for those non-cellular records, I'm sorry, it's because when I read things for the first time, things click to me, and I'm on a live. I'm not reading this privately in my home to myself. Sorry, friends, you're going to hear me say things out loud.
You're good. I'm grateful for it. And yes, I got the emails. Thank you so much, Mallory. God bless, brother. I appreciate it. And this is interesting. Very interesting. Thank you for reading it.
CastViz is a versatile tool able to import many types of records, not just CDRs from cellular providers. It can load and cross-reference ID and user data obtained from app and social media providers, meaning big tech and digital ad companies, as well as load records from sources like automated license plate readers. Regarding sources for those non-cellular records, the document also lists companies that can provide these records, the types of records that are available, and contact details for each company. Given the sheer amount of user data collected and stored for indeterminate lengths of time by Google, Facebook, and Apple, it should come as no surprise they are listed here.
Right. And we will be, Nelly, I'll be looking into the Nellos and the AT&T timing advance stuff too. Don't worry. Go ahead, Annie. I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. I was reading ahead anyway.
Right. Oh,
what may surprise some people is the list of details that each company can provide. Okay, so what may surprise people is the list of details that each company can provide. Google and Facebook will track any conceivable data point on their users and then disclose it to these law enforcement with the proper authorization. Meaning all the FBI has to do is go knock on the door of Facebook and say, hey.
Yeah. Hey, Mark,
and they'll give it up. They don't need a warrant and shit.
Not at all. But
they'll issue the subpoena for chain of custody purposes to have it documented. They'll, issue this, generic subpoena, but all they really have to do is just go ask for it and it'll be given to them.
Can I interject a quick question?
He's real 1 second, Eddie. Yes, he said that they shows the retention periods for the timing advance records.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Okay, go ahead, Eddie. I'm sorry, bud.
Okay, it's a pretty long article.
I noticed that the state has been maintaining that he shut his phone off. Now, my question is, will any of this that we're reading help us to be able to understand how do they know that? Are they able to prove that, or is that just their theory? Because in this case, as we know, many of the facts are in dispute. Is it a truth that he shut his phone off, or is that just the state's theory?
If they didn't have that information, according to them, they should know that. All law enforcement agencies can obtain records through AT&T's Hemisphere project, and I think that's something they don't want to get out. Just saying, okay. PHE project. That's a good question, Eddie. Any thoughts on that, Annie?
Huh?
Any thoughts on what Eddie just said? If you might have to repeat
so sorry, Eddie. I was listening, but not because I was reading this.
So my question was, the state we know is stating it as a fact, stating it as a fact that he shut his phone off. And I wonder if any of this that we're reading will help us to understand how they know that. Is it a truth? Is it one of these things in the case? There's some of the actual facts in the case are in dispute. And I wonder if this is one of them. In other words, I wonder if the defense would agree with that.
So I would know, right?
Shut off.
He should.
Or if they would argue that his phone wasn't shut off.
Yeah, Cy should know that, I would imagine.
Well, I know we just read it up in here somewhere that
he's biting at the bit to get fucking. He wants to. He can't wait.
They can tell when they get the CDRs that it's going to show. The CDRs are going to show. It says right here. It will include the following: which number placed and received each call, at which tower the call began and ended, and the exact time and duration of each call, and the latitude and longitude of each involved tower.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Does this mention Nellis in here anywhere, Annie? That you're
I'm not
seeing?
sure. Says, let's see. Hang on.
All this technical cherry talky talk.
Just answering a couple in chat. I don't know if yesterday would have been the time or place for them to argue, agree with it, disagree with it. That's for trial. I don't think yesterday would have been, the defense.
Not unless the state brings it to the table first.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see. What may surprise some people is the list of details that each company can provide. Google and Facebook will track any conceivable data point on their users and then disclose that to law enforcement with proper authorization. Apple advertises that user data is stored encrypted in such a way as to respect user privacy. So it is surprising that its list of programs cited by the FBI for which data is available includes Find My Phone, iTunes, gift cards, Apple retail store surveillance videos, iCloud records and files, customer service records, and, quote, extracting data from passcode-locked iOS devices.
Mm-hmm.
The last item is shocking, given how public Apple CEO Tim Cook made the fight against the FBI's efforts to force Apple to unlock the iPhone belonging to the San Bernardino shooter in December.
Right.
OnStar is also on this list, and all basic customer information is available for law enforcement access: customer name, billing address, vehicle make, model, and year. A pleasant surprise is that OnStar does not create, receive, or maintain vehicle activity such as speed, braking, ignition cycles, lock status, etc., though it may have airbag data, maximum reported delta V, direction of impact, and rollover status for some vehicles involved in crashes. Also on OnStar, only in-car audio when a customer calls the company for emergency service or when the call is automatically initiated by airbag deployment sensor. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Well, and that's true because we've used that. 911 has used those things and triangulated phone service that has been run through a car so that we can respond to a vehicle that they may not be able to respond to when an OnStar thing goes off, per se. So that does work.
Oh, well, would you look at this? So they said,
my shit's in double message.
Motherfuckers. Hang on.
Uh-oh.
The CDRs are not only the records available from cellular carriers, and the CAS document contains a table of available data, as well as retention periods for each provider. The table also includes a list of each acquired company, reseller, and mobile virtual network operator that use each carrier's network. Thus, while a company like Boost Mobile may claim to not keep customer usage data, the actual carrier network on which Boost operate, which is Sprint, may retain it anyway.
Yeah.
Since the CAS document was listed as being, quote, current as of March 2019, it is unclear if any of the major carriers have altered their retention policy since then. It is possible that at least some of this data is out of date due to the merger of T-Mobile and Sprint, a $26 billion deal that started in 2018, blah, blah, blah. AT&T maintains call detail records, texting metadata, and estimated phone location for all devices on its network, including wearables, going back for 7 years.
Bro.
Similar information is available for the previous 2 years from T-Mobile and the previous 1 year from Verizon.
Not 7 days, 7 years.
I'll never buy
Verizon, well, it
I'm buying
says
a flip
here,
phone.
Verizon and US Cellular actually keep records of texting content 7 and 3 to 5 days respectively. And AT&T stores text sent through the AT&T messaging app for 90 days.
Boom, there it is. Thank you, Nelly. And that's what you was talking about earlier. There it is.
AT&T, Cricket, and Verizon store internet web browsing data with retention periods for 1 year for AT&T. So all of his web browsing data would have been retained for at least a year.
Be spying on us.
When asked what web browsing data AT&T retains, spokesperson Margaret Bowles told Vice that, quote, like all companies, we are required by law to comply with mandatory legal demands such as warrants based on probable cause. Our response is comply with the law.
So
there is no conceivable business reason they need that much, said Nate Wessler, Deputy Project Director of the Speech, Privacy, and Technology Project at ACLU, commenting on the extreme length of time for which AT&T maintains records on its customers when compared to other carriers. So for anybody saying 7 days bullshit, go ahead and share this with them. It says it right here that AT&T, they retain the
90
shit
days.
for 7 years.
Yeah, to start off with, and then at the very least, the texting and whatnot goes at the minimum 90 days. I'm going to say that's way more than 7. I called bullshit for a reason, guys, because it just didn't sound right. It just did not sound right. And thank you, Melody, for saying that earlier, and Annie and Mallory. I appreciate all 3 of you for that. There it is, folks. And if they were to use the GLDC, it still would have been plenty of time. So it's bullshit. It's bullshit. As is everything else that has been told to us. Bullshit.
The fucking guy out.
Well, that's just
straight up framing him.
So this came out in 2022, but it was from 2019, and they're saying maybe they changed it since then. So maybe AT&T, somebody will come back trying to say, yeah, no, AT&T changed it in 2020 or 2021, and now it's only 7 days.
Of course they will.
I mean, I don't know. Mallory pointed me here for a reason in this direction. So my guess is that's exactly what it was for, so that we could see that, yeah.
No, that's what that relates to, though, Dan, is the timing advance stuff. But it wasn't texting I saw for 98 was the location data.
Well, that's what I mean. So even if the call detail records are held for 7 years, the timing advance reports are different. The timing advance reports are up until, what was it, June 15th of 2023?
Yeah.
Timing advance reports would only be given to FBI.
Of course.
You wouldn't have been able to ask for them in a warrant or anything anyway, unless you were the FBI. Like regular law enforcement couldn't get a timing advance report prior to, I think, May of 2023 or June, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Which is strange because they got the timing advance reports for 2 victims, a different person who they thought was a suspect. All 3 had AT&T phones, and they got the timing advance reports for 3,800 other people in the tower dump who were also using AT&T as a service provider that night.
Gotcha.
I don't know how you couldn't get his in November or December of 2022 if you got the victims and 3,800 other people's.
Right.
That's a state. They're all backwards. That's why if we tried to role play right now, I wouldn't know where to go in my opening.
Mm.
Well,
that's what I mean. I don't know. I'm looking at it right here. It's clear as day.
I have to paint him as a monster.
As of 2019, AT&T would keep all your shit for minimum 7 years. Period. So.
And then I also found this to go back to if you need to, besides what she's reading.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is the where'd it go here? Let me get back to the top up here. The FBI's internal guide for getting data from AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon. It's all in here too, guys. And it's a whole thing. It reads about, gives you all of it. What is it? And it relates the same way. Provider retention periods right here. Okay. Up, if you can see it. I don't know why my computer's doing that. Can you guys still see this on screen?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Let me show you. Blow it up a little bit bigger for you.
There you go.
There we go. Well, a little too big there. Hold on. Use it. All right. So where are we at here? AT&T.
Dig, I gotta hop down in like a couple minutes to go get the kiddo off the bus.
All right.
I appreciate you having me up.
Yeah, anytime, bud. You know that door's always open. So this is as of March 2019. Okay, so we know what they were referring to. Call detail record 7 years, 1220. Oh, that's cricket. So yeah, that's it.
We're looking for AT&T left-hand column.
Right here, straight up and down. Everything says 7 years, but then it says SMS content app 90 days. Right. No AT&T message app 90 days, 10%. I don't know what the hell that means, but cell site data is 7 years. Well, shit, it doesn't relate to it then. That's unless
Slide
they never
also shows
updated
that
it.
AT&T retains cloud storage interweb browsing data for a year.
Well,
when asked what this detail entails exactly, such a website visited by customers in the AT&T network, AT&T spokesperson. Okay, so yeah, we already read that. That's what the article we were just reading. But go back up to that diagram for a minute, please. Subscriber. So we have subscriber information. They're going to keep that for 7 years. Call detail record, 7 years. Cell site, 7 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. SMS tolls. Cell site.
7 years, guys. Right. And they went back. This is as of March of 2019. Everything is 7 years, folks. Look at it. Except
so I don't know.
The PCMD retention, no, but Nelos 90 days. Still, it's beyond 7 days, folks, regardless, all of it.
Yeah.
It's a joke. So where's your lie at now, folks? Thank you again, Nelly.
Right. Well, the whole point of trying to argue that it's because it was past the 7 days.
All right, buddy.
See you, Annie. Bye. Bye, Mama Bear. See you, Chet. Have a good one.
We'll see you soon.
See you, Eddie. I didn't know Eddie hopped down, but see you guys.
All right.
See you, Chet.
Go ahead, Annie. Sorry.
I don't even, I mean, it's just interesting, huh? Because they were trying to make the argument, oh, well, it was after the 7 days. We couldn't get it. It was after the 7 days. The 7 days aren't even relevant because the fact of the matter is the FBI, if they want your timing advance report, they can get it anytime they want.
Yep. That's the FBI. And Judge Hypocrite, all he could say was, well, about what Cy said was, well, he forgot about the 7 days. He keeps saying that's all he went to. Well, you're wrong, hypocrite.
Yeah.
Sorry. I don't like him. That's
Where's Eddie?
I think he fell out. He does that from time to time with his phone.
Oh, that sucks.
Okay. So he'll be able to pop back in. It
Well,
does
pretty wild,
the PCMD column. Yeah, right there, Nelly. That's what I looked at. It says no, but Nelos for 90 days. It's still more than 7 days, though.
Right.
And
no matter what. Yeah, no matter what. Well, see, the thing is, too, is I can already see what the rebuttal to this is going to be. The rebuttal to this is going to be, well, that's from 2019.
And?
So we're in 2025. We don't know if AT&T has changed their policies on their retention since then.
Why would they go backwards?
They keep it pretty private, right?
Right, and they wouldn't go backwards. You know what I mean? They're not going to go backwards and make it less time. That's stupid. Here's Eddie. Welcome back, buddy.
I can come back up. It's okay. Phone dropped me off, so I figured I'd.
No, it's all right. We're about done, Annie. We're going to end here. I just wanted to show this and what Annie was reading and show that there's one more lie, in my opinion, we were told. So, actually, I won't call it a lie. I'll call it an excuse. They probably saw somewhere at some point. I hope to God that they didn't misrepresent it from 7 days to 7 years. I doubt that, but just saying.
I think what they're doing is they're confusing Verizon and AT&T. Verizon has 7 days for certain things.
Yes, it does.
But I'm not even seeing 7 days for like any other carrier. Does it go to the, can you scroll to the right to see the other carriers? Are there any of them that say 7 days?
No, I don't see
like on
anything.
the bottom of your screen, does it go? Oh, okay. So you can't even slide it over to the right to see more providers. Okay.
Well, the provider name is at the top here. Verizon US.
Right. What I was saying is, see how it stops at US Cellular?
Oh,
I didn't know if you could scroll to the right past US Cellular if there were more columns.
Nope, that's it. This is the whole bracket right here. And again, still like the only thing in here that mentions 7 days is Verizon's their SMS. That's it. Everybody else is years. And as far as the well, let's see. Tower dumps 7 years. Cricket is 12 of 15 to present. 2 years, 2 years, 18 months, 1 year, 1 year. Cell site data is 1 year, 90 days. Metro says no. T-Mobile says no, and 15 to the present, 7 years for AT. I mean, yeah,
Wonder
guys,
where
there's
they're
nothing
getting the
there.
7 days from.
Unless they misrepresented 7 days and 7 years, Annie. I mean, I've seen dumber things done, but that would be stupid. That's why I think, yeah, Dan is saying that's what Ann wants to ask Nick about, Nick Balance. And that was avoided a lot yesterday, too. Yeah, and Sai's the one that invented this. That's true. So, interesting.
Well, it's even more interesting because Sai not only specifically gives the name of how the FBI is able to obtain timing advance reports, he names Boyd Jackson specifically. That's
Jackson
their back door.
Yes,
Boyd Jackson has nothing to do with the Global Legal Demand Center.
No,
At any time you want, whether it's within 7 days of your crime, 7 days of whatever, the 7 days are irrelevant, because if FBI wants your timing advance records anytime they want, they can just go right to Mr. Boyd Jackson, put in that subpoena, and get them.
Exactly. They can do what they want. We know that, guys. And when they want, how they want to do it, with who they need to do it with. So that's a fact.
And he explains it pretty clear to the judge, I think, that if you obtain the timing advance reports of 2 of the victims and an alternate suspect who also had an AT&T phone, so you obtained the alternate suspect's timing advance report within the first 7 days of the crime, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, 7 days doesn't make any sense, Dan. I agree. It's just stupid. Who would in their right mind would only hold on to shit that long anyway? You know what I mean?
The 7-day argument doesn't hold any water when you realize that if they got these timing advance reports for the victims because it was, before the 7 days were up, then that means they had the alternate suspect in the first 7 days. Interesting. I thought they didn't get Bryan until December 19th.
There you go. Bingo. See? And see, the triangulation is different there. Nellis is something else. Triangulation is bog standard. Okay. Interesting. Well, you guys are doing your homework on this. That's for damn sure. It's like arguing with
it's really interesting to me that people who can't understand what Sai's saying in his affidavit.
It's clear, though.
Makes it abundantly clear.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I think too, Nelly, is I think he thought he would be able to testify. Making a statement that way, he probably anticipated it in turn, which is why he made the statement so brash. And here we are now. Here we are.
And he's literally explaining to them that
word for word.
I know that the FBI gets these timing advance reports because I was approached by an FBI agent in 2021, and my company literally wrote the code to decipher the timing advance reports.
Yep.
So he's known since 2021.
He knows
if the FBI wants them, they can get them any time they want.
I almost expect another affidavit to come from him. I'm almost expecting that now. The man, you could read the seriousness of what he was saying, how much he meant, how on point. I'm not saying the right words here, guys. How positive and confident he was. That's what I'm trying to say with what he was saying. I mean, it was utter confidence, in my opinion, and you couldn't hear his voice. You could almost read it in his words. So,
Daigle, I wish I had a timestamp for when Judge Hippler yesterday said something to the effect of, "You're trying to get someone disbarred."
Oh, yeah.
Do you recall that?
I remember exactly when he said it. I don't know the exact timestamp, but I remember him saying it word for word. And he went direct. All he talked about was that stupid 7 days. But he's not referring. He cut her off like he always does, But he's not remembering that 7 days. You won't go to 7 days. That's all you can think about. You're wrong, sir. Read about it.
When you examine how guilty people behave, there's unusual defensiveness or aggression. They escalate the reaction unnaturally. explosive anger, accusing others to deflect suspicion. I mean, that's just a tactic, what he did there, right? I mean, no one's trying to get anyone disbarred. The person who tried to get someone disbarred is the woman who acted in such a way to get herself disbarred.
Doing it to herself, right? I agree.
Well, the way that I look at it too is Cy A was brought on as a consultant. B, he was doing it for free. C,
he's not gaining
usually
anything.
He doesn't want someone when they need his help on a case with someone's, phone data or whatever. He doesn't want that person to come to them and spill their guts about the case. He just wants you to give him the data. He'll figure it out. Know what I mean? He can tell pretty quickly where there's a problem.
And he usually doesn't work with the defense, folks. Remember that. The man always works with the prosecution. This was his first time doing this. First.
And what I'm getting at is because A, he was only consulting. B, he was doing it for free. He has absolutely no allegiance, loyalty, or anything to Bryan Kohberger or his defense team.
Nothing to gain.
The first time he testified, he said, it don't get, even though it's a very small percentage of the data that's missing, it's about 3 to 4% of the data that's missing. It just so happens to be the data that's for the most crucial times, the most crucial data that is specific to the crime when it occurred.
Exculpatory to
and
Bryan.
Like the address. Right. And like the address of the crime and stuff like that. So, that was a really long time ago. And then he comes back with this affidavit. So way back when he's saying, listen, I'll do this for free. I'll consult here. But I'm pretty sure, knowing him, he made it clear, like, if I see anything that maybe even remotely makes him look guilty, like, I'm not going to be able to help you, because Cy has never been in the business of helping anyone who he knows is guilty of a crime get away with it.
Right.
That's never, ever what he's done.
Nope. And she said right there, she was standing right there. I heard her say that he is available and is able to testify.
Yeah.
That was ignored. Hold on. Let me see if it's right here.
To strike the death penalty regarding the same issue.
Principle. And Scott Sunby has an article titled "The True Legacy of Atkins and Roper."
Too, but we're moving along at a specific pace, and the expert disclosures, we've talked a lot about that, and those were not adequate. The court told the state to do a better job. We've talked exhaustively about that, but that disrupts the flow of everything that we're doing when that happens. We had worked diligently to get motions filed and to get our other motions that were being heard in January prepared and to meet our expert disclosure. And now, in the time since January 24th, we've had repeated meetings with experts with new information here to find out what it means, new information there to find out what it means. And it just hasn't allowed for enough time to focus on the discovery. And that's not all. We have these motions in limine. We've talked quite a bit about the dollhouse and the issues with the dollhouse. That takes time. Everything like that takes chunks of our time. We don't have all the discovery reviewed. That discovery consists of thousands and thousands and thousands of pages of police reports. I know the court has a little bit of a glimpse of that. The court asked the state to give them Detective Mowry's police reports that he authored. I think it took him 10 days to get them all gathered up to the court. That's one officer. That's just one officer.
So it's their signal then.
Motor skill issue, and you have no expert.
Do we remember exactly where during this happened?
My best guess, I don't know if it was Miss Massoth or Miss Taylor, but I think it's right about in the middle of the afternoon discussions.
Okay. I can't remember exactly.
About the best ballpark.
I think Ann was the one talking when he did this.
Of understanding how their experts would frame the issues in the case, we sought an extension to prevent the state from having our work first so that we could try to respond to what their expert disclosures were with our experts. That wasn't something that was given to us. That was denied, so we filed our expert reports. For us to have a couple of experts that came later when the state has done their job as they've done their job, that is really a hollow way to say they did it so we can too. The state did not comply with Rule 16 or with the court's order, and the court should limit what they're allowed to produce at trial.
All right, I'll take that matter under advisement. I want to, I did invite the parties to supplement. It takes time to supplement. I'll look through to see if there's any significant new additions. Well, first, I'll look to see if there's what is given is adequate. Secondly, if there's anything that was provided that wasn't shaping and
we're going to want to talk about. One of the roommates is passed out. Is cumulative.
The purpose, or that my friend's telling me that she saw someone in. What's a transcript of the 911 call?
Before there's a break in activity, there's not really a break in DM's phone. That is pretty understand it so that we could work with our expert with
a model in a case like this. So
getting dangerously close to commenting on his right to remain silent. And I would cite the court, the closest case we could find was State versus Haggard.
That were initially asked for and no.
Without addressing the 7 days that he had that information.
Here we go.
Submitted his affidavit. Mr. Kohberger was identified.
There it is. Sorry, guys. We'll be done after this.
All right,
An officer of the court.
as an officer of the court, I would like to ask Nick Balance that. And here's why. Here's why. The things that I've learned is that the 7 days is on paper. Sometimes they go back further than other days.
What's the evidence of that, counsel?
The evidence has been in the practice that I've learned from people that I've worked with.
You guys turn ball. I don't want to see or hear anybody arguing with moderators in here. I'm not going to put up with it.
Compelled related to timing advance records for November 13.
Our discovery requests were for all of Mr. Kohberger's timing advance records. Our motions to compel covered all of them too. I have this carrier request now that says 7 days, and I have the affidavit now that says 7 days. Those are not things that I always knew when we were litigating this issue.
Okay.
Those are new bits of information. To me, it is a little bit problematic that there's been things that have changed and there might be records out there. Given what you have now with the affidavit with 7 days, if you imagine you didn't know that, and you
I understand your confusion and concern previously. What I don't understand it is now. In light of the evidence, I don't understand Mr. Ray's accusations without addressing the 7 days that he had that information when he submitted his affidavit.
he is available to testify if the court wishes for him to.
It's his obligation and your obligation to establish that evidence of that the state has this, and you haven't done that. His affidavit is quite extensive, and he seems to ignore that issue.
Your Honor, I believe that that issue is touched on with his knowledge that these kinds of records existed a long time before.
He said that in a very general way about that without reference to the 7 days, and he supposedly received them from some FBI expert to look at for his company, and then was told not to use them. So I don't know, maybe the FBI got them in a way that they weren't supposed to at that time, for all I know. He didn't name names, he didn't identify it, he didn't put it into any context. The state had indicated and that provided AT&T's sworn testimony that they only keep them for 7 days. And yet he makes the accusations that he did in his affidavit without addressing that 7-day issue at all. And so I guess my point is if you want to cross-examine the witnesses about why didn't they rely on the AT&T timing information, you've got to show some factual foundation that was available to them by the time Mr. Kohberger was on their radar as it relates to November 13. And I'm not seeing that as the problem.
My first question to Special Agent Balance, who would be the person who
And
would
he
have
didn't look.
gotten these through a different channel through the FBI, would have been, did you get them? Because I've heard different things along the case, asking him the question is really what I wanted to be able to do. And that's why I opposed this motion and prepared it as I did.
Tell you what, I'll let you ask that question outside the presence of the jury.
Thank you.
At the time of trial.
That will satisfy me. Thank you.
There she is, settling once again. Give him the option to prove it.
I'm not upset, but I just for Mr. Ray's information, because he wasn't here the first day I started this trial with you folks. I said, I don't want theatrics. I don't want accusations that aren't supported with evidence about supposed bad conduct of the parties. You're all professionals. I respect you all. And the accusations he made in there are very concerning. The kinds of accusations, if true, that would get people disbarred. And so without any evidence and apparently sidestepping the clear explanation, he makes those. And so that doesn't make me happy.
And to address the court's concerns of what's been raised, I think the only issue out there, I have the 2 search warrants. The state asked for the AT&T timing advance records in our search warrants. The state wanted that information from Mr. Kohberger. We did not receive it. I did not receive those records from AT&T. I do not have them. Thank you, Your Honor.
Right. There's not been a showing that those records were available, and I think it would be unfairly prejudicial to try to impeach the testimony of the agent that somehow he hid or didn't provide or didn't use records that he didn't have available to him.
All right. Well, that's it, folks, right there. Mostly that's the meat of the sandwich there. And that was it.
Well, it's very interesting that he didn't want to actually click the expert in, talk to him about whatever his concerns were regarding this affidavit. And what's even more interesting is he says there's no evidence to show that they would have had those records.
Right.
The evidence to show that they would and could and should have had those records is because they had 3,800 other people's.
Not to mention, I believe, Annie, that they swear up and down that Bryan turned his phone off. Well, how would you know that if you didn't have those records?
Right.
There's another one. Just saying. Okay. Yeah. Bingo. And we just
so it's very interesting because he can see in the discovery that in fact in November and December, we're talking well after 7 days after the crime. This is in December. They're getting timing advance reports.
Right.
So it doesn't make sense. You couldn't get his. Why couldn't you have gotten his? You got other people's timing advance reports in December.
Right.
Why couldn't you get his?
Well, it's true. It's true. Well, they do have his phone. I understand that, but I'm just saying it's all here.
Even before you allegedly were onto him, before you ever even put in your AT&T warrant for Kohberger, right? Before you even did the back-to-back AT&T warrants on December 23rd for Kohberger.
Right.
Well, whose timing advance reports were you obtaining in December that aren't Bryan Kohberger's?
Very true. Very true. Very true. And yes, Maury's right. Maybe Jennings didn't have them, but the FBI did.
Right.
That's all there is to it. So,
well, listen, I always enjoy talking to you. I'm going to hop down. I know you.
Oh yeah, we're done. We've been here for five almost 6 hours. So yeah, we're done here, Miss. But I appreciate you very much, Miss Potts, as always.
I appreciate you. You have a great day. Bye, Eddie.
You too.
Where's Eddie?
He's here.
He left.
Or no, he dropped off again. Okay. Well, thank you, Eddie, for being up here and joining us.
Bye, Mama Bear.
She might have stepped back for a minute. All right. Thank you so much, Annie. Willie, Eddie, Sarge, anybody that joined us up here today, you are very much appreciated. I know it was a long one, folks. Well, 5:45. It's not too bad. I thought we had a hearing, but this turned out to be way better than a hearing. So it is very much appreciated. We understood. We are understanding a lot more stuff again than we have, in my opinion. But I think the timing advance reports state where the phone is, not whether it's turned off or on. I think you can tell all that, though, can't you, Nellie? You should be able to gather all that information, I thought. But I don't know. Today was an amazing, minus myself, it was a power panel as far as I was concerned, with everybody that was up here and their insights and feelings on everything that we've learned and seen. It's just some really, really amazing stuff. Really amazing stuff. So I'm very grateful for it. Again, are you back, Mama Bear? Maybe not. Okay. Very insightful, though. Very informative, and just it explains a lot in a lot of different ways for a lot of different things, guys. They're not related, Dan says. See, I thought you should be able to gather all of that information via that information, but the phone being turned off was detailed not long ago for the first time, and it okay, got you. Thank you, buddy. Like I said, some of this stuff I don't understand all the time, as much as I read into it and try to. Either way, I think that we have gathered, and we're all pretty much on the same page, that there's a lot of misinformation being produced to us. There's also a lot of suspicious activity, for lack of better terms. I'll leave it at that. And now the answer that we need to get to, or the point that we need to get to, is why. And Annie opened some doors for us today, in my opinion, some doors and some windows to be looking through that are very interesting things. Okay, I'm very, very impressed with that stuff. So we will be finding out. I'm sure there'll be some documents that'll be dropping here soon. We'll be getting, the answers and the orders from the motion. We'll be talking about that. So we will be back here very soon. I think tomorrow, guys, we'll be back here with the morning show for the cold case. Copying a cold case. Mama Bear has a case that we're going to be putting out to you guys. It should be quite interesting for those of you guys that are interested. You should be here for it. It's going to be great. Everybody else in the chat, guys, you are amazing. Thank you all so much for joining us. Wouldn't be here without you. Anybody that donated anything, whether it be memberships, super chats, or stickers, or donated to the PayPal, Cash App, or Venmo, you're amazing. We never ever expected, folks, but we absolutely appreciate every bit of it, because it helps to keep me going and doing this stuff with you guys on a daily basis. So don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, folks. Don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people, and we will see you very soon, y'all. Take care now. Bye-bye.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelations shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows and lawless, he won't let us fall. Bringing the truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Tangle the genuine, he'll always give it his all. Dangle's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim